Twisted by Time, a dark fantasy romance, written by R.L. Perez, narrated by Rebecca Winder. Chapter 1. The chill of nightfall tickled my arms as I ran my fingers through Jose's shoulder-length black hair. His eyes closed, and he smiled with lazy contentment. "How do you keep it so smooth?" I asked. "Ancient Cuban secret." I snorted. "He means ancient Cuban shampoo," Mia drawled from beside me, taking another swig of the liquor we'd passed around. She squinted at Jose. "It doesn't look that smooth to me." Her speech was slurred, and she swayed into Cameron, who sat next to her. I eyed her and pressed my lips together. She's had too much to drink. I forced a laugh. "You're clearly too drunk to see properly." I tried to take the bottle from her hand, but she waved it away from me. "Yeah, Mia, ease up. Don't overdo it." Cameron snatched the bottle and took a sip. He offered it to me, but I shook my head, wrinkling my nose. "Oh, please," Mia said a little too loudly. "With my powers, I'm unstoppable." She burped, and a sharp, musty stench assaulted my nostrils. My arms and legs itched to move and stretch. I dropped my hand from Jose's head and slid off the park bench, bending at the waist and touching my toes. "Uh-oh, she's doing yoga again," Jose said with a chuckle. Cameron set the bottle of liquor on the concrete and ruffled his long blonde curls. "Relax, Desi. Mia's the only one wasted. We can protect her if we need to." I am relaxed. I feel nothing but zen right now. I gripped the ends of my flats and glanced along the sidewalk. As dusk fell, the surrounding neighbors disappeared into their homes, and an eerie silence settled around the park. The swings nearby creaked ominously with the brisk spring wind. The small city of North Grove, Wisconsin didn't see warm weather until almost summer. I suppressed a shiver. We should really get home soon. I may turn in early. All that Chinese food is making me feel bloated. Jose groaned loudly. "Desi, you are such a drag." "Maybe we should go," Cameron said, his brown eyes widening as he glanced around the empty park. "There have been a lot of demon attacks lately." Jose waved a hand. "The four of us are the most powerful witches and warlocks around. Nobody will mess with us." Irritation prickled through me. I stretched to downward-facing dog, and the pull of my muscles soothed my agitated nerves. Deep breaths washed over me, bringing the sense of peace and tranquility that I longed for. "Tell that to Leverett," Cameron said. Leverett was the strongest known demon lord, and the flux of magical violence in the area was largely due to his growth of power. Oh, and he also killed my parents. Needless to say, I wasn't fond of him, even if I didn't care enough to try and stop him. "Not this again," Jose said in a sleepy voice. "Leverett only targets powerful hunters. We're nobodies. Why would he send his minions after us? We're no threats to him." "So, first we're the most powerful witches and warlocks around, and now we're nobodies who aren't threats?" Cameron snapped. "He might be a little wasted too," I said in a stage whisper, straightening to smirk at them. Mia cackled, and Jose uttered an incoherent noise of protest. I spun on my toe in a pirouette, transitioning effortlessly into my ballet routine. Though the absence of music made it more difficult to lose myself in the dance, it still soothed me like a massage. My torso twisted, my legs kicked, and I spun and floated like a leaf in the wind. The jeers of my friends floated away into nothingness. It was just me and the dance. "Desiree Campbell, You'd better have an excellent reason for being out this late." A voice chastised in my head, bringing my blissful dance to a grinding halt. "Frack," I muttered. Feathers ruffled, and a black raven appeared on the sidewalk in front of us. It cocked its head accusingly at me. My familiar, Kismet. "I'm leaving now, Kismet," I assured her. "Your friend should leave too," Kismet said. "It isn't safe." "Guys, let's go," I said unenthusiastically. "Kiz is here." The group groaned collectively and shuffled to their feet. Mia stumbled, but Cameron caught her by the shoulders. "Where are their familiars?" Kismet demanded. "How should I know?" I said, tucking my brown flyaway curls back behind my ears. Another gust of wind whipped at my face, tussling them wildly again. I dropped my hand, giving up. My unruly curls refused to be tamed. On a good day, they looked perfect and styled with no effort involved. But add wind or humidity, and I was a hot mess. Kismet tilted her head toward Mia. "What's wrong with her?" "Nothing," I said quickly. Kismet hopped up and down more urgently. "She's drunk. Have you been drinking? Are you insane?" "I haven't been drinking," I shouted. "Be quiet," Jose complained. Cameron shoved his shoulder. "Your parents would be ashamed of you," Kismet said. "You can lecture me at home, Kiz," I said, tightening my jacket around my chest. "Shut up," Jose hissed. Something was odd about his voice. It was shrill, serious, frightened. My head snapped up in alarm as a low growl reached my ears. My heart stopped. A large, dark shape approached from the shadows. It crept forward on giant paws, its claws glistening with blood. A long snout came into view, followed by the keen eyes of a predator. A werewolf. It rose on its haunches, back arched and fur standing on end. Its long, sharp fangs were bared and covered in blood. Its eager eyes drifted over each of us, as if assessing who would taste better. My breath caught in my throat. Kismet nervously hopped from one foot to the next. Cameron gasped audibly. But Mia stumbled forward, the idiot. "Come get me, wolf," she jeered. "Mia, don't!" I shouted, my voice shaking. "I can handle it." Mia's red cheeks pinched with her cocky grin. The wolf's large black eyes fixed hungrily on Mia. It bounded forward. "No!" I screamed. I raised my hands and pushed. My magic slammed into the wolf, and it soared backward several feet. With a yelp, it rolled down the sidewalk. "Get Mia out of here!" I yelled at Jose. Jose wrapped his arm around Mia's waist and spun in place. He and Mia spiraled until they became a blur. Then, with a tiny pop, they disappeared completely. I glanced at Cameron. He looked at me with wide eyes, his arms trembling at his side. Something lodged itself in my throat, like cold fingers gripping and clawing at me from within. I swallowed and held up my hands as the wolf approached, its eyes bloodthirsty and manic. It leapt toward me, and I pushed again. It ducked its head and rolled sideways to avoid my magic. I swung my arms around, trying to catch the wolf in my force, but it was smart. It evaded my movements until it stood a few feet away from me. Its foul breath blew in my face, and its fangs glinted in the moonlight. "Why?" I growled at it. "It's not a full moon. You can't turn me." The wolf's mouth stretched wide, as if grinning at me. Terror coursed through me, and my blood ran cold. It didn't care. It wasn't here to turn anyone, just to feast. A blaze of fire burst next to me, lighting up the park. The wolf flinched away with a whimper. I squinted at Cameron, who held a ball of fire in his hands. He launched it forward into the wolf, which howled in agony as it tumbled away. "Run," Cameron urged. We sprinted down the sidewalk away from the danger. Kismet flew above us, her wings flapping wildly. The cold air bit against my lungs as I gasped for breath and pushed my legs farther and faster. A huge black shape appeared in front of us. I screamed, and we jerked to a stop in front of the wolf. Smoke rose from its charred wound, and it licked its teeth maliciously. My blood turned to ice in my veins. How did it get there so quickly? The wolf barreled forward and swiped a paw. His claws tore through Cameron's arm. Cameron screamed and fell to the sidewalk. With a roar of fury, I pushed the wolf into the trunk of a tree. Again and again and again, it howled and whimpered until it fell silent. I dropped my shaking hands, staring at the form of the limp wolf until I was certain it wouldn't rise. Then I rushed to Cameron's side. Blood soaked his shirt, and his eyes rolled back. "Kismet," I said urgently. Kismet appeared beside me and glowed blue. The blue light intensified until the raven disappeared. A tall, blonde woman in jeans and a t-shirt appeared in its place. She approached Cameron and covered his wound with her hands. Her eyes closed, and she muttered an incantation that was unfamiliar to me. A growl echoed behind me. I stiffened, my heart racing in terror. Puffs of cold air blew out of my mouth. The wolf stumbled forward. Mud, dirt, and blood caked its fur. But here it was, ready for more. "Just die!" I shrieked. I threw my arms forward, but it leapt to avoid the assault. It tackled me to the sidewalk. Claws and teeth ripped through my clothes and skin. A deep agony pierced my side, and I screamed. A blast of blue magic surrounded me, encasing me in a warm glow. The pain in my side throbbed and festered. Kismet's magic lifted the wolf into the air. Her face distorted with rage, and she twisted her fingers until the wolf spun sickeningly in the air. Then she clenched her fingers into tight fists. With a large boom, the wolf vanished. An ethereal wind rippled through me, and the stench of burning flesh tickled my nostrils. Silence fell. Nervous, I glanced around for the wolf, but it was gone. Pain engulfed me. I swayed as the wound in my side throbbed. "Kiss," I muttered, dazed. Then I collapsed. A sharp aroma stung my nose until I jerked upright. I winced as my head prickled with pain. But my side felt fine. I glanced down at my bloodied shirt and peeled it off my waist to reveal a smooth stretch of skin. Kismet must have healed me. Someone cleared their throat loudly behind me. I glanced around and realized I was sitting on the couch in my living room. Kismet, in human form, stood by the couch, holding a jar of angelica, which was undoubtedly used to heal me. She set down the jar and crossed her arms over her chest, her blue eyes flashing with fury. "You're still in human form?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. My eyes darted to the clock and then back to her. "You have, 10 minutes left?" "It's worth it," she hissed. "This is important." She dropped her arms. "What were you thinking?" "Okay, first of all," I interrupted, "I wasn't drinking, and second, I was trying to go home. It wasn't my fault a werewolf showed up." "You and your friends could have died because you were so careless." You're right, I said, stretching my hands, palms out, as I tried to appease her. But we didn't. Desi, you didn't even know how to banish the wolf. You would have played your little game of tag until it ripped you to shreds. Cameron would have bled out and died. I know, I said, my voice rising. We would have died without your help. I get it. I sighed and rubbed my forehead. My throat burned. She was right. I royally screwed up. But why didn't you just banish the wolf the minute it got there? My job is to teach you, Desi. I thought you could handle it. I was wrong. I groaned. Well, we can't all be you, Kiz. All hail the glorified criminal in raven form. I bit my lip. I shouldn't have said that. Kismet's eyes darkened. Don't you dare. I'm serving my time. I've been with you for 17 years. I practically raised you. It's kind of hard to raise a kid when you're a raven 23 hours a day. That's not the point, Desi. The point is, you need to trust me and take these magical threats seriously. What would your parents think? I doubt they'd be beaming with pride at the thought of their daughter out drinking when she should be learning to protect herself. Oh yeah, like they did? I laughed without humor. A lot of good that did them in the end. Kismet sighed and placed her fingers over her temples. I'm not saying you have to train to hunt demons like they did, Desi, but you should at least show up for your studies. That's why I'm here, and once you turn 18, you'll have no one else to train you. You haven't even mastered pulling objects with your magic yet. Let me help you. I rubbed my arms. What's the point of studying magic if I plan to pursue ballet? We've been over this. You need to strengthen your abilities first. If ballet is that important to you, you can pursue it later in life. But now is the time to harness your powers because in 2 months you'll be gone, I said in a monotone, rolling my eyes. Well, I've been on my own for 5 years now, so what else is new? Kismet dropped her arms against her legs in exasperation. I've been here your whole life, Desi. You have never been alone. Something snapped within me, and my nostrils flared. You've been here out of obligation, Kismet, not by choice. The only people here by choice were my parents, and they're gone. Soon you will be too. Kismet's angry expression softened, but I tore my gaze away from her. I didn't want to see the pity in her eyes. I saw it constantly from everyone who found out my parents were dead. Everyone except Cameron, Mia, and Jose. They didn't care. They didn't treat me like a sob story who needed comfort. They were real around me, even if they were slackers who liked too much alcohol. Just avoid drinking, okay? Kismet said softly. Never put yourself in a position where you aren't in control of your powers, I finished with a nod. Dad had said that all the time. I know. Kismet sighed and stepped closer to me. Her warm hand found mine, and she offered a tentative smile. I may have been sentenced to be your familiar, but it's impossible to be around you for so many years and not love you, Desi. I nodded again. A dam burst in my chest, and I couldn't breathe. I sniffed and cleared my throat. I'll be more careful next time, I promised. I slipped away and darted into my room before my emotions drowned me. Hovering near the door, I heard Kismet groan softly. Then a blue glow emanated from the living room, and a flutter of feathers indicated her hour was up. I leaned my head against the door. Though I could still talk to her, I couldn't bear to tell her the truth. That I planned to run away from the magical world forever. Chapter 2. A burst of blue light. Mom sobbing. Kismet uttering an incantation. Desi, wake up. You're okay. You're okay. Just wake up, Mom begged. My eyelids slid open. Pain flared in my head. I looked from my mom's tear-stained face to Kismet's panicked expression and blinked, confused. I shifted and realized I was lying on concrete. A street lamp glowed against the midnight sky, illuminating our street with an ominous mustard-colored tint. What happened? Kismet asked. My head throbbed as I tried to sit up. A noise woke me. Someone grabbed me. I tried to scream, but everything went black. Then I woke up here. Kismet and Mom looked at each other, brows furrowed. No demands? No threats or ransom? Mom asked. Kismet shrugged, frowning as she glanced back at me. Then her face slackened and drained of color. It's a diversion. Mom's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Oh no, Peter! Before I could say anything, Mom flung open the front door and ran back into the house. Kismet rubbed my shoulders, but I felt only numbness, confusion, pain. Then Mom screamed, and I knew something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. A bleep on my computer woke me. Reality slammed into me as I opened my eyes, my chest rising and falling with rapid, terrified breaths. I shook the recurring nightmare from my mind and wiped the tears off my cheeks. This is real. This is real. I blinked sleepily and shoved my brown curls out of my face. With a groan, I slid out of bed and stumbled to the computer, squinting at the instant message from Jose. Sexy Cubano 82. Hey, you aren't answering your cell. I yawned and glanced at my cell phone. Jose had called 3 times while I'd slept. I slid out the keyboard and typed my response. Dizzy Desi. Out of minutes. Call me after 9. Sexy Cubano 82. No, I have news. You free? Dizzy Desi. Yeah, come on over. I pulled a sweater over my tank top just before a small pop alerted me to Jose's arrival. Jose flashed me a cocky grin and slumped comfortably onto my bed. So, Bea. He ran a hand through his hair. Want to hear my news? I raised my eyebrow at him. I'm fine, by the way. So is Cameron. Jose waved a hand and blew a raspberry with his lips. I knew you would be. It should have irritated me more that he hadn't feared for my life. But I shrugged and looked at him expectantly. Abuela offered me her beach house for spring break. Jose's eager grin stretched across his face. My eyes widened as I sat next to him on the bed. In Miami? Jose nodded. You in? Cameron and Mia are coming too. Their parents bought them plane tickets. My heart sank. I was barely getting by off the life insurance money from my parents, and Kismet kept nagging me to find a job before I turned 18 so I could take care of myself. She was technically a convicted felon, so she couldn't exactly foot the bill for me. I don't have the money, I said lamely. Jose groaned. Don't be like that. I can't go without my girl. He twirled my fingers in his. Can't you just take me with you? Jose grimaced. Not that far, babe. Other jumpers probably could, but I haven't been practicing. I bit back a remark about his lazy attitude because, well, I was lazy with my magic too. Instead, I forced a smile on my face. You'll still have a good time without me. Jose brought my fingers to his lips. Come on, Desi. You're an impressive witch. Maybe there's some magical way for you to get there? My brows creased as I fixed a flat stare at him. I'm a pusher, Jose. What do you want me to do? Push a bus from here to there? Jose dropped my hand and shrugged. Cameron mentioned something about a teleportation spell in the grimoire. It's probably really complicated. Get Kiz to help you. I snorted. She's not likely to help whisk me away to Miami, where I'm bound to not practice my magic. Jose sighed and sat up, his dark eyes serious. Listen, Desi, you need to get away. Abuela says the magical crime rate is way low right now. Leverett is targeting the northern states, which is why it's so bad in North Grove. No one knows why, but he's here, not there. Won't it be nice to have some non-magic fun and not worry about getting attacked by demons? Non-magic fun. That was the best kind. My heart thrummed with excitement. The last time I had some carefree fun was that New Year's party. Jose grinned mischievously. Our first kiss. That was a big deal, yeah? Not many people get to say their relationship started with a new millennium. I chuckled. Not many people thought we'd all still be here after the millennium. Crazy mortals. Crazy, yes, but still so amusing to be around. Jose stood and paced around my room, running his fingers along the desk I never used. He rubbed 2 fingers together and dust particles trickled from his hand. With one eyebrow arched, he looked at me with a smirk, his eyes darting to the desk. Jose froze, his hand still poised in the air as his eyes fell to something on the desk. What's this? He lifted an unopened envelope and waved it at me, his eyebrows raised. Flames spread along my cheeks, and I bounded to my feet to snatch it from his hands. He easily lifted it above his head, beyond my reach. Give it back, I laughed and stood on my tiptoes, my hand stretching to grab it. Jose gazed up at the envelope, squinting as he tried to read the return address. His eyes widened. This is from the Miami City Ballet. Why haven't you opened it yet? I dropped my arms, abandoning my efforts. I don't know. I picked at my fingernails, avoiding his prying eyes. What if it's a rejection? My stomach twisted. I felt Jose's eyes still on me, so I forced another grin. Maybe I was hoping you'd open it for me. My smile widened, and I batted my eyelashes at him, clasping my hands together like a helpless damsel in distress. Jose's eyebrows lowered, his lips pressing together in a long, flat line. After rolling his eyes, he tore open the envelope. My heart raced as I bit my nails, watching his eyes fly back and forth across the paper. The seconds dragged on. My stomach dropped and lifted like a roller coaster. His eyes widened, and his brows flew to his hairline. A huge smile broke across his face. My heart leapt to my throat, and I choked out a gasp, covering my mouth. You got in, he shouted, dropping the letter to wrap me in a tight hug. I squealed, then laughed, and kissed his cheek. We broke apart, and I jumped up and down. I got in! I got in! Babe, this is perfect. Now you can come to Miami and just stay with my abuela until the summer program starts. My smile faltered. Right. How do I get to Miami without flying or driving? My body sagged, the excitement ebbing as my heart plummeted to my knees. Jose groaned. "Don't be like that. You can find a way, Desi." I said nothing. When it had been just spring break, that was one thing, but the Miami City Ballet accepted me into their summer intensive program. With any luck, from there I could join the ballet company and travel the world doing what I loved most. How could I not find a way to make my dream come true, to finally escape the magical world forever? Besides, Jose and I had talked about dropping out of school and getting our GEDs anyway. I had planned to run away. I just didn't have the means to do it. Until now. I bit my lip. "Let me see what I can do. When do you leave?" "This afternoon." Frack. That didn't give me very much time. "I'll pop in before I leave, 'kay?" Jose kissed my cheek again before he spun in place and vanished with a pop. I stared at the spot of carpet he had occupied only seconds before. How strange it was that my boyfriend had been here, lounging on my bed, and I'd felt nothing. No heat, no self-consciousness over my too small shorts and generous curves. I was the type of girl who looked okay from a distance, but if I tilted my chin down or slouched in my chair, the fat rolls emerged in all their glory. As a kid, it had bothered me being among the stick-thin ballerinas. But now I'd embraced it, and though I loved that Jose didn't mind, for a while now, I hadn't cared what he thought about me. "Whatever," I thought, lifting my right leg high in the air. I grasped my big toe and held the position. The pull and strain of my muscles soothed me, and my concerns eased. I'm still young. It's not like I'm looking for true love right now anyway. Besides, it was better to feel nothing than everything. I learned that the hard way after Mom and Dad died. I stretched the other leg and grasped my big toe again, breathing deeply. I can do this. I dropped my foot and slid open the door to my bedroom. In the living room, Kismet's wings fluttered in her sleep as she perched on her favorite spot, the arm of the couch. Miraculously, Jose's and my exclamations hadn't woken her. I chewed on my fingernails thoughtfully. I crept downstairs and tiptoed past the sleeping raven until I reached the junk room, or rather, the room full of my parents' junk that I couldn't bring myself to get rid of. After another nervous glance in Kismet's direction, I softly closed the door behind me. The room reeked of dust and memories. Boxes upon boxes surrounded me, as well as ugly furniture that Mom insisted on keeping for sentimental reasons. I'd made fun of her for it so many times, but in the end, I had the same problem. I sat cross-legged on the floor and got to work. Careful not to fall down the rabbit hole of memory lane, I shoved past scrapbooks, old clothes, CDs and cassettes, movies, and baby toys until I found a box of books. My fingers coated in dust, I dug through the box, past Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys until I finally found it, the grimoire. It was a huge, thick, leather-bound book that thrummed with energy as soon as I touched it, vibrating through my fingers to my very bones. I swallowed, my throat dry, as I lifted it from the box. There was no title on the cover, but I knew exactly what it was. Kismet always said I wasn't ready for the grimoire, and judging by how my fingers shook from the power emanating from it, I believed her. I flipped to the table of contents, my heart racing. I scanned past the list of demons: werewolves, vampires, shapeshifters, and dark casters. I suppressed a shudder. After performing blood rituals and black magic, a witch or warlock changed from light to dark, which transformed them into a demon. Deep down, I knew that not all demons were bad. Some abided by the law and kept to their own covens. Those who rebelled and actively hunted innocents were the ones who made things a problem. At long last, I found sections for each type of magic: thinkers, seers, pushers, jumpers, and elementals. I quickly flipped to the jumper section, although it used the fancier term of teleporters. After several pages, I finally found it: the spell for teleportation and transportation. I frowned. Weren't those the same thing? My fingers hovered over the ingredients. Most of them were available in our collection, but I would have to ask Mia for some of the more complex ones. Her mother was a healer and had access to all kinds of herbs. I scanned the conditions for the spell, and my heart sank. This spell requires a significant amount of power. It can only be performed during a magical surge, such as a magical event, or when a magical being collects power. I blinked and looked up from the text, my brow furrowing. A magical event? I groaned and slammed the book shut. My knowledge of my own magic was limited enough, let alone my knowledge of the calendar of witchy holidays. I vaguely remembered various celebrations of solstices and equinoxes. Some I'd tried to scrub from my memory, as they involved a rather embarrassing memory of me dancing naked under the full moon. "What are you doing?" Kismet's voice rang in my head. I yelped and dropped the book with a loud thunk. I turned my head at the light tapping on the door. I groaned and stood, my legs numb from sitting in a cramped space for so long. I opened the door to find the raven cocking her head at me. I was surprised her wings weren't crossed. "The grimoire?" Kismet's voice was quiet but dangerous. "What are you doing with that?" My heart racing, I said quickly, "I realized you're right. I don't know how to defend myself, so I was trying to find the spell to banish demons, for my own protection." Kismet stared at me unblinkingly. Not for the first time, I longed for her human form, where at least body language was my ally in the conversation. Under her scrutinous raven gaze, I was powerless. I clenched my fingers into fists to keep from fidgeting. "Why didn't you just ask me?" Her voice was gentle and curious. "You were sleeping." I could almost hear her eye roll. "And why didn't you wait for me to wake up?" I was still kind of ashamed and embarrassed after what happened last night. I dropped my gaze for effect. Kismet sighed. She fluttered to my side until she perched on top of the grimoire. "I will teach you, but you aren't ready for the grimoire. I know. So, let's practice." I blinked at her. "What, here? Now?" "You were certainly impatient enough to hunt for the grimoire while I slept. Yes, now." Was she calling my bluff? Did she know? I narrowed my eyes at her. Pressing my lips together, I stretched my legs, which still ached, and relaxed my arms at my side. "You're used to using the power in your hands and arms when you push," Kismet said. "But you need to use your whole body to banish." "Okay," I said slowly. "So what does that mean?" "You need to access the magic flowing through your whole body instead of just part of it. The spell requires a lot of power, and using just your hands won't be enough." I wiggled my fingers. Electricity hummed through them, but I was used to that. I closed my eyes, searching inward for the same power, but I only felt it in my fingers. Relax. Don't try so hard. Let it flow through you naturally. Don't force it. Though Kismet's voice was soft and patient, irritation prickled through me. I swallowed back an angry retort and exhaled, long and slow. My legs itched to dance, but instead I focused on breathing. 3 deep breaths coursed through me, washing away the tension in my mind and body. More relaxed now, I wiggled my fingers again. Energy sparked from my fingertips and flowed to my palm and up my forearm, racing through my body like a current. I gasped and opened my eyes. In an instant, the power vanished like I'd turned off a light switch. Kismet cocked her head at me again. Well done. I smiled. Thanks, but I don't feel like I did anything. Maybe not, but you accessed it. It's there. All you need to do is practice. Kismet hopped off the grimoire and glided to the doorway. Come on, you need to eat. I glanced longingly at the grimoire and sighed before closing the door behind me. Chapter 3. It only took me a few minutes of research to find the date of the spring equinox, March 20th. Perfect. That was the first day of spring break. After making my excuses to Kismet, I dropped by Mia's house in the afternoon to pick up some ingredients for the spell. I gave the bag of items a wide berth as I walked back home, trying to breathe through my mouth to avoid smelling the foul stench emanating from it. After Mia had told me her mother mostly used the ingredients for exorcisms, I'd stopped asking questions. When I arrived home, I hastily slid the bag of ingredients into my school backpack and zipped it up before Kismet noticed. After my journey, I wouldn't need the backpack anymore anyway. Jose popped over briefly for a quick goodbye kiss, and I assured him I would join him in Miami. He left me with a photo of his abuela's house so I would have a clear target when I cast the spell. He didn't seem nervous at all that I was about to cast a powerful spell for the first time. But that was Jose. He never worried about me. Or anyone but himself, really. Thanks to a magically uneventful day, Kismet was able to spend her human hour the way she liked, going for a run, casting a few spells, and devouring a whole pizza. I knew her routine well. A few minutes after the pizzas arrived, Kismet returned from her run, her forehead covered in sweat, but her eyes alight with energy. I didn't know what it was like to be a bird for 23 hours of the day, but it probably felt good to sprint on longer legs for a while. Kismet inhaled 3 slices of pizza before she slowed down and looked at me cheerfully. "Good day?" she asked between mouthfuls. I nodded. "Nice lazy Sunday." I paused. Too lazy, really. It'd be nice to find things to do. Kismet raised an eyebrow. "Like drinking with your friends?" I rolled my eyes. "No, I mean magical things. You were right. I need more magic in my life. It will help ground me." Kismet scrutinized me, and I held perfectly still as if being sniffed by a wild animal. Then she smiled. "That's a great idea." I picked at the peeling paint on the table, avoiding her gaze. "So, what do you know about the spring equinox coming up?" Kismet swallowed a bite and looked at the ceiling in thought. "Just that it's a big deal this year. Ordinarily, it's a hot spot for the magical community, but this year it's even more so because it's a millennial year." "What does that have to do with anything?" Millennia are powerful. It's why they only occur every 1,000 years. What about, like, decades or centuries? Are they powerful too? Kismet shrugged. The longer the span, the more power involved. Rarity is a power in itself, so yes, each passage of time holds a portion of power, but none so much as a millennium. She narrowed her eyes. Where is this coming from? I released a long, slow breath and covered my face with my hands. I don't know, Kiz, I said, my voice muffled. I feel like I'm floundering. That wolf attack was a wake-up call for me. I need to get out of this bubble, this haze. I need some clarity. In my defense, it wasn't a lie, but the bubble was magic and demons and memories of my parents. That was what I needed to escape from. Kismet's blue eyes softened, and she set her napkin down and reached for my hand. Her fingers pressed into mine, and comfort washed over me. If you want to go to the spring equinox celebration, I'd be happy to go with you, she said quietly. I swallowed and dropped my gaze to my fingers. Actually, Jose's abuela invited me to stay with her. They're leaving early tomorrow morning and offered me a ride. Kismet's brows pinched. That's a long drive. I should come with you. I shook my head. The magical crime rate is practically non-existent in Miami. Plus, his abuela is a powerful witch. We'll be fine. Kismet swallowed. What about school? I froze, staring intently at the edge of the table. She knows I'm going to drop out and stay in Miami. What do you mean? I asked, struggling to keep my voice even. I mean, don't you have a huge project due after spring break? I exhaled slowly as relief spread through me. Right, yeah. Jose's going to help me with it. Kismet chewed thoughtfully as she stared at me. All right, but if you ever get lost, look for the nearest clock tower. I blinked, my eyebrows creasing in confusion. What? Kismet dropped her hand on the table, her eyes widening in exasperation. Frack, Desi, you would die without me. I smirked at her usage of my favorite curse word. Kismet cleared her throat and laid her hands flat on the table for emphasis. Think of it as a police precinct. You're in a strange area, and you don't know anyone. Cast a spell at the face of the clock tower, any spell. You can even push the face and that'll do. Witches and warlocks constantly monitor clock towers for any magic and respond within minutes. How do you not know this? I shrugged. I remember Mom mentioning clock towers years ago, but I wasn't paying attention. Besides, I've never needed it. I've never gotten lost before. With my parents so busy hunting demons, we hadn't exactly taken many family vacations. I'd been in North Grove my whole life. Promise me you'll be safe. I nodded. Of course. Anxiety and guilt plagued me all evening. Although I tried sleeping for a few hours, my mind wouldn't be silenced. So when the alarm chirped from my phone at 2 a.m, I sat up slowly, sifting through a tornado of thoughts and fears to find the resolve to cast the spell. I scrawled a short note to Kismet and left it on my bed. It read, "Used teleportation spell to travel to Miami. So sorry." As I reread it, I internally cringed. So inadequate, I thought. But I would beg Kismet's forgiveness later. Remembering Mia's warning about the dangers of her mother's ingredients, I snuck the cauldron and bag of ingredients to the small balcony in the back. The last thing I wanted was to set the apartment on fire. I compiled the easiest components first, squinting at my chicken scratch handwriting on my notepad. I hadn't wanted to try sneaking the grimoire out of the junk room in case Kismet could somehow sense its power. My hands shook as I dumped the bloodroot, Jimson weed, nightshade, nux oil, and cypress into the cauldron. Using a meat tenderizer, I crushed everything together to form a foul-smelling, sticky paste. Then I peered in the bag at the ingredients from Mia. Holding my breath, I overturned the jars of newt's eye, bat guano, mandrake root, and pig's feet. I winced and tried not to look too hard at the animal body parts. I checked my phone. 2:32. According to my research, the exact equinox was at 2:35. My breath's shaky. I held the notepad in one hand and Jose's picture in the other. His abuela stood in front of a small but beautiful beach house. She seemed to be no older than a teenager, and she stood next to a handsome couple, undoubtedly her parents. It seemed the house had been in the Bardales family for at least a few generations. On the back, someone had written their names in an untidy script. Luis y Carmen Bardales y su hija Gloria. I swallowed. My lower lip trembled. My eyes closed for a moment as my very bones shivered with anticipation and fear. Then I opened my eyes and read the spell. Ancient powers, I summon thee to gather winds and carry me. Hasten my journey through time and space and bring me to my desired place. I waited, my heart frozen with fear. My fingers crushed the notepad, and I resisted the urge to bite my nails. The cauldron rattled. A deep humming noise consumed me. Fierce winds billowed around me, tussling my curls in front of my eyes. Startled, I dropped the photograph and notepad and shoved the hair out of my face. The cauldron's rattling intensified until a small funnel cloud formed within, swirling the ingredients into a sickening tornado. Thunder roared overhead, and a flash of lightning elicited a startled shriek from my lips. More flashes of lightning. It grew closer and closer until I swore the next bolt would electrify me. White light consumed me. Thunder blasted in my ears and into my skull. I couldn't see or hear anything. Wind tore at my skin and hair and clothes until I was so dizzy I knew I would fall. I screamed, but my voice was lost in the storm. Chapter 4. I collapsed. Grass and dirt broke my fall. Smoke met my nostrils, and heat warmed my back. Was it daytime in Miami? A cacophony of sounds assaulted me. Shouts. Gunshots. Explosions. A deafening boom rumbled the ground around me, and my ears throbbed from the sound. I jumped to my feet, my arms and legs shaking. Slowly, I climbed up a huge grassy hill toward the sound of chaos. When I reached the top, my jaw dropped. I stood in front of a huge crowd of people, and the air was thick with smoke. My ears still rang from the noise, and several men shoved past me in a hurry. They were dressed as old-time militiamen, with dark blue uniforms, tall brown boots, and old-fashioned hats. Most of them held long guns, and one bore an American flag. Okay, a reenactment, maybe? I wondered in bewilderment. In the distance, more hills surrounded the crowd, and the afternoon sun beat down on me. The thick humidity in the air suffocated me, expanding my already frizzy hair and clogging my air passages. I sucked in a breath, but the moisture in the air was so thick it felt like breathing through a straw. I whirled around, trying to find a way out of this massive crowd pressing in on me. Several soldiers paused to look at me in bewilderment before bustling past me. A series of deafening explosions rocked the ground beneath me. I yelped and covered my ears as thunderous blasts rattled my eardrums and shook the earth. Once again I fell, my heart roaring and my stomach quivering. I couldn't tell if it was from fear or from the booming cannon fire. I covered my head with my hands, hoping to appear as small as possible. Blast after blast hit the earth, spraying dirt and debris everywhere. Flecks of dirt and rubble hit my head. It's just a reenactment, right? I told myself uncertainly. They'll stop soon. And they did. At least they stopped firing the cannons. But more men shouted, and the gunfire continued. The sounds hammered against my eardrums until a sharp ringing blared in my ears. Another intense blast exploded in the air, sending me flying. I toppled backward into another soldier, and we collapsed to the ground in a heap. The man swore under his breath, scrambling to his feet and snatching his hat from the ground. He had short, cropped blonde hair and looked younger than I expected. Maybe a few years older than me? He surveyed me with wide green eyes. Dirt and dust covered his face and uniform. His face drained of color when he saw me lying on the ground like an idiot. He ran a hand through his hair and looked around as if I was a child who had run away from her mother.
"What are you doing here, miss?"
His voice sounded muffled to my ears, and I squinted at him. With a grunt, I tried to rise, and the man extended a hand to help me up. When I stood next to him, my mouth fell open as I realized how tall he was. I almost had to crane my neck to look into his eyes. "I'm not sure," I said honestly, looking around in confusion. "What is all this?" I had to shout to hear my own voice. More gunshots burst in the air, and I ducked my head with a petrified squeak.
"It's the battle,"
the man said loudly, his brows crinkling. He looked me up and down, his eyes widening like I was insane.
"You shouldn't be here."
He touched my shoulder, turning me away from the chaos and pointing me down the hill. In the distance, a small cluster of buildings shone against the sun.
"Head down that way and take shelter in the city."
My mouth opened and closed as I followed his gaze. But I turned to speak to the soldier, but he had already dived back into the battle. I blinked, flinching when another explosion shook the ground. The soldiers around me continued their march through the fray, firing guns and shouting. Just beyond the soldiers were trenches, which were lined by what looked like giant bags of sand. They're really going all out, I thought, my wide eyes drinking in the chaos around me. I've never heard of a reenactment like this. This can't be real, right? I didn't want to stick around to find out. I took several trembling deep breaths and rose to my feet. Then I sprinted down the hill, away from the soldiers and their guns and cannons. Ragged breaths tore through my chest as my legs pushed and pushed. Blasts and explosions rang out from behind me, but I didn't look back. The hill descended and I lost my footing. I tumbled and rolled through the grass, weeds, and dirt, my limbs flailing. When I finally stopped rolling, I coughed and wheezed, spitting grass out of my mouth. So graceful, Desi. I wiped the dirt from my jeans as best I could, but it was impossible to improve my appearance. I officially looked like a homeless woman. I groaned and tucked my curls behind my ears. My fingers caught a few twigs from my hair. I discarded them and climbed to my feet. My legs ached, but I pressed forward, walking toward a collection of huge, towering buildings in the distance. As the buildings drew nearer, my feet felt more and more like they would fall off. Heat enveloped me. My forehead and neck were covered in a lovely sheen of sweat that transformed my dirt stains to mud. I wiped my brow, and my hand came back even muddier than before. My curls were plastered to the back of my neck from the sweat and humidity. Mosquitoes buzzed around me, and I impatiently waved my hand to ward them off. Get help. Find a phone. Call Jose. I can get through this. Even if I was an exhausted mess, it would still be worth it. The spell took me thousands of miles away in just a few seconds. I could bear to walk a mile or two. My feet shuffled forward obediently, but my steps were slow and sluggish. I felt like a zombie, stumbling ineptly as my body decayed. Just before the buildings were two large white tents with people popping in and out. I frowned and squinted, trying to make out what was going on inside. I paused as a few women entered, each wearing a giant white sash in the shape of an X that made me think of old-fashioned nurses. The outfit was even complete with a small white cap on the head. As the white door flaps peeled open, I caught a glimpse of several cots with bloodied soldiers lying on them. My eyes widened. There is something really bizarre about this reenactment thing. I glanced at the second tent as a nurse exited, clutching a handkerchief to her face. Inside the tent, I caught a glimpse of yellow-faced soldiers, some hunched over and vomiting, just before the flaps lowered, obscuring everything from view. My heart stopped, and my stomach churned in revulsion. What the frack is going on here? My feet urged me forward, away from these creepy tents and whatever weird cult or fandom this was. Someone clearly took their history textbooks way too seriously. At long last, I approached the buildings, and my jaw dropped. Impressive monuments and edifices towered above me, some adorned with domes and elegant archways, others with grand pillars and iron balconies. Many of them looked to be several 100 years old. Dazed, I stumbled forward, craning my neck to drink in the view. The grandeur slowly tapered off to smaller, more modest buildings. But even so, most of them were made of the old, sturdy concrete that reminded me of an ancient, preserved town near my neighborhood that was full of historical monuments. Did I somehow teleport to Europe? I wondered in bewilderment. This wasn't exactly the hub of beaches and bars I was expecting. A buzz of soft voices reached my ears. I shuffled forward eagerly and found a group of people muttering anxiously together near a large, extravagant building that looked like some kind of church. My eyes raked over them. They were all women, some of them holding toddlers and babies. Some women wore long, flowy skirts, and others wore the same nurse's uniform I'd seen earlier. My brows furrowed as I stared from woman to woman. I squinted, trying to make out what they were saying, but I couldn't understand a word. My eyes widened. They weren't speaking English. A petite woman with black hair pulled back in rounded braids approached me. Her eyes glanced over my outfit and bedraggled appearance, and her lips pulled down in concern. "Señorita, ¿está bien?" she asked. I blinked. My limited understanding of Spanish prompted me to nod. Sí. I shook my head. No, I need help. ¿Hablas inglés?" The woman's eyes widened and she shook her head. No hablamos inglés aquí. Solo los soldados. My mouth opened and I stammered. No comprendo. Do you have a cell phone? I extended my pinky and thumb and held it to my head like a phone. The woman cocked her head at me, her brown eyes confused. Lo siento, señorita. No sé qué es eso. She paused, and worry creased her eyes. She touched my arm. ¿Qué viste allá arriba? ¿Están ganando los americanos? My mouth opened and closed like a fish. I grimaced apologetically. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No comprendo. The woman nodded with a weak smile and patted my hand, as if to assure me it was all right, but her eyes were still wide with worry. I bit my lip. Why was she so worried if it was only a reenactment? I looked at the women's clothes one more time and realized they were part of it. Perhaps she was just playing a role? As I looked from woman to woman, the fear and anxiety on their faces seemed much more real to me than just part of a role. I muttered a quick thanks to the woman and sidestepped the crowd to walk farther into the town. A few heads turned to look at me quizzically, but most of the women continued to watch the hill I had just fallen down. The town seemed eerily empty and quiet, save for a few groups of soldiers stationed outside the bigger buildings. These men wore light blue uniforms and white hats that were slightly different than the ones the Americans wore. The soldiers scowled at me as I passed, and I avoided eye contact. A few heads poked out of windows nearby to stare at me, but no one uttered a word. I swallowed, my throat dry and my stomach growling. A small market came into view, but as soon as I approached, I knew it was a useless idea. The stands were empty of any food. But a stack of newspapers rested next to the empty carts, and I hurried toward it, snatching the copy on top. The newspaper was called La Lucha, and most of it was in Spanish. I growled in frustration until my eyes caught the date. 1 de Julio de 1898. What? I whispered in disbelief. I scanned the front page and found the words Cuba, España, and Estados Unidos de América. Cuba? I muttered, feverishly flipping through newspaper pages until my eyes widened. An article in English. My eyes flew through the article, and my jaw hit the ground. The newspaper fell from my shaking hands. I was in Cuba, in 1898, in the middle of a war between the United States and Spain. No, I whispered, my vision darkening. No, this can't be happening. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Don't panic. Don't panic. I wheezed, my breaths ripping through me like I was made of paper. Don't panic. My chest rattled as I gasped, but no air came. Is this what a panic attack feels like? I choked, my lungs desperate for air. Black spots appeared in front of my eyes. Distant cannon fire rang out, breaking through my hysterical fog. I inhaled, and that same burnt smell from earlier tickled my nose. I inhaled again deeply, and my panic subsided. I blinked, suddenly finding myself on the ground, surrounded by empty crates. Had I fainted? Breathe. Breathe. My legs wobbling, I carefully rose to my feet and looked around, squinting against the blinding sun. I didn't know anything about the Spanish-American War. The newspaper said Santiago de Cuba at the top, so I assumed that was the city I was in. I thought of the soldiers on the hill, and my mouth fell open. Those had been real soldiers. I had almost been shot. My breaths intensified again, but I shut my eyes. No, Calm down. Think. As if on autopilot, my right leg kicked up and I grasped the dirty end of my shoe, pinching my toes. I inhaled deeply, feeling the stretch in my leg. My eyes closed and I held the pose for a full minute. Then I dropped my foot and stretched the other leg, all the while counting my breaths. 15, 16, 17. My heartbeat calmed to an easy, soothing rhythm. I exhaled long and slow and released my foot. I'm in Cuba, I whispered. 100 years in the past, surrounded by people who don't speak English. I mentally cursed myself for not forcing Jose to teach me more Spanish. I folded the newspaper and pocketed it. 3 deep, calming breaths washed over me, calming me once more. What would Kismet tell me to do? I asked myself. I drummed my fingers against the denim of my jeans as I contemplated. I have magic, but I can only push things. My eyes widened, and my heart slammed against my chest in realization. A clock tower! Determination pulsed through me in waves of renewed energy, and I strode out of the small market and back to the more enormous and intimidating buildings. I gazed up at each one, hoping to see some kind of giant clock face on any of them. They seemed like the most likely candidates, since they were the grandest buildings. The sun beat down on me, and within minutes I was covered in sweat again. Exhaustion, dehydration, and hunger tugged at my worn body, and my purposeful steps faded to a sluggish trudge. At long last, I approached some kind of courthouse with mighty pillars like the ones at the Parthenon. A flag fluttered faintly in the wind outside the courthouse. I glanced up at it, and my heart stopped. There, behind the flag, was an unmistakable clock face. My eyes trailed down, following the tower to see where it rested, a few blocks behind the courthouse. Okay, I said, trying to rouse my limbs with another healthy dose of determination and adrenaline, but I was spent. I exhaled, my cheeks puffing out from the breath, and strode onward. I stumbled up the wide dirt road between the courthouse and other downtown buildings, glancing up at the flag every now and then to get my bearings. When the flag disappeared behind other buildings, I stopped, uncertain. But in the end, I knew I had to continue on, no matter what. Within a few minutes, I finally approached the clock tower. Its pearly white granite glinted in the sunlight. A large window with red shutters rested near the clock face. The tip of the narrow monument was decorated with ornate red tiles and a small square balcony with a flag rippling in the wind. The clock face indicated it was almost noon. I stretched out my arms and took a deep breath. Angling my fingers toward the clock face, I pushed. Feeble, magical vibes tickled my arms, but did nothing else. I was too weak. I dropped my arms in frustration and took several more deep breaths. Calming my racing heart, I aimed my hands again, closed my eyes, and pushed. Something large and metallic groaned. I opened my eyes and found I'd pushed one of the clock hands backward. My arms fell by my side again, and I grinned with relief. Now I just wait for help to arrive. I approached the bottom of the clock tower and sat with my back against it. Reaching into my pocket, I unfolded the newspaper and held it over my head to block the sun. After several minutes of using the newspaper as a shade, I finally perked up at the sound of soft footsteps. Ripping the newspaper off my head, I hastily rose to my feet to greet my rescuer. A girl about my age with long brown hair pulled into a braid stopped in her tracks when she saw me. She squinted at me, and then her eyes widened. I could only imagine what she inferred from my appearance. Not only was I wearing pants, which was probably unheard of in this time period, but I looked like a forest monster. The girl continued toward me, her long brown skirt flowing in the wind. Her eyes darted up and down the road as if searching for witnesses before she finally stood in front of me. She looked me up and down again, her mouth turned downward in distaste.
"Who are you?"
she demanded. I closed my eyes with relief. "Oh, thank Lilith you speak English." The girl's head jerked backward, her expression incredulous.
"No, I don't. It's a translation charm. All those with magic possess it. Any idiot knows that."
I blinked. "Oh, sorry. Listen, could you help me? I'm in a lot of trouble." The girl chewed on the inside of her lip and raised her eyebrows at me.
"Like everyone else isn't in trouble right now? Have you noticed the war?"
I shook my head. Right, sorry. I cast a spell that went horribly wrong. It was a teleportation spell. How do I explain that I'm from the future? Even for a witch, that's far-fetched. Before I could continue, she interrupted.
"You really are an idiot. There is no teleportation spell. Don't you think we would have evacuated more civilians that way?"
My head reared back in surprise, and I laughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I'm not from this time period, or even this country. There might not be a teleportation spell now, but there will be in 100 years. I used it and I ended up here." The girl's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized me. With an eye roll and a groan, she jerked her head behind her to indicate I should follow.
"I'll bring you to Alba. She'll know what to do."
I hesitated. This girl is super hostile. Do I really want to just blindly follow her? The girl faced me again, her eyebrows lowering. Then she stepped closer to me, her voice an undertone as she said,
"We're already in enough danger with this battle going on. I can help you, but your presence here threatens everything we're trying to protect. I need you to come with me now before someone finds out you're here."
Swallowing, I nodded. "Right. Okay, thanks. I'm Desiree. Call me Desi. What's your name?"
"Elena,"
she said shortly without looking at me.
"Try and keep up."
Chapter 5. Elena strode back down the road, and I hurried to match her pace, my head spinning from fatigue and dehydration. She led me back past the courthouse and down a wide main road. We passed a huge, towering church with beautifully sculpted columns and domes, followed by a subdivision of 2- and 3-story houses with ornate staircases, circular gardens, and iron fences. For what seemed like hours, I followed her in silence, my shorter and feebler legs struggling to keep up with her brisk pace. Exhaustion pulled at every muscle in my body, but my legs shuffled forward of their own accord. Elena led me along a smaller side road, and the farther we walked, the less impressive the buildings looked. The front yards disappeared, the houses squashed closer and closer together. We turned down a narrow dirt road with a long, uniform stretch of concrete apartments, all connected like some tiny ghetto strip mall. A thin sidewalk lined the buildings, leaving no space for any kind of foliage or curb appeal. When we reached a particularly nasty building with rust, chipped paint, and a foul odor that smelled a lot like vomit, Elena stopped and raised her hands. She placed her palms against the faded red door and closed her eyes. A faint warbling sound prickled my ears,
and Elena's hands started to glow like the sun. The surface of the door rippled like water until her arms slid through, followed by the rest of her body. I took a step backward in surprise before her impatient voice echoed, "Come on." Swallowing, I stared at the door, which still rippled. Then I pressed my hand into it. I crashed through the door as if it were a waterfall, and my torso and legs flopped forward with all the grace I could muster while falling. Elena stepped aside to avoid my fall, but I caught myself in time to prevent another faceplant. I cleared my throat and straightened, trying to ignore Elena's smirk. Before I could manage a witty reply to save face, I noticed our surroundings, my mouth hanging open. The area was identical to the road and apartments we'd just come from, but it was somehow different. The air smelled fresher and crisper, and I couldn't quite place why. It smelled like someone was making some homemade meal from my childhood, but I couldn't remember which one. The sun and sky looked just a shade greener than the blinding yellow from earlier, and it was a welcome relief on my eyes. I glanced behind us, and the same red door stood there innocently. My mouth curved into a half-smile. Screams echoed in the distance. Explosions thundered, but they were different from the battle on the hills. Energy and electricity tickled my nose. The scent was so familiar, like fireworks mingled with lemon zest and cinnamon. They were magical explosions. The smile slid off my face. I looked at Elena, whose teeth were clenched. She tugged my elbow and said, "Follow me." I stumbled forward to keep up with her quickened pace. She weaved through alleys and narrow streets we hadn't been down before, clearly avoiding the main roads. We entered what appeared to be a small abandoned restaurant. Chairs and tables were overturned and broken, and shutters covered the windows. Murmurs and whispers reached my ears, but the area was empty. I squinted as my eyes adjusted to the darkness. Then Elena spoke next to me. "Magic above and powers from there reveal what has been hidden from me." I frowned and was about to say that her spell hadn't rhymed when I remembered Elena was speaking Spanish. My brain ached to think about it. Did that mean to her ears I was speaking Spanish too? So I pushed it from my mind. Magic rippled around me, and the chairs and tables righted themselves, like an invisible hand was cleaning up the room. The shutters fell from the windows, and people materialized in the chairs in front of us. My jaw dropped as I gazed around with wide eyes. Several pairs of eyes scrutinized me, some with suspicion, and others with mere curiosity. Most were women clad in long, flowy dresses and skirts like Elena. But there were some men, too, dressed in simple shirts and trousers, not soldiers' uniforms like I'd expected. "What is this place?" I whispered to Elena, but she darted away, leaving me standing awkwardly at the entrance. Energy thrummed around me, tickling the hair on my arms. This room is full of magic, I thought, glancing around at the crowd. Are these all witches and warlocks? Elena hurried to the back of the room where a couple huddled together at a table, whispering urgently. The woman looked up at Elena's approach and conversed with her inaudibly. Then her gaze shifted to me. Her eyebrows rose with interest, but there was no hostility or accusation in her eyes, unlike what I noticed of some of the others. I sensed kindness in her expression, but I wasn't sure how I could tell. The couple who spoke with Elena approached me. The man, a buff 30-something with a thick black mustache, lingered behind the woman.
His muscular arms crossed over his chest, and he glared at me threateningly, as if warning me not to try anything. I swallowed down my fear and looked at the woman. She seemed like she was in her late 20s or early 30s, and her black curly hair was tied up in a neat bun. She was tall and easily dwarfed me and Elena, but she had an air of grace that made me think she could have been a princess in another life. "Are you Desi?" she asked. I nodded. "Elena says you need help," the woman said. "My name is Alba. Can you tell me what happened?" I nodded numbly as she guided me to their table, the man and Elena following behind us. As soon as I sat in the chair, my body crumpled as if it couldn't handle anything else. I blinked exhaustion from my eyes and took a deep breath before diving into my story. I used the grimoire to find a teleportation spell to get to Miami. Alba raised a hand to stop me. "Miami?" I frowned. A city in Florida? In America, close to the coast." Alba's frown remained, but she nodded and I continued. "I used the spell on the spring equinox of a millennial year, the year 2000. I used a picture of my destination, a house in Miami, and I somehow wound up here." I pressed my lips together, knowing the story sounded lamer than what actually transpired. Someone scoffed behind Alba. I glanced up and found Elena leaning against the doorframe of the kitchen, rolling her eyes. Irritation prickled through me. Why is she still here if she's just going to laugh at my story? Alba's brows furrowed as she gazed at the floor in contemplation. Not looking at me, she asked, "You said this spell was in the grimoire?" "Yes." "What did the spell say exactly?" I opened my mouth but stopped and glanced around nervously. Alba seemed to sense my thoughts. "Don't worry. You alone don't have enough power to transport yourself anywhere, especially with all the magic happening around us right now. It's too chaotic to channel anything." Sweat trickled down the back of my neck. "Lilith, there's no air conditioning. It is so fracking hot." I tugged at the collar of my tank top, billowing it up and down to fan myself from the heat. "I can't remember it exactly. Something about time and space and take me to my desired place." Alba nodded again. "I've heard of cases like this, but nothing concrete. It must be why the spell isn't in our grimoire yet. It likely hasn't been fully proofed." She raised an eyebrow at me. "Do you know what teleport actually means?" "Of course, to get from one place to another." Alba shook her head. "Not exactly. To get from one point to another. The difference is a point can be anywhere in time and space." My mouth fell open. "So jumpers can time travel?" Alba cocked her head. "Jumpers?" I cleared my throat. "Sorry, teleporters." Alba nodded. "There are rules, and only the strongest teleporters can manage it, but yes." I fought the urge to release a shout of frustration. Stupid Jose and his ignorance. He probably had no idea what jumpers were capable of. "Okay, so why did I end up here? And now?" "My guess is that you were pulled by some powerful force of magic, something that drew you here, locking onto your power with its own." "What kind of powerful magic?" Alba raised her arms, gesturing to the room around her. "It could have been anything. In case you couldn't tell, there's a war going on." "Right, with Spain and the Americans." "No," Alba said sharply. "With all of us as well." My eyes widened. "A magical war?" Alba nodded, her brown eyes solemn.
We suspect the demons are using the Americans' war as a front to cover up this one. They timed their attack very carefully. So you think the power that pulled me here came from them? Can I use that power to go back to my time? I don't know. I blinked. You don't? I swallowed. My eyes felt hot and a hard lump formed in my throat. My voice faltered as I asked, "How am I supposed to get home? I can't stay here." Alba shook her head. "I'm sorry. There is someone who can help you, but Her voice trailed off and she pressed her lips together. "What?" I prodded, my heart racing. "She was captured yesterday by El Diablo." El Diablo? Wasn't that Spanish? Why didn't the translation charm translate it for me? Doesn't that mean devil? It's not a word. It's his name. What his followers call him. We don't know his real name, only that he's a second-tier demon. My brows scrunched as I tried to remember what I knew about second-tier demons. First-tier demons were basic and easy to identify because they couldn't cloak themselves. But if demons performed a blood ritual, they could ascend to the second tier, which made them more powerful. "So he can appear human?" I asked uncertainly. "Yes, which makes him dangerous. He could be anywhere. Or anyone." I swallowed and gazed around at the others in the room. Some still glared at me with suspicion, but most had lost interest and spoke in hushed tones with each other. My leg bounced with my anxiety, and I itched to stretch and flex my limbs. I returned my gaze to Alba. "So, this person he captured, how can she help me?" "She claims to have seen someone cast a spell very similar to what you describe. A tornado or dust storm, several flashes of lightning, and then the caster disappeared. Does this seem familiar?" My heart stopped and my body grew numb. Slowly I nodded. "The caster was her mother," Alba went on. "They were very close. I'm sure she knows how her mother studied and prepared for the spell. Perhaps this knowledge can help you." But if she's been captured, how am I supposed to talk to her?" Alba hesitated, her brows creasing as her gaze flicked from me to the center of the table. Leaning forward, she went on, "It will be extremely dangerous, Desi, but I can offer my coven to assist you. We hunt demons every day, so we are all well trained. If you can infiltrate El Diablo's prison and free the prisoners—" "I'm not a huntress," I said weakly. I can't fight demons. I'll be killed." Alba sat back in her chair and folded her arms. "I'm truly sorry, Desi. I wish we could help you, but this spell is so rare that few people know about it. This is the only solution I can think of." The exhaustion, aches, and hunger from the past few hours dragged my body to a dark, black hole. Sickness swirled in my stomach, and I hunched over. Panic pounded in my chest, threatening to consume me. Alba patted my hand, but I barely registered her touch. She looked up at something behind me. "Ramon, get her some food." I glanced over my shoulder and flinched. Ramon was standing right behind me. What was he, a bouncer? Ramon grunted and lumbered to the back, most likely to the kitchen. Alba leaned forward again. "Breathe, Desi." I nodded absently and focused on inhaling. Oxygen rushed through me, bringing clarity with it. But my leg bounced harder, and my arms felt itchy. I need to stretch. I need to move, or dance, or do something. "I promise to help you in any way I can," Alba said. "You are not alone." Again, I nodded. I didn't know why I kept doing that. My eyes felt hot again.
Say something, anything to keep yourself from crying, Desi. Elena told me about a translation charm, I said, rubbing my elbow to distract myself. How does it work? I mean, when I watch you speak, your lips are moving as if you're speaking English to me. I'd expected it to be like watching a badly dubbed foreign film. The translation spell exists in magical blood. It's part of who we are and allows us to communicate across the world. It affects how we perceive language. So the way we see mouths move and hear speech uttered is altered so we can understand it. That's amazing, I thought. My eyes flitted around at the buzz of voices around me. So, what is this place? I asked. A magical hideout, Alba said with another frown. Do you not have those in your time? I shook my head. We kind of just live out in the open. What about the demons? Most of them aren't dumb enough to come out during the day when they'll be seen, but it's still pretty bad. Attacks happen all the time. The council is doing everything they can. Ah, yes. Alba nodded in understanding. Well, we do not have the luxury of a council in Cuba, unfortunately. She sat back in her seat, a wry smile on her face. Demon lords will rise to power no matter where or when you are. Sadly, that is something that will never change. But at least in your time there is a force actively trying to stop it. I resisted the urge to snort at her remarks. In my time, the council was a powerful and neutral association of demons, witches, and warlocks who were unified in their desire to keep the magical world balanced and protected. But from my limited understanding, Leverett had infiltrated so much of the council through bribes and blackmail that it was hardly neutral anymore. Ramon set a plate of beans and rice on the table in front of me. I sniffed, and a dozen exquisite spices and seasonings made my stomach growl. I muttered a quick thanks to Ramon before hungrily devouring the food. I'd had black beans and white rice before. It was the blandest meal on the planet, but this was the most flavorful meal I'd ever had. That was delicious, I said with a groan of satisfaction. Thank you. Alba's eyes crinkled with amusement. Cuban food is the best food there is. She watched me, her eyes sparkling with interest. You never said why you tried to teleport in the first place. I licked my teeth and dropped my gaze to the table. My boyfriend is from Miami. I was trying to meet him there for a vacation. Alba raised an eyebrow. That doesn't sound like something that warrants using the grimoire. I offered a tight-lipped smile. To me it does. Alba watched me expectantly, as if waiting for me to elaborate, but I didn't. I picked at my fingernails and resisted the urge to chew them. I wasn't about to spill my life's woes on her, especially if it meant she'd give me another one of those pitying gazes I despised so much. I shifted in my seat. So what do I do now? Alba cocked her head again, her eyes moving up and down my body, no doubt taking in my drooping frame and tired eyes. She smiled. Why don't you take the night to think about my suggestion? There are cots in the storage room in the back. Go and rest. Thank Lilith. Is it safe? Alba nodded. The restaurant is cloaked, and even if someone gets through, there's more than one coven here in this room alone. Thank you. I rose from the table and teetered just a bit. A strong hand caught my arm, and I glanced at Ramon in surprise as he inclined his head before letting go. I weaved through tables until I reached the doorway in the back where Elena still leaned against the doorframe, her dark eyes watching me. She straightened when I approached and stepped in my path. I looked at her expectantly, but she just stared at me and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Thanks for bringing me here, I said uncertainly. You may have Alba fooled, but I know something is missing from your story, she said icily. We're at war, and I don't trust you. If you make one wrong move, I'll curse you into oblivion. My eyes widened, and I gaped at her. Okay. What else was I supposed to say? Elena slid out of my way. I hurried past the empty kitchen to the storage room, where several cots had been squished next to each other. An older man was already asleep in the far corner. He snored so loudly I was surprised the building didn't shake. I claimed a cot in the opposite corner next to a large container of flour and curled into a ball. Despite the stifling heat and the gnats buzzing around my ears, my heavy eyelids closed, and I was asleep within seconds. Chapter 6. Tornadoes and flashes of red light plagued my dreams. My parents screamed, and I woke up with tears on my cheeks. Disoriented, I wiped my face and glanced around, blinking sleepily. I was alone in the storage room, but voices echoed from the kitchen. I readjusted my tank top and wrapped my jacket around me. After patting down my mane of curls, I stumbled out of the storage room. The voices quieted when I entered. Alba and Ramon stood next to the older man who'd been sleeping in the cot earlier. He had long white hair which was pulled into a ponytail and a short mustache. Alba smiled when she saw me and waved me over. Relieved that my presence was welcome, I hurried to her side. "Desi, this is Manuel," she said, gesturing to the older man. Manuel glanced at my clothes, his thick white brows furrowed. I sighed. I would have to find a change of clothes soon. The odd looks were getting on my nerves. "Nice to meet you," I said with a tentative smile. Manuel inclined his head.
"You as well. Alba tells me you have an interesting story."
"Yes, I'm not exactly from around here." Alba and Manuel chuckled, and Ramon snorted. I glanced at Ramon, whose massive arms were crossed over his chest again, bouncer style. But his eyes were kind, like Alba's. I wondered if his gruff exterior was just a mask. "How is it out there?" I asked, tilting my head toward the lobby. Alba's smile faded. "Still chaotic, but it's settling down. We think the demons are bringing in their prey, which will give us an opportunity to emerge." Sickness swirled in my stomach. "Their prey?" Alba nodded, her expression grim. "It varies with each demon. Some use their victims for sacrifices or rituals. Others just feast on them, like vampires and werewolves." My jaw dropped, and I glanced from Manuel to Ramon, whose expressions were equally solemn. "And you all just let this happen?" I blurted out. Ramon dropped his arms and gaped at me, his brows lowering in fury. He opened his mouth, but Alba raised a hand to silence him. "In case you hadn't noticed, Desi, we're at war," Alba said, her voice sharp and her eyes hard. "There will be casualties. The demons outnumber us 2-1. Mortal men aren't the only ones fighting the Spanish right now. Our healers are assisting too. We're taking hits on all sides, and El Diablo knows this." She put her hands on her hips in a very motherly fashion. "Besides, I remember you saying you weren't a huntress back in your time. Did you stop every demon attack from happening?" Silence and shame pressed in on me, and I rubbed my elbow awkwardly. "No," I mumbled,
remembering the werewolf attack and how badly I'd bombed that. "I'm sorry." Alba nodded stiffly as if that settled the matter. Hurried footsteps resonated behind us, and we turned to find Elena, her cheeks pink. "It's over," she panted. "The Americans won." I expected cheers or sighs of relief, but Alba's jaw tightened, and she shared a fierce glance with Ramon. "That's good, right?" I said uncertainly. Elena's gaze turned to me, and she rolled her eyes. "The battle is over, but the war still continues," Alba said, her eyes tightening. "The Spanish and American ships have been circling each other in the bay for weeks now. There's bound to be a naval assault any day. I don't see the Spanish giving in so easily. And there's the demons to consider," Manuel said in a slow, gravelly voice. "Who knows how long those skirmishes will last?" "Let's go out front," Alba said. "Our men will be returning soon." She gathered her skirts and followed Elena to the dining area, Manuel and Ramon close behind her. I lingered in the kitchen for a moment before floating behind them and peering into the room. The usual crowd remained, but their conversations were more urgent and enthusiastic. Some gesticulated wildly with their hands. Others stood on tiptoes to watch the door for the soldiers to return. Manuel stood nearby. I approached him and whispered, "How many warlocks were fighting?" Manuel glanced at me. "A dozen or so from Santiago, more from other cities." My eyes widened. I opened my mouth to respond, and then frowned. "But don't they have to stay with their unit or whatever?" "They would if they were mortals, but they aren't. We're fighting our own battle here in the magical realm. All our men have vanishing potions, so they are able to slip away and assist us here." The door opened, and the air stilled as the crowd seemed to collectively hold their breath in anticipation. A young man stepped inside, his face and uniform covered in dirt and mud. A jolt of recognition speared through me, and I gasped. It was the same soldier I'd met on the hill during the battle. He ran a hand through his blonde hair, and his green eyes roved around the room. In a low voice, he muttered, "Magic above and powers that be, reveal what has been hidden from me." I blinked, remembering the soldier had been fighting with the Americans on the hill. "He's American?" I asked Manuel. Manuel raised his eyebrows at me. "Yes." Bitterness tainted his tone, and I frowned at him. The soldier's eyes lit up as he no doubt could see the crowd that waited for him. A slow grin spread across his face, and he stepped forward, his arms outstretched. Elena was the first to race toward him. She buried her head in his shoulder, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. "Why didn't he go home?" I asked Manuel. "Some of the American warlocks are here to help the magical war too. Oliver has become a vital asset to us here." Manuel shrugged one shoulder. "Besides, he's half Cuban. He's practically one of us." The glower on his face indicated he didn't agree with this. Oliver. I jerked my chin toward Elena, who still gripped Oliver as tightly as if she were trying to strangle him. "Are they?" Manuel chuckled, his shoulders rising with his laughter. "You're asking the wrong person, Desi." Oliver extracted his limbs from Elena's embrace and stepped farther into the room. Several people clapped him on the shoulder and embraced him. A few women kissed his cheeks. When he reached Alba and Ramon, he embraced both of them as if they were his own parents. "How many wounded?" Alba asked. "A dozen Mambises," Oliver said. "The Santeros are with them now." "Santeros?" I whispered to Manuel.
Santeria is a religious practice,
Manuel said.
Santeros perform a strong ritual for healing.
Magic healing? Manuel shrugged one shoulder again.
In this case, yes. Though most santeros practice other rituals, not just the art of healing. Our powers enhance the healing ritual and have proven to be incredibly powerful.
What about Linares? Alba asked Oliver.
Alive, but badly wounded,
Oliver said. I whispered to Manuel, so do all your healers practice Santeria?
No, it's like Catholicism. Some practice, some do not. It's a belief, not an ability like magic.
The door opened again, and 3 more men entered wearing dirty and bloodied street clothes, unlike the uniform Oliver donned.
Cuban rebels,
Manuel informed me.
Mambises.
Oliver seated himself at a table next to Elena and regaled the crowd with a rousing tale of the battle.
We wouldn't have made it if it hadn't been for Roosevelt and his Rough Riders,
Oliver said with a wild grin on his face. Manuel spat on the ground next to me and muttered what sounded like a foul curse word. I raised my eyebrows at him, and he rolled his eyes.
Americans,
he muttered.
Always think they're the heroes.
More soldiers entered the restaurant, and my jaw dropped. They're black, I blurted without thinking. Manuel stiffened next to me.
What?
I blinked and shook my head. Are they Cuban?
Freed African slaves. They're fighting for independence, too.
I realized my mouth still hung open, so I clamped it shut. I had no idea Cuba still had slaves so long after the U.S. had abolished slavery. The 6 African soldiers wore loose white shirts that were ripped and stained with dirt and blood. I glanced from Oliver's neat and tidy uniform to the form-fitting clothes of the Mambises, to the rags barely clinging to the African soldiers' bodies. There was clearly a hierarchy among races here. I turned to Manuel and said, Oliver is the only American?
Yes, the American warlocks have their own coven to attend to.
He spat on the ground again and ground his teeth together. Okay, no more on that subject. My little knowledge of Cuba told me relations between them and the U.S. weren't particularly friendly. But I'd always thought it was because of communism or the Cold War or whatever. But Manuel's bitterness indicated it went deeper than that. A figure approached us, and I glanced up to find Oliver standing in front of me. I gazed up at him, struck again by how tall he was. His eyes sparked with recognition, and a slow smile spread across his face.
It's you.
His gaze slid up and down my frame, taking in my unorthodox appearance and attire. But to my surprise, his smile widened.
I've never met a woman in trousers before.
And I've never met a giant before, I retorted. Oliver's eyes widened in surprise, but he burst out laughing, running a hand through his hair again. I grinned and stuck out my hand. I'm Desi, Desiree Campbell.
Oliver Garrick.
He shook my hand, his green eyes watching me, assessing me.
You're American?
He looked to Alba, who nodded, then back to me.
So what brings you here?
His eyes danced with amusement, and I knew he was thinking of our encounter on the hill and what a crazy idiot I must have looked like. I came for the food. Oliver snorted. A spell from the grimoire backfired, Elena said loudly from behind Oliver. I glared at her. Oliver whistled and wiggled his eyebrows at me.
Wow, that's incredible.
He laughed as if I'd told a hilarious joke. I raised my eyebrows. This guy's an idiot. He reminded me of the jocks from my high school, dim-witted, only there for a thrill. I flashed him another smile. I aim to impress. Let him think I'm an idiot, too. The door burst open, and a woman hurried inside, her face red and her eyes wide with urgency. From head to toe, she wore nothing but white. White bonnet, white dress, white shawl, even white shoes. It contrasted starkly with her deep onyx, almost charcoal-colored skin. Her eyes scanned the crowd until she saw Alba, and she hurried forward.
Alba, debes ayudarme. Mi familia ha sido atacada. Una criatura oscura. No puedo explicarlo. Por favor, ayúdame.
She gesticulated with her hands wildly, her eyes frantic. I blinked and glanced at Oliver, who watched the exchange with his jaw clenched. Is she speaking Spanish? I whispered. Or is the translation charm not working?
She's mortal,
Oliver murmured.
Santera.
What? But how?
Manuel,
Alba said sharply, stepping toward us and placing a hand on the old man's shoulder.
Take Oliver, Elena, and Desi hunting without us.
She nodded to Ramon and a few other men beside him. Without another word, they followed the Santera out of the restaurant. But I began, dazed, but Elena interrupted me.
Let's go.
She tugged on Oliver's arm and didn't even glance at me as she towed him out the door. Oliver glanced over his shoulder at me with a curious look before he exited. Manuel sighed.
It was only a matter of time.
What do you mean? I asked. Manuel jerked his head toward the door.
I'll explain on the way. Do you have a weapon?
I shook my head, eyes wide and throat dry. I have my powers? Manuel chuckled. He darted into the kitchen and returned with a small blade with runes encrusted in the hilt. He handed it to me, and I stared at it, my body frozen.
Take it,
he said impatiently. I swallowed and took the blade. Power thrummed from the hilt. This was a magical weapon. What is it?
An athame, specifically crafted to kill demons.
I remembered my embarrassing display with the werewolf and how Kismet had chastised me for not knowing how to banish a demon. I never told Alba my decision. Manuel's thick eyebrows furrowed.
About what?
Whether I want to free El Diablo's prisoners or not. Manuel's brows creased, forming wrinkles along his forehead, but he didn't seem surprised. I guess Alba told him about her plan.
What did you decide?
I swallowed. I have to get back home, no matter the cost. I'll do it.
Then it doesn't matter if you tell Alba or not. We've already been briefed about it. Come hunting with us, and we'll get the job done.
I nodded, and Manuel made for the exit. After a deep breath, I followed him. As I stepped through the door, heat and humidity swarmed around me, suffocating me. I suppressed a groan. Lilith, I hate this climate. Dozens of small shops surrounded the restaurant, some standing on pillars and holding large signs with eloquent Spanish calligraphy. Other shops were squashed in between two larger ones, as if added as an afterthought, their feeble signs barely visible on the door. A long, wide sidewalk followed the buildings and wrapped around the curved street. The air around us was eerily calm. Magic lingered in the air, but the stillness screamed at me that something was wrong. No shouts, no explosions, just silence. I gripped the athame even tighter, my palms clammy.
Mortal santeros toe the line between mortality and magic,
Manuel said in a low voice as we crept down a narrow dirt road that was flanked by tiny apartments.
They know about us because of the santeros that do possess magic. We have a sort of understanding with them.
So what's wrong?
The woman said a dark creature attacked them.
My eyes grew wide as I waved a mosquito away from my face. A demon attacked them?
It's not the first time. The demons have been getting reckless, attacking mortals like this. We don't know why, though. The mortals pose no threat to them.
Alba mentioned something about sacrifices and rituals. Could they use mortals for that kind of thing? Manuel's gray eyes darkened.
Yes, but only for the darkest kind of magic.
I gulped. When you say reckless, what do you mean? How do you guys not have a council to help you?
A council?
Manuel scoffed.
Not in Cuba. In other countries, maybe, but we're too small. Technically, we fall under the jurisdiction of the Spanish Council, but after the American victory,
he sighed.
Perhaps we've just been passed from one controlling government to another.
Over here, Elena shouted from a distance. Manuel hastened to a jog, and I followed him. We rounded a corner and found Oliver and Elena crouched over a large stain of blood on the ground. I stared at it open-mouthed and realized the blood formed a large octagon with runes at each vertex. What is this? I whispered, my stomach coiling with horror. So much blood. There was no way the victim survived after losing that much.
A blood ritual,
Oliver muttered, leaning closer to the blood and sniffing.
A warlock, I think.
Blood ritual? I repeated numbly. Lilith, do we have to explain everything to you? Elena snapped without looking at me. I shot her a sarcastic grin and batted my eyelashes. Yes, please.
Elena,
Manuel chastised. He glanced at me and then back at the octagon of blood.
A blood ritual can only mean one thing. A demon has ascended.
Oliver's eyes hardened as he looked at Manuel.
El Diablo? Most likely. He's probably a third-tier demon lord now.
My hands shook. Third tier. Leverett was third tier as well. My eyes closed as my parents' screams resonated in my head, piercing my ears and smothering out all other noises. A warm hand touched my arm, and I flinched. Oliver stood by me, his brow furrowed.
Are you all right?
I nodded as clarity returned, and my parents' voices faded. My legs ached. My body itched to escape, to dance until I lost myself in the movement. Sure, just peachy. When did this ascension happen? The blood smells tainted, Elena said. I'd say maybe a day. Discomfort rose in my throat. Panicked heartbeats pulsed in my ears. That's it, I whispered. The other three looked at me.
What?
Oliver asked. That's what brought me here, I said, my voice louder. Alba said some kind of powerful magic latched onto me when I cast the spell and brought me here. It had to have been this, right?
What spell?
Oliver asked, his gaze darting between me and Elena. Teleportation, I said. Time travel. Oliver's face slackened, his eyes wide. He whistled low and mouthed, "Wow." His eyes moved to my clothes again, and I knew what he was thinking. That's why she's dressed so weird. Elena said quietly, I think we have more important things to worry about than how you got here. Like, how did El Diablo manage to get this warlock away from his coven?
And how did one warlock provide enough power for an ascension?
Manuel added, his eyes scanning the walls of the buildings surrounding us.
Hang on,
Elena said, her brow furrowing. She crouched lower until her face almost touched the ground. Extending her hand, she pushed against the octagon until the blood ran in different directions, zigzagging and crisscrossing. I gaped at the disturbing movement of the blood. So she's a pusher like me. Elena sniffed a few times and rose to her feet. There's something off about this blood. It wasn't just a warlock. There was some kind of dark magic festering inside him. Have you guys often found magical blood at a crime scene like this? I asked. Once again, the others stared at me blankly.
Crime scene?
Manuel asked. I closed my eyes. Don't be an idiot, Desi. I mean, have you ever found magical blood like this before?
No,
Oliver said, running a hand through his hair.
We can usually sense magical essences. There's always a trace that lingers when magical blood has been spilt. But those resembled attacks or other acts of violence, not something purposeful, like this.
It makes me think there's something more going on than just a battle between us and demons, Elena said in a low voice. Something cold and scaly pressed into my arm, and I gasped, dropping the athame in surprise. It clattered to the ground loudly, echoing down the alley like a beacon alerting the world to our presence. Shh, Elena hissed angrily. I stared at my arm. Something gripped it tighter and tighter, like a chain, but I couldn't see anything there. I inhaled sharply and squeaked, "What is that?" Oliver's nostrils flared, and a fireball appeared in his hand. He hurled it at me, and I screamed, using my free hand to cover my face. The pinching on my arm vanished, and the fireball exploded next to me. Heat from the blast tickled my arm. A howl of agony blared around us, and a slimy green demon materialized on the ground right next to me.
Shapeshifter,
Oliver growled. I'd seen shapeshifters before, but not like this. It had arms and legs like a human, but it was naked and its skin was bumpy and scaly, like it belonged in the water. Its fingers and feet were webbed, but it had the face of a man. Most of the shapeshifters I'd seen had human forms, but now that I saw this one, I wondered if those had just been disguises. Oliver approached the demon, who cowered and raised a charred arm to cover its face. In a flash, its other arm stretched forward, and a blast of water knocked Oliver backward. Oliver tumbled and rolled onto his feet, but the demon quivered until it became invisible again. A sinister cackle hissed against my ear. I shuddered, my eyes darting around in a panic. Where was he? Metal clinked next to me. My athame. I pushed the athame, and the demon shrieked as he soared backward, his invisibility fading. He flailed awkwardly like a fish out of water, snatching my athame before it slid away from him. He vanished again.
On your left, Oliver,
Manuel said suddenly, his eyes closed and his brow furrowed in concentration. Oliver hurled another fireball, but the demon flung a jet of water that absorbed it. Then the demon appeared right behind Oliver. He sliced the athame across Oliver's arm. Oliver shouted in pain, stumbling backward. I instinctively raised my hands and pushed at the demon, but Elena did the same thing next to me. Our forces collided, creating a whirlwind that swept dirt into the air like a dust storm. My eyes watered, and I shut them against the sting. The dirt spun until it created a cyclone, blinding us and whipping our clothes about like a fierce tornado. Gradually, the wind faded. When the dust cleared, the demon was gone, along with my athame. Chapter 7. "You idiot!" Elena cried, waving her hands at me, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Why did you do that?" Anger pulsed in my chest, but I squashed it down and spread my palms out. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "I'm the telekinetic," Elena growled, pointing to her chest. "All you had to do was stand back and let us take care of this. Now, thanks to you, not only did he get away, but he took the athame too. How did you even get that?"
I gave it to her,
Manuel said, rubbing his forehead, his expression strained.
She needed to protect herself. She's not trained like you are.
"Well, that's obvious," Elena spat. My fingers curled into fists. "Look, I already apologized. I didn't do it on purpose, but you just want to keep hating me. You've hated me since we met, but I haven't done anything to you." "No, nothing at all," Elena said sarcastically. "Oh, except take on a spell well above your capabilities, drop in here unexpectedly, inconvenience everyone in the middle of 2 wars to clean up your mess, and now scare off the only lead we had." Her voice rose to a piercing shout that echoed off the alley walls.
"That's enough,"
Oliver said in a low voice. His fingers were covered in blood from clutching at the injury in his arm, and his gaze hardened as it darted between Elena and me.
"You can fight about this later. You'll attract every demon in the city."
"Desi will do that all on her own," Elena muttered, crossing her arms over her chest. Heat flushed across my cheeks, and I clenched my teeth. I wanted to retort, but my lips were frozen. Deep within myself, I could feel the truth that rang from her words. I was a mess, wreaking havoc on everyone I met. I needed other people to fix my mistakes. I was useless, reckless, stupid.
"Relax, Desi,"
Manuel said in a weary voice, his eyes closing again.
"Your frustration is making it harder for me to recover."
I glanced at him, my face slackening in surprise and concern. He leaned against the concrete wall next to us and massaged his temples. "You're a thinker," I said. When several confused eyes stared at me, I amended. "Sorry, telepath? Thinker is what we call it in my time." "Figures your people would have to dumb it down," Elena muttered. Oliver cast her an offended look.
"Watch it. They're my people too."
Elena rolled her eyes. "Oh, hush." Manuel groaned, his brow furrowing in discomfort. I flapped my hands and exhaled through my cheeks. Screw it. With one swift movement, I lifted my leg into the air and clutched the toe of my shoe. I closed my eyes, though I knew everyone was watching. I focused on the stretch. The strain soothed my agitation and cleared my mind of all the rage and doubt that clouded it. Tranquility swelled within me, and I breathed deeply and opened my eyes. Oliver and Elena stared, eyes wide and brows raised. Oliver gaped at me, uncertainty flickering across his expression as if he feared for my sanity. "She's lost her mind," Elena whispered. I dropped my foot and looked at Manuel. "Better?" Manuel nodded, his eyes still closed.
"Here."
Oliver approached him and with his uninjured arm lifted a hand to Manuel's forehead. His fingers glowed blue, and water dripped from his palm as he pressed it to Manuel's temple.
"Ah."
Manuel sighed with relief.
"Thank you, Oliver."
So Oliver's an elemental, I thought to myself, struggling to keep track. Then something else tugged at my mind. "Hang on," I said, raising a hand. "How did that demon hit you with water?" Oliver looked at me, his green eyes confused.
Do demons not have powers in your time?
"No, they do. Well, some of them. Just not our powers. Not witch and warlock powers. So how did that demon have the powers of an elemental?" Oliver glanced at Elena, who chewed at the inside of her lip and stared at the ground, her expression far away.
He's not the only one we've seen like that. Demons are becoming more powerful. It's why we can't stop them. Not only are they multiplying, but they're strengthening as well. And we don't know how.
Is it possible they're, I don't know, siphoning powers from people? I gestured to the blood on the ground. Like maybe this warlock was an elemental. Oliver rubbed his chin, his expression thoughtful.
That's a good theory. There are plenty of dark magic rituals we don't know about, because only demons use them. Perhaps one of them can draw from another person's magic.
Manuel shook his head.
Our magic flows through our blood constantly. If the demons are siphoning powers, it won't last very long for them. The magical blood will flush out of their system eventually.
Elena dropped her hands by her side. "We can discuss this later. We need to find another trail." Her fiery gaze drilled into me. "Let's split up." "Away from me," I inferred.
That's not a good idea,
Manuel said. "I'm not hunting with her," Elena hissed. I shrugged, trying to brush it off. "That's fine with me." "Desi, you go with Manuel," Elena said. I was about to agree with this when Manuel spoke up, his voice still weak.
I can't protect her, Elena,
he said.
She needs a fighter.
Elena glowered with dismay, and Oliver raised a hand.
I'll go with her.
Elena looked, if possible, more upset by this solution. She pressed her lips together, hatred burning in her eyes, as if Oliver's suggestion had been my fault. "Fine," she muttered. "Send a signal if you find something. If we don't hear from you in an hour, we'll send someone after you." She glanced at Oliver, her eyes softening. Her fingers brushed his shoulder. "Be safe." Oliver shrugged casually.
Of course.
His gaze fixed on me as Elena and Manuel strode out of the alley. Elena glanced at Oliver once more before leaving, but he didn't notice. Oliver politely extended his hand in the opposite direction, as if he were inviting me into the drawing room, instead of on a path toward demons. I smiled politely. "Such a gentleman."
"I certainly hope so. Are there no gentlemen in your time?"
My thoughts turned to Jose, and my heart stuttered in surprise. Lilith, I haven't thought about him all day. I was pretty sure he'd never once held the door open for me. No, sadly that died a long time ago.
The gentleman, or being gentlemanly?
My lips curved upward in a smirk. Both. Oliver dropped his hand.
What a shame.
He strode forward purposefully and glanced around the corner before leading the way out of the alley. We walked in silence for several minutes, occasionally pausing while Oliver inspected some dirt or debris. A chill tickled my arms, and I rubbed them fiercely. I couldn't shake the feeling of that awful shapeshifter's hand grabbing my skin.
You shouldn't take it personally,
Oliver said. My head snapped toward him. What?
Elena.
Oh, I don't, I lied, wiping away sweat from under my eyes.
Oliver snorted like he could see right through me.
She's grieving, and she's taking it out on everyone else. She just lost her brother, Pablo.
Ice hardened in my chest, and regret slithered in my stomach. I swallowed and dropped my arms, staring intently at the ground as we walked. "What happened?" I whispered.
He gave himself up.
I waited for more, but Oliver remained silent. I raised my eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Oliver glanced at me curiously.
The strongest form of light magic?
I shook my head.
Lilith, are you even a witch?
I elbowed him. "Shut up." Oliver chuckled, the creases around his eyes crinkling.
The strongest form of light magic is self-sacrifice. It is the epitome of light magic, whereas sacrifice for oneself is the epitome of dark magic.
Like that blood ritual.
Yes.
So, if it's the strongest form of light magic, how was Pablo killed?
Well, you can't have it both ways. If you give yourself up, you produce the magic, but you still give yourself up.
Every time? There's no way someone can survive it? Oliver frowned in contemplation.
Well, not necessarily. It's the sacrifice that provides the power, not the death. So, for example, if someone became enslaved by another, and a warlock stepped in and took their place, that could also provide magic.
He winced.
Not a great alternative, though, and it doesn't happen very often.
Warmth tickled behind my eyes, and heat rose in my throat. Pablo did it to save Elena, didn't he? She feels guilty. I recognized her hatred. I'd carried it with me for so long, too. Perhaps it was still there. Oliver frowned, looking at me in surprise, his eyebrows pulled together.
Yes. How did you know?
I coughed. Just a guess. Lashing out at others when she wants to lash out at herself. It makes sense. Oliver's green eyes stayed glued on me, realization and understanding brimming in his expression. His lips pressed together in a thin line. I avoided his scrutiny. I didn't want to see the pity that would soon surface. It's always the fracking pity. I changed the subject. You should get that looked at. I gestured to the cut on his arm. Though it had stopped bleeding, it still looked deep. Oliver followed my gaze and shrugged.
It doesn't hurt. I've had worse injuries.
Oh, right. He's a soldier. So, did you use your powers? During the battle with the Spanish? Alarm flickered across his face and he laughed.
What? Of course not.
My eyes raked up and down his uniform, which was covered in dirt and soot. He still smelled of gunpowder, but it wasn't unpleasant. No blood, I said. No injuries. I just assumed. Oliver crossed his arms. I couldn't help but notice his uniform bunch where his muscles bulged.
Maybe I'm just a good soldier.
I shrugged, feigning indifference. Maybe. Oliver shook his head and ran a hand through his hair.
Part of what sets us apart from demons is that we value mortals. We also value our secrecy. It preserves the peace between us. If I'd outed myself, you think they would have let me fight?
Fighting was important to you then? Oliver stiffened.
Yes. Cuba deserves to be free.
I thought of Manuel. And is it free? Or did the power just shift from Spain to America? Oliver laughed again, but it didn't reach his eyes. He wagged a scolding finger at me.
You've been spending too much time with Manuel. You can't pull that trick on me. I'm half Cuban. I wanted to laugh in his face.
Being half Cuban doesn't mean it's not true. He's an American soldier. He lives in America. Of course he doesn't see it this way. Instead, I lifted my hands in surrender.
You're right. Sorry. I don't know anything about Cuba. Or America, in this time period at least. You're the expert.
Oliver frowned and cocked his head at me.
Well, I never said I was an expert.
Oh, don't be modest. Demon hunter, soldier, and Cuban expert? You must be a jack of all trades. Are you also a professional singer?
A boxer?
A seamstress? Oliver laughed and rolled his eyes.
Now you're just teasing me.
He squinted at me thoughtfully.
Speaking of which, what was that thing you did back there? Some kind of dance?
I grinned. Technically, it was a stretch. But yes, I dance. Ballet. Oliver's eyebrows shot up.
Wow, that's impressive.
I shrugged one shoulder. Yeah, a little. Oliver laughed, and I joined in. So where are we going anyway? I asked. Oliver jerked his head forward.
Follow the stench of demon.
I matched his pace. You can smell them?
Can't you?
His eyes cut to me with an accusation. No. I can smell powerful spells, though. Oliver chuckled.
You must not be much of a huntress in your time, then.
His eyes immediately closed, his expression pained.
Forgive me, I shouldn't have.
No, I said lightly, though my chest burned from his implication. Brush it off, Desi, I told myself. He doesn't know you, and you don't want him to. You're right, I'm not a huntress. Things are different in my time. The defense sounded lame to my ears.
So demons don't attack anyone in your time?
No, they do.
So there aren't hunters and huntresses in your time?
My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There are, but...
But what?
Oliver pressed. I don't want any part of it. In my time, we aren't outnumbered and we have a lot more freedom to choose. There isn't a draft or a pressing need for volunteers. I can let the real experts handle the demons, while I trailed off, my voice lowering. While I do nothing, while I hide from it all. I hadn't realized I'd stopped walking until Oliver stopped beside me. His olive-colored eyes were somber, understanding. I knew he could hear the self-loathing in my voice, the words I hadn't spoken. My eyes felt hot. I didn't want to see pity in his face. Don't you dare pity me. A lump formed in my throat, and I dropped my gaze and shuffled my feet. After clearing my throat, I asked, "Where's your familiar?"
We don't have them. There aren't enough witches and warlocks to spare.
I nodded and sniffed. Oliver stepped closer to me, and my eyes darted up to his in alarm. His eyes were tender and cautious. The smell of grass and gunpowder filled my nose as he drew nearer.
I don't know you, Desi,
he said in a low voice that made my stomach twist and turn.
But I know you're hurting. You don't have to talk about it, but you have to face it someday. It already looks like it's catching up with you. Don't hide from it for too long.
My brow furrowed, and I opened my mouth to object, but a scuffling sound nearby stopped me. Oliver and I both turned to gaze at the cluster of empty shops in front of us. We waited, and my heart hammered against my chest. There it was, A scurrying sound, like someone was shuffling their feet. An incoherent groan and a whimper. A deep slurping sound. Oh, Lilith, I swore. I darted into the nearest shop, its door already wide open. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I squinted as I looked around for the source of the noise. Oliver appeared behind me. There, he whispered, pointing. In the back corner, by a set of empty shelves, rested two large, dark shapes. One wasn't moving. The other was bent over the first shape, gulping loudly. My hands flew up, and I pushed the demon away from his victim. He hissed in surprise and anger as I thrust him against the wall. His skin was pale and sickly, his eyes a venomous red. Long fangs protruded from his mouth, and they dripped with blood. A vampire. "Hold him there," Oliver muttered as he hurried over to the victim. My fingers shook as my hands hovered in midair. The vampire scrambled and flailed like a bug as I held him steady, his long, greasy brown hair whipping across his cheeks. Soon my arms shook from the effort. The demon fought my hold on him, thrashing and screeching, blood pouring from his mouth and dripping onto his black clothes. Oliver touched the victim's neck and then searched for a heartbeat. After a moment, he hung his head, bringing his hand to his forehead. "Damn it," he shouted, slamming his fists against the ground. 3 long, deep breaths expelled from his mouth, and he stood, his arms trembling with rage. "Let him go," he said to me, his eyes blazing as he stared at the vampire. I glanced at Oliver and then back to the vampire. "You sure?" My voice shook. "Do it," Oliver growled. A dark fury burned in his eyes that almost frightened me. I dropped my arms, which screamed in protest from the exertion of holding the demon in place for so long. I rubbed my arms and stepped backward as Oliver stomped toward the vampire. The vampire tried slithering away, but Oliver placed one of his huge hands around the demon's neck. The vampire choked and clawed at Oliver's hand, which started to glow red. A howl of agony rang in the room. "Where is your coven?" Oliver roared. The vampire said nothing. He just watched Oliver with wide, bloodshot eyes. "He was a warlock," Oliver roared. "Why are you killing innocents? Where are your donors?" Donors? I thought in confusion. I knew next to nothing about vampires. Jose and I had been attacked by one once, but since it had just been the two of us, Jose had easily popped us out of there. A high-pitched wheezing sound escaped the vampire's bloody lips, and his legs twitched. "Oliver, he can't answer you if you're choking him," I said sharply. Oliver dropped his hand, and the vampire crumpled to the ground, still writhing in agony. "Answer my questions, or I'll end you," Oliver hissed. "El Diablo," the vampire croaked as he inhaled several rattling breaths. "What about him?" Oliver snapped. "My coven is with El Diablo. No donors. He only wants magic." Oliver frowned and glanced at me, but I shrugged my shoulders. "El Diablo's a vampire?" I asked. The vampire nodded. "Frack," I whispered. "A 3rd-tier demon lord and a vampire?" "What do you mean, no donors?" Oliver said. The vampire shook his head. "We have no donors." "Why not?" Oliver demanded, his voice rising. He stepped forward and the vampire cowered against the wall. The back door burst open and several demons scurried in.
all vampires. Lilith, help us. I stepped backward, fear racing through my heart and freezing my arms in place. I should have fought them. I should have launched them backward and run for it. But I was frozen. The long-haired vampire we'd been interrogating raced forward and caught my arms, twisting them behind my back. I cried out as he held a sickly cold hand against my neck, his foul breath on my cheek. Oliver raised his hand, summoning a ball of fire, but the vampire holding me chuckled.
"Do it, and I'll suck her dry,"
he said. The 5 vampires from the back snickered with laughter, their red eyes delighted. They sauntered toward us, expressions smug.
"What have we here?"
the one in front asked, spreading his arms wide. He was taller than the first vampire, and his blonde hair hung just above his shoulders.
"A witch and a warlock? Dinner's come early for us, gentlemen."
He licked his lips, and the vampires closed in on us. Chapter 8. Dread pooled in my stomach as the vampires drew nearer, their sickly stench overwhelming my other senses. Panicked breaths tore through my throat. Oh, Lilith, this is it. This is how I'm going to die.
"Wait,"
Oliver shouted. The flame vanished from his hand as he raised his arms in surrender. His eyes cut to me and back to the blonde vampire, who bared his teeth at Oliver.
"You can't kill us,"
Oliver said, taking slow steps towards the approaching vampires. The one holding me clenched my arms tighter, and I flinched.
"Why not?"
growled the blonde vampire. Oliver groaned and rolled his eyes.
"I'm not supposed to disclose this, but we're undercover."
The vampires exchanged confused looks. My brow furrowed as I stared at Oliver and tried to control my frantic breaths.
"We're second tier,"
Oliver said,
"but the Mambises think we're part of a coven."
The dark-haired vampire we'd interrogated hissed behind me.
"You didn't seem like demons when you held my throat and demanded information about El Diablo."
The coven is nearby, Oliver said without missing a beat.
"If they were to walk in and find us cavorting with demons, our cover would be blown."
He glanced around nervously.
"So, if you don't mind, we need to leave before someone discovers we've revealed ourselves to you. We have a reputation to uphold, or the coven won't believe us."
The blonde vampire laughed, a hoarse, bark-like sound.
"We are supposed to believe that. We have you at our mercy. You will say anything to escape."
Oliver raised his eyebrows.
"I can prove it."
The blonde vampire's smile faded, and he glanced at his companions. Worry flickered in his eyes before he jerked his chin toward Oliver.
"Then do it."
Oliver's whole body erupted in flames. I shrieked in surprise and tried stepping backward, but the vampire behind me clenched me tighter, holding me in place. The fire surrounding Oliver grew so thick that I could no longer make out his features. He was just a blob of flames. Heat seared into my skin, and I coughed, closing my eyes against the burn. But the heat only intensified. I smelled smoke on my own clothes, and my eyes opened to meet a wall of fire. I screamed, but my voice was drowned by the roar of flames. I was on fire, but there was no pain. Was I already dead? The fire obscured my vision, my hearing, my sense of touch. The fire was everything. It consumed me. There was nothing else but raw orange heat and scorching light. The fire vanished, and the light from the flames still burned against my eyes. My eyes darted around the room. My skin still felt hot, but there was no pain, and my clothes remained intact. There was no evidence I had been on fire at all. Had I imagined it? Oliver spread his hands wide, a smug smirk on his face. The vampires shrank back, their eyes wide. The one behind me grabbed my arms again, though his hands shook. He must have let go when I'd burst into flames. The lead vampire's wide eyes turned to the one behind me, and he jerked his chin again. The demon behind me released my arms and scurried away, joining his comrades. My arms trembled as I stretched them. Disoriented, I stumbled toward Oliver. He touched my elbow, the gesture subtle enough for the vampires not to notice. Oliver's fingers gripped me firmly as if he knew I might fall over at any moment.
"Truce?"
Oliver asked.
"You let us go, and we don't report you to El Diablo."
The vampires huddled together, and I was inexplicably reminded of a football team. As they whispered among themselves, I turned to Oliver, my chest still rising and falling from my heart palpitations. The fire? I couldn't even ask the question. Oliver's lips barely moved.
"Yes, that was me."
My mouth opened and closed. I'd never heard of an elemental who could do that. As far as I knew, elementals could only summon magic through their hands. Demons, however, had all kinds of nasty abilities that I didn't know much about. I'd heard stories from my parents of devil-like demons who could set themselves and others on fire. "How?" I asked.
"Not now,"
he whispered, as the vampires broke their football huddle and approached us, their expressions guarded. The lead vampire crossed his sickly arms in front of his body and tilted his chin up. At first, I wondered why, but then I looked at Oliver and realized the vampire was several inches shorter. This ridiculous demon was intimidated by how tall Oliver was. I would have snickered if I hadn't still been terrified.
"We won't kill you,"
the lead vampire said. Relief blossomed through my chest. I could breathe normally again.
"But you must be debriefed,"
the vampire continued.
"Come with us."
Horror trickled into my stomach, and I exchanged a worried glance with Oliver. His eyes were anxious, but his expression remained neutral. Apathetic, even. He'd clearly practiced this poker face before, and he was good at it. I swallowed back my fear and tried to mirror his casual expression, but I was pretty sure I just looked constipated.
"We don't answer to first-tier demons,"
Oliver said, his tone harsh.
"We only answer to El Diablo."
The vampire's lips curled.
"And when did you last check in with El Diablo?"
Oliver's mouth opened and he faltered.
Yesterday."
Smooth, I thought, suppressing an eye roll.
"Ah, well then, you must come with us anyway,"
the vampire said with a sneer, ticking his head to the back door behind them.
"Undercover second-tier demons must check in every 6 hours with El Diablo."
My eyes widened. Every 6 hours? Not a very solid undercover operation if you had to duck out so frequently.
"We're on a special assignment from El Diablo himself,"
Oliver said.
"We aren't supposed to report until the mission is complete."
The lead vampire stepped forward, his lip curling.
"Then El Diablo can tell me that himself."
Oliver snorted and shrugged, his expression indifferent. But his clenched fists trembled, betraying his reluctance.
"It's your funeral, then."
The vampire stiffened and cocked his head, as if considering. Then his eyes darkened, and he stretched a hand behind him toward the back door. Oliver glanced at me in resignation. My arms tensed by my sides. We couldn't go without Elena and Manuel. We were already outnumbered by the vampires, but if we followed them to the demon headquarters, we'd be even more overpowered. I looked at the 6 vampires and then back at Oliver, trying to assess my chances of using my magic to overcome them so we could escape. Oliver's intense gaze bore into mine, and he shook his head ever so slightly. He knew what I was thinking. The hope of escape deflated in my chest like a balloon. He was right. Vampires couldn't be knocked unconscious. The only way to destroy them was to banish them or kill them with a wooden stake. If we attempted either, the vampires would overpower us before we got a shot.
"Follow us,"
the vampire said, extending his hand again, his red eyes glittering with malice and triumph. I clenched my fingers into fists to keep them from shaking. Oliver stepped forward first, and I followed closely behind. The remaining vampires lingered behind us, so we were sandwiched. No way out. "Relax, Desi," I told myself. "Oliver knows what he's doing, I think." I'd only met him a few hours ago. I knew he was a good hunter, but I didn't know anything else about him. I shouldn't trust him, but I had no other choice. The vampires led out the back door to a small, secluded alley. The lead vampire knelt to the ground and pressed his palm against the dirt. It liquefied and shifted until a small, square opening appeared like an ominous black box. It was just like when Elena had led me through the red door when we'd first met. But as I peered into the black square, I noticed steps leading into the darkness. The demon headquarters were underground. My breaths came hard and fast, and my fingernails dug into my palms. The lead vampire smirked at me as if he could smell my fear. I wouldn't be surprised if he could. He stood and sauntered down the staircase, followed by 2 other vampires. Oliver glanced at me briefly, his eyes intense with an emotion I couldn't identify.
"You can trust me, Desi,"
he whispered, grasping my hands in his.
"I will keep you safe."
I swallowed. I wanted to laugh off my fear or ask him more questions, but all I could do was nod. Oliver descended the staircase, and I followed. Movement behind me indicated that the last of the vampires trailed after us. The stench of rotting skin and magical explosions met my nose as I stepped into the darkness. I squinted while my eyes adjusted. Heat swarmed around me, making me dizzy. I panted from exertion and fear. Oliver's warm hand found mine and clutched my fingers, guiding me lower and lower as we descended underground. At long last, we reached the bottom, which opened to a narrow tunnel. Lanterns along the wall cast an eerie orange glow against the large boulders surrounding us, and a path of gravel crunched under our shoes. Lumpy, awkward rock formations left frightening shadows on the walls like people or creatures creeping ahead of us. Several feet above us, stalactites hung from the ceiling like sharp daggers waiting to slice into our flesh. Disturbing sounds echoed as we strode down the tunnel. Screams. Groans. The same slurping and sucking sounds we'd heard when we'd encountered the first vampire. I shuddered with revulsion. Just how many demons lived here? How outnumbered were we? I didn't want to think about it, but it circulated my brain over and over, as if reminding me what a terrible idea this was. I wanted to stretch my muscles, but instead I focused on the warmth of Oliver's fingers in mine. "You can do this, Desi," I told myself. "This is all part of the plan. Find the prisoners, free them, find a way back home." The tunnel weaved and curved, opening to forks and appendages that only confused me. We traveled so deeply down the tunnel that I knew we would never find our way out alone. At least there aren't any mosquitoes down here, I muttered. Oliver snorted next to me, and though my stomach still twisted with fear, my heart lifted slightly. At long last, the vampires led us down one narrow avenue that reached a dead end to a small, prison-like space lit by a single torch. The lead vampire pressed his hand to the cave wall and said,
"Howard, I need you."
I blinked, my eyes wide with fear. The wall swirled from the vampire's touch, and a person stepped through, as if he lived inside the wall. My jaw dropped. The man wore a uniform, but unlike Oliver's blue attire, his outfit was all khaki, like some kind of jungle explorer. He was older, maybe mid-40s, with red hair that was peppered with gray and a thick, furry mustache. The man's eyes darted to Oliver and widened with recognition. Oliver's head jerked to the side ever so slightly, and the man's face relaxed into a neutral expression.
"Howard, these two claim to be second-tier demons working undercover,"
the lead vampire hissed.
"Can you see them to El Diablo?"
My chest throbbed with terror. Is this really happening? Are we seriously about to meet this guy?
"Certainly."
Howard extended his hand toward the wall he'd come through.
"After you,"
he said, staring intently at Oliver. Oliver looked over his shoulder at me, and I nodded, though I wasn't sure why. He stepped through the wall, which rippled in response. I took a deep breath and followed behind him. The wall felt like a sheer curtain that tickled my face as I stepped through. The smell of rock and moisture assaulted my nose. Something grabbed my elbow, and I resisted the urge to scream. Before I could react, Oliver muttered, "It's all right." I blinked. I saw nothing but gray rock everywhere. It pressed in on me as if I were encased in a coffin. I couldn't breathe.
"Relax, Desi. Focus. Use your magic."
I flexed my fingers. They hummed with energy so familiar that it soothed my panic. Oliver and Howard materialized next to me. We were still surrounded by rocks and jagged edges, but I wasn't alone. "Where are we?" I whispered.
"In between portals,"
Howard said shortly, before fixing a stern gaze on Oliver.
"Garrick, what the hell are you doing here?" "Colonel, this is Desi Campbell,"
Oliver said, gesturing to me.
"Desi, this is Colonel Wright."
"Down here you call me Howard,"
Howard snapped.
"Now answer my question. What are you doing here?"
"We were caught,"
Oliver said,
"and outnumbered. We had no choice but to convince them we were one of them. How is being down here any better for you?"
Howard said, his fuzzy dark eyebrows lowering.
"My coven is looking for El Diablo,"
Oliver said quietly. My eyes widened and my heart lurched with panic. I raised a hand before Oliver fed this demon any more information. "Hold on, how do you two know each other?" Howard opened his mouth, but Oliver interrupted.
"He's my superior from our brigade,"
Oliver said. "But he's a demon," I objected.
"He's on the council in America,"
Oliver said.
"He's neutral."
I scoffed. "Do the demons here know that?"
"No,"
Howard said sharply.
"and it better stay that way."
He squinted at me in suspicion, his eyes traveling from my torn and stained jeans to my tank top and jacket.
"Who are you?"
"It's a long story,"
Oliver said.
"Can you help us?"
"Get to El Diablo? Absolutely not."
"Well, can you at least help us blend in?"
Oliver asked impatiently. Howard shook his head.
"You're crossing a line here, Oliver. The council won't like this.
I could always just tell the demons how I know you.
A wide, mischievous grin spread across Oliver's face. Howard's nostrils flared.
Don't threaten me, boy,
He growled.
Will you help us?
Howard brought a hand to his forehead and sighed heavily.
Fine. I can get you in.
Yippee, I said in a bored voice. Oliver looked at me in bewilderment, but amusement danced in his eyes, and his lips twitched.
But on one condition,
Howard said, holding up a finger.
You put in a good word with me to the council.
I balked, my eyes drilling into Oliver accusingly. You're on the council too? Oliver winced and didn't meet my gaze.
Agreed,
He said to Howard.
And if you get caught,
Howard said, raising another finger,
you're on your own.
We understand.
I crossed my arms and raised my eyebrows. What? Oliver sighed and finally looked at me.
Desi, this is our only option.
What about Manuel and Elena? I whispered. We can't just charge in here without backup. Oliver frowned.
Backup?
Reinforcements, I nearly shouted. Oliver sighed.
We're already in. We might as well continue with the mission.
But I'm not a huntress, I said, waving my arms hysterically. I can't fight, and I can't protect myself, which means you're the only competent fighter here among all these demons. Those odds aren't great. Anger flashed in Oliver's eyes.
If you can't fight, then why are you even here? Why did you come hunting with us?
Because there's someone down here who can help me get back home, I cried. That's all I want, to go home. I never wanted any of this. I flung my hands out, gesturing to the misshapen boulders surrounding us. My brain ached, and hysteria burned in my throat. I covered my face with my hands as the threat of tears stung my eyes. This was too much. I was outnumbered, overwhelmed, and completely alone. Oliver said he'd protect me, but he was just leading me deeper underground to search for prisoners of a demon overlord when all I wanted was to get back to my time, where it was safe, where Kismet would protect me. Lilith, I thought sadly. Kismet. She must be worried sick. I never should have done the spell without her. Oliver's fingers found my elbow, and I flinched. Gently, he pulled my arm down to look into my moist eyes.
I'll do whatever I can to get you home, Desi,
he whispered.
But you have to trust me first.
I shook my head, my lip trembling. I don't even know you, and you have your own stupid agenda here. I waved my arms, gesturing to our strange, rocky surroundings.
My agenda is to protect witches and warlocks,
Oliver said, ducking his head so his eyes were level with mine.
That includes you.
Are you two finished?
Howard said loudly. I jumped, having forgotten he was there. Sniffing, I rubbed my nose and nodded. Yes, sorry.
Good. I need to get back to work. Those vampires wouldn't waste a second before reporting me.
He looked at me, his expression softening.
The best cover for you two would be training. If anyone asks, you've been assigned to train and freshen up your attack skills before returning to your missions. Anyone who looks at her will believe the story.
Hey, I grumbled, crossing my arms again.
Tell any demon you see that you're from America and that you don't know the area,
Howard continued, ignoring my objection.
It'll explain why you're lost, and you will get lost down here. Just don't panic. Act like you belong here, and everyone will believe it.
He touched both our elbows and pushed us forward. I gasped as I fell through another curtain of rock. Vertigo overwhelmed me until I felt like puking. My surroundings blurred and swam. and the ceiling was the floor, and the floor was... Was I flying or falling? There was no up or down, just gravity pulling me farther and farther away from the ground. I fell forward, palms out to catch my fall. Rocks scraped my skin, and I hissed in pain. Oliver crouched next to me, on his feet, of course, because he wasn't capable of falling over or anything else embarrassing. I glanced behind us at the rough ridges of a cavern wall. Howard was gone. We were on our own. Chapter 9.
Here,
Oliver said, and he easily lifted me up by my arms. I grunted and rose to my feet. My palms were covered in scrapes and blood, and I winced. Oliver pressed my hands into his, and ice-cold water soaked the wounds. I gasped as relief soothed my palms. "Wow," I whispered. "Thanks." I looked up at his warm eyes, and he offered a half-smile that made my stomach spin. Heat burned in my chest. My throat dry, I yanked my hands back and wiped them on my jeans. Clearing my throat, I looked around. Where are we? We stood in a small circular cavern with stalactites and stalagmites stretched along the ceiling and floor like jagged teeth. Rock formations sparkled from the light of lanterns that hung on the wall. Weapons and equipment littered the floor, and a huge pile of dark clothes sat opposite us.
Looks like a training room,
Oliver said, stepping toward the pile of clothes.
You should change. Your outfit is already an enigma, and we'll blend in more this way.
He smirked and gestured to the clothes. I glanced down at my stained and smelly outfit and knew he was right. I looked around the cavern and realized there was no way in or out. Where's the bathroom? Oliver's brows knit together in confusion.
Bathroom?
Outhouse? Chamber pot? Whatever you guys use for privacy? Oliver laughed and shook his head, his mouth curving upward in a mocking smile.
Demons don't have the luxury of privacy, not unless you're El Diablo.
Anxiety clawed at my throat. So where do I change? Among other things. I crossed one foot in front of the other. Oliver's gaze dropped to my leg, which was bouncing uncontrollably, and his eyebrows rose. A startled laugh burst from his lips.
Oh, yeah. I'll just go over there.
Splotches of red blossomed across his cheeks as he clumsily darted to the opposite side of the cavern. I giggled in spite of my embarrassment. It was kind of nice to see Mr. Smooth Talker get flustered for once. My smile vanished when Oliver reached the pile of equipment and started noisily digging through the assortment of weapons. Oh, Lilith, I thought to myself, my palms sweating. I inhaled and exhaled deeply. What is it they say when you go camping? Dig a hole? My face burned and sweat formed on my brow. I shrugged out of my jacket and tossed it to the ground. With a deep breath, I dug a clumsy, misshapen hole and tried to awkwardly angle myself the right way. The clanging across the cavern intensified, indicating Oliver could hear the mortifying sound of my urine hitting the ground and was trying to block it out. It was the singular most embarrassing moment of my life. No toilet paper, I realized, wiping sweat from my brow with my forearm. Frack, I hate this time period. I groaned, looking around until my eyes found the pile of demon clothes. I withdrew a thin, frayed shirt from the pile and used it to wipe as best I could. Then I tossed it to the side. Let some stupid demon find that and try to wear it, I thought with a smirk. I used my foot to kick dirt and gravel into my toilet hole and mask the nasty urine smell. Done, I said loudly. Oliver's obnoxious clanging immediately stopped, and he glanced over at me. His eyes rounded at the sight of me in my black tank top, and a blush exploded across his face again, extending all the way to his ears. He said with a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck.
Where is your shirt?
I shrugged. In my time, this is a shirt.
Merciful Lilith,
Oliver whispered, shaking his head. His ears still glowed red. He stepped toward me in long strides and sifted through the pile of clothes.
Here.
He handed me a black ruffly shirt that looked like something my grandmother might wear to a funeral. My nose wrinkled. How am I supposed to train in this? Oliver frowned.
What else are you supposed to wear?
I jabbed a finger at my tank top. This? Oliver snorted.
We're supposed to blend in, remember? It might be different in your time, but in my time, this is what women wear.
He stretched his hand out and shoved the old lady shirt in my hand. My mouth twisted in distaste. And I don't suppose women wear pants or trousers either? Oliver chuckled, his gaze dropping to my jeans.
No.
He shuffled through the clothes once more and tossed a plain gray skirt at me. Then he pulled out a buttoned shirt and baggy pants. I frowned. I already have a shirt.
This is for me.
What's wrong with your uniform? Howard's wearing one.
Yes, but he's well known around here. I'm not. The best way to blend in is to avoid questions. And my uniform presents a lot of questions. Plus,
he bent his head to sniff his shoulder and recoiled, his eyebrows rising.
I stink.
A loud laugh escaped my lips. You aren't the only one. My thoughts turned to the vampires who'd cornered us, and I raised an eyebrow. Although, based on how those bloodsuckers smelled, maybe the stench would help us blend in more. Oliver grinned at me, his eyes crinkling. He held up his clothes and cleared his throat.
I'll, change over there. I won't look, I promise.
I nodded as flames crept into my cheeks again. Oliver crossed the length of the cave and started unbuttoning his uniform. My stomach wriggled, and I looked away, my breaths fast and shallow. This is insane. I shot a quick glance over my shoulder to ensure Oliver's back was turned before I unbuttoned my pants and slid them off my legs.
Ouch,
Oliver hissed. I turned to look at him, and my jaw dropped. His shirt was off, and he was inspecting the cut on his arm from the athame. But my eyes were drawn to his naked torso. My gaze raked over the perfectly sculpted brawn of his shoulders and arms. The muscles in his back bunched in all the right ways, and the ripples in his shoulder flexed as he reached for the clean shirt. His torso stretched on and on like a muscular plane of perfection. Lilith, help me. My tongue turned to sandpaper, and I was acutely aware of my curves and thick thighs. But why did that matter? I shook my head at my nonsensical thoughts and wriggled into my skirt. It was uncomfortable, but my legs could still breathe. I slid the awful black shirt over my tank top and sighed. The sleeves itched, and heat engulfed my arms from the sweltering thickness of the fabric. I eyed some of the ridiculous ruffles
and ripped a few off. Then I ripped the sleeves at my elbows. Messy, but much more breathable. "Okay, it's safe," I said. Oliver bounded toward me in an off-white shirt, though he still wore his brown uniform pants and boots. The top button of his shirt was open, revealing a chiseled stretch of skin spotted with chest hair that made my stomach roil. He stood in front of me, crossing his arms over his chest. His eyes drifted up and down my body, assessing me. A slow smile spread across his lips.
Much better.
He frowned at the black fabric on the ground.
What happened?
"Let's just say I got in a demon fight and this awful shirt ripped in a few places," I said in a monotone.
A real tragedy.
Oliver snorted and inserted a few fingers into my mane of curls. My scalp tingled from his touch, and he withdrew a short twig. His brows furrowed, but his eyes danced with amusement.
Did you sleep in a tree?
The time travel spell didn't send me to a very convenient location, as you well remember. Oliver laughed and flicked the twig off his hand.
Oh, I remember.
I tried to shove my hands in my pockets, only to find I didn't have pockets. "So where to now?"
"Nowhere. We stay here."
I squinted at him. "What about the mission? How are we supposed to find the prisoners if we stay here?" Oliver stretched his arms wide.
"Look around, Desi. There's no way out of here unless you happen to be a teleporter. We're supposed to train until Howard or some other teleporter summons us."
"Howard's a teleporter? But he could, walk through walls." Oliver raised an eyebrow.
Have you not met a teleporter before?
I put my hands on my hips. "For your information, my boyfriend is a teleporter, so yes, I have." Oliver cocked his head and looked at me in confusion.
"Boyfriend?"
I groaned. Curse this stupid time period. "What do you call someone you see for romantic purposes?"
"Oh, a suitor?"
"Lilith, no."
"Then what?"
Heat crept up my throat as I waved my hands vaguely. "He is someone who is romantically interested in me and to whom I have a casual attachment."
"A casual attachment?"
Oliver laughed and ran a hand through his short, sandy hair.
"What's the purpose of that?"
"In my time, courtship is a little less strict. More for enjoyment than for marriage." I suppressed a shudder at the thought of marrying Jose. Oliver's eyebrows flew sky high.
"Well then, so you have a boyfriend? That sounds like a very pointed hint."
My cheeks burned, and I self-consciously rubbed my nose. Why did I bring this up? No, I didn't mean, Sorry, I finished lamely. The corner of Oliver's mouth quirked upward in a smug half-grin.
"I didn't give you the wrong impression, did I?"
The blush in my cheeks deepened, and I knew my whole face was red. I glared at him. "Of course not. Besides, it's pretty clear to me that you and Elena are..." I trailed off uncertainly. Oliver smirked and crossed his arms over his chest.
"Are what?"
I blew air through my lips. "Courting." Oliver chuckled and dropped his head, his shoulders shaking.
"No."
My heart fluttered. "No what?"
"No, Elena and I are not courting."
Oh. Why did I feel relieved? Silence. Painful, awkward silence. Well, awkward for me. Oliver still stared at me, his eyes laughing, and that stupid smirk still plastered on his face. He was enjoying this.
"So, the council, huh?" I said, rubbing my nose. Oliver's smile vanished.
What?
I waved a hand at him. "You're on the council?" Oliver rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes darting away from me.
Yes, I am.
"That must be nice." Oliver raised an eyebrow.
And what do you know about it? You're not on the council.
"How do you know I'm not? In my time." Oliver laughed and cocked his head at me.
Women don't serve on the council.
I stiffened. "What? Why not?" Oliver's brow furrowed, his eyes widening like I was crazy.
They just don't. They don't hold any government positions either. It's just how it is, Desi.
I blinked. "That's ridiculous. Alba's the leader of your coven."
Yes, because of her connections to the community and the Santeria priestesses. But there's no way the council would leave the lives of thousands of witches and warlocks in her hands. That would be like a woman becoming a surgeon or a soldier. Women just don't hold that kind of responsibility.
I scoffed and raised my eyebrows, my blood boiling. "Really?" I said icily. Oliver's smile faded and his face slackened, as if he'd just realized what an asshole he was being. A loud crash echoed in the cave as an enormous shape collided with the pile of weapons. Fear pressed in on me, suffocating me, as my wide eyes fixed on the massive shape. My hands felt glued to my sides. I was powerless, just like with the vampires. The shape groaned and shifted. Various weapons fell from its body as it disentangled itself from the mess. It was a large creature, as tall as a bus, with thick, knotted black hair that fell below its shoulders. Its mud-colored skin was rough and bumpy. Sharp, filthy claws extended from its huge, scarred hands. Long tusks protruded from its mouth, and the snout on its face reminded me of a warthog. Its animal eyes narrowed at us.
"Humans,"
it grunted with distaste. My mouth became very small as I exchanged a quick look with Oliver. His startled expression melted quickly into a smile as he raised a hand to the creature.
"Hello, actually, we're second-tier demons."
The creature blinked slowly.
"Human,"
it insisted.
"We practice dark magic,"
Oliver said,
"which technically makes us demons."
An unintelligible grunt expelled from the creature's mouth. It cracked its meaty knuckles and waved a large gray hand forward.
"Fight."
Oliver's face slackened in surprise.
"Fight you?"
"Fight," the creature said again, its tone angrier. "Fight." Oliver glanced at the pile of weapons, but the creature stretched its hand, palm out, to stop him.
"No weapon."
Oliver's throat bobbed as he swallowed. Then his easy expression returned.
"All right."
He raised his fists. The creature lumbered forward and punched Oliver in the stomach. I shrieked and covered my mouth as Oliver stumbled backward several feet. Just before a sharp stalagmite impaled him, a gust of wind engulfed him, slowing his momentum and landing him gently on his feet. Oliver lowered his hands and the wind vanished. Breathing heavily, he rubbed his stomach and coughed several times. He doubled over and made several nasty gagging sounds before straightening.
"Again,"
the creature grunted. Oliver took a few deep breaths, his jaw tensing with determination, and he nodded. The creature lumbered forward again, but Oliver ducked to dodge the blow. Fire burst from his fingertips and engulfed the creature, but this didn't deter it. The demon stepped through the flames without flinching. My eyes rounded as I stared at the creature's tough, leather-like skin. It's immune, I realized. Oliver realized this too, only too late. The creature swiped its huge arm into Oliver, who tumbled, rolling against the rocky ground and sliding against a misshapen boulder. "Hey!" I roared angrily, raising my hands. I pushed at the monster, but it lifted a huge hand and absorbed the momentum of my magic. I pushed again, harder, and grunted from the effort. It was like wading upstream or trudging through molasses. I couldn't get past the creature's thick, dense skin. I pushed again and again until the creature lumbered toward me. My efforts were useless, and then it stood right in front of me, at least 2 feet above me in height. Its putrid breath blew the stray hairs around my face, and I resisted the urge to quiver with fear. It pushed a clawed hand against my shoulder and shoved me. I yelped and fell hard on my backside. The creature's gaze bore down on me, and I shrank under its scrutiny.
"Stay,"
the creature grunted.
"Beat me, then go."
It slammed a fist against the cavern wall. The rocky surface shimmered into liquid. The creature stepped through and vanished. Chapter 10. I hurried to Oliver's side. A trail of blood lined one side of his face, and gravel fragments stuck to his neck and cheek. He coughed and sputtered as I helped him to his feet. "What the frack was that thing?" I asked, brushing dirt and rocks off his clothes.
"A troll,"
Oliver croaked before coughing again.
"He must be some sort of guard. We can't leave until we beat him."
He raised a hand to his head and flinched. He spread his fingers wide. Water surrounded his hand, dripping onto my shoes as he held it to his injury. "Ah," he said, his eyes closing with relief. "What do we do now?" I asked, biting my lip. Oliver dropped his hand.
"We train."
I raised an eyebrow. "We?" Oliver laughed, but it sounded more like a hoarse wheeze.
"If either one of us beats the troll, we can leave. That includes you."
I squinted at him and cocked my head. "Even though I'm a woman?" Oliver glanced at me, then did a double take.
What?
"You said yourself women can't handle responsibility. Maybe I can't handle this." Oliver gaped at me.
"Desi, that's not what I meant."
"Women are people too, just as much as men are."
"I know that."
"Then let me clue you in on something," I said, my voice rising as I jabbed a finger at him. "In my time, women are more than just property. They can become soldiers, and surgeons and government officials. So let go of this backwards idea that women aren't capable of the same things men are." Oliver blinked, his eyes wide. Silence fell between us. I dropped my gaze from his, rubbing my arms. Chagrin washed over me, and I realized I'd lost my temper with him. This was 1898. Of course he'd be thinking this way. Sorry. You're right. We should be focusing on—
"No,"
he said quietly.
"I'm sorry. I had no idea."
He broke off and exhaled.
"I'm sorry, Desi. That was a cruel thing for me to say. And I do respect you. I didn't mean to make you think otherwise."
I swallowed and nodded, still not meeting his eyes. "Thanks." Oliver grunted as he climbed to his feet.
You're welcome. Now, let's train.
I shook my head. You're injured. Oliver stretched until his back cracked.
I'm fine,
he said, waving a hand. I crossed my arms and raised my eyebrows. Oliver's eyes bore into mine.
Unless you're afraid I'll beat you.
My head reared back. What? Of course not. Oliver leaned closer to me, his grassy gunpowder smell making me dizzy.
Prove it.
I counted several small freckles on his nose. Heat rushed to my cheeks. I cleared my throat and looked away from his gaze. All right, you want to train? Let's train. Oliver's lips twitched, and he nodded toward the pile of weapons.
Choose one. Let's see how you do.
We approached the weapons and sifted through them. I tossed aside a few horrifying weapons with spikes and chains until I gasped. The athame! I raised the small blade Manuel had given me and stared at the runes. They were identical to the ones I remembered. Grinning, I held the athame up for Oliver to see. His eyes widened in surprise, and he laughed.
Excellent. Let's work with that.
He jerked his head toward the middle of the cave. Where's your weapon?
I don't need one.
I raised an eyebrow.
Really?
Oliver fixed a flat look at me, his eyebrows lowering. He raised a hand, and a strong gust of wind sucked the athame from my grip and whisked it into Oliver's palm. I scowled. I wasn't ready.
Demons won't care if you're ready.
I thrust my palms out and pushed Oliver so that he fell over, the athame falling from his grip and clattering to the ground. Oliver yelped and rolled until he landed on his feet. He popped back up, a wicked grin on his face. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized me, like a hunter eyeing his prey. I swiped the athame from the floor and wiggled it suggestively. Come and get it. Determination flooded his eyes, and he spun a finger in the air, creating a small cyclone of wind that blew against my face, tussling my hair and blowing my curls in my face. The wind intensified, stinging my eyes until I had to shut them. Oliver's familiar grass and gunpowder scent tickled my nose, and I shot my arm out and pushed blindly. He shouted in surprise, or pain? I couldn't tell. A loud thump rang through the cavern, and the wind died. I blinked rapidly and glanced around for Oliver. I had pushed him into the cave wall. His limp form lay next to the pile of clothes. Frack, I whispered and hurried to his side. He groaned as I rolled him off his stomach. Oliver, can you hear me? A low, throaty chuckle resonated from his throat.
Well done.
I winced. I'm sorry. I pulled on his massive arm until he rose to a sitting position.
You know,
Oliver said after a short cough,
you would benefit more if you spread your momentum through your body, instead of funneling it through your hands. Sure, it's a powerful burst of magic, but you'll have more control if you feel the magic through your whole body.
He reminded me of Kismet. I nodded. I know, I'm not well trained.
Because you don't want any part of it?
Oliver raised an eyebrow and looked at me shrewdly. I swallowed as I remembered our conversation earlier, when I'd shown a part of myself I didn't want him to see. Maybe, I mumbled.
Well, you don't have that choice here. We're outnumbered, and we need you. So, let's try it again.
He grunted as he stumbled to his feet. I held his shoulders steady and grimaced. Are you sure? I touched a spot of blood on his forehead. Frowning, he lifted a hand to his injury, and our fingers touched. Electricity buzzed through me, and I yanked my hand away as if I'd been burned.
It's not that bad,
Oliver said with a half shrug.
If I'm still conscious, then I'm still fit to train.
He grinned again and beckoned me forward with the wave of his hand.
Let's go.
Oliver and I trained for a few hours until my arms and legs ached and sweat coated my forehead and neck. I'd practiced what Kismet had taught me about using all of my body to channel magic, but it exhausted me quicker. I'd managed to push Oliver in circles around the cavern without dropping him or bumping him into any walls, but I'd almost passed out afterward from the energy it required. To give my magical muscles a break, Oliver insisted we work on hand-to-hand combat, assuring me that if I had better coordination in a physical fight, it would improve my skills in a magical fight as well. He taught me to punch, parry, feint, and deflect blows. He often bested me as we sparred, but that same wild grin returned every time he insisted we go again. At long last, I raised a hand as labored breaths ripped through my chest. "That's enough," I wheezed, doubling over as the exhaustion overwhelmed me. "I need a break." Oliver chuckled. He hadn't even broken a sweat.
You're getting better.
I laughed as I bent at the waist and touched my toes. My legs wobbled from the strain. Don't lie to me. Nobody can improve in just one training session.
Oh, that wasn't a training session. That was just a warm-up.
I straightened, eyes wide and eyebrows raised. Seriously?
You think you can beat that troll by sparring? No, that was just to wake up your instincts a bit. We've only just begun.
I groaned. Oliver, you'll get yourself killed at this rate. I'm surprised you haven't lost a limb from all your injuries. Oliver flashed his teeth at me in a daring smile that made my stomach churn.
I suppose I'm lucky.
I wouldn't say that, I muttered, bending over again to do downward-facing dog. My fingers pressed into the gravel, and my legs straightened behind me. Oliver cocked his head at me. Even from upside down, I could easily read the bewilderment on his face.
"What are you doing?"
he asked. "It's a yoga stretch."
Yoga?
Yeah, it's soothing. Helps my body feel less restless. I stood again, inhaling and exhaling evenly. Then I wiggled my fingers, feeling the familiar buzz of my magic. All right, I'm ready.
The trick with trolls is that they're slow,
Oliver said.
Use your speed to your advantage. My mistake was my hesitation. I was surprised by how my abilities didn't affect him. We need to work on our reaction time so we can hit him again and again without faltering.
I nodded, jogging in place. Okay, tell me what to do.
I'm going to shoot several elements toward you, deflect them, and hit me with your powers without hesitating.
Got it. Oliver walked backward until he was on the opposite side of the cavern. He raised his palms.
Remember, don't hesitate.
I nodded again and raised my own hands, my muscles tensing with anticipation. A ball of flame flew toward me. I pushed it to the side as a jet of water splashed into my face. I sputtered and coughed. A gust of wind knocked me back a step. I raised my hands blindly and pushed. The sound of rocks smashing and crumbling met my ears.
Focus,
Oliver shouted over the wind.
Use your whole body.
I took several breaths and searched inward for the flow of magic. It thrummed and hummed within me, like electricity. My fingers twitched from the energy. The current flowed faster and faster, the river of magic inside me quickening and intensifying. I raised my hands and opened my eyes. With careful, calculated movements, I swept my arms from side to side. The wind followed the motion, creating a clear space through which I could see Oliver. I held my left hand out to the side, and the wind followed and stayed put. With my right hand, I pushed until Oliver fell flat on his bottom. "Oof," he said as he thumped backward. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open. The wind around us died. I dropped my hands and burst out laughing at the look of shock on his face. Oliver shook his head, wiping the surprise off his expression, and grinned at me. His eyes alight with excitement, he jumped to his feet and closed the gap between us in a few long strides. "Desi, that was fantastic," he said, spreading his arms wide. "You had perfect control that time." He grabbed my waist and lifted me a few feet in the air, spinning me around. I shrieked in surprise, clutching his shoulders for support. Oliver set me down and chuckled. I wavered dizzily and wiggled my arms and legs to ground myself again. Hysterical giggles burst through me, and I bounced on the balls of my feet. My hands had controlled Oliver's elements. I'd never had control over that kind of magic before. It was thrilling, exhilarating, empowering. I wanted more. "Let's go again," I urged. Oliver's eyebrows lifted. He opened his mouth to respond, but a loud grunt interrupted him. The cave wall next to us rippled, and the troll reemerged. Its dark, animal-like eyes pierced through both of us, and it scratched its arm with a hand larger than Oliver's head. "Fight," the troll growled. Oliver and I glanced at each other. The excited grins vanished from our faces. A question shone in his green eyes, and I nodded in response. My fingers twitched, the electricity of my magic igniting within me again. Oliver clapped his hands in front of him and wiggled his shoulders, spreading his feet apart. His eyes narrowed with determination, his jaw hardening. He spun his hands in wide circles, creating a small funnel cloud that grew bigger and faster. The wind whipped at my face, and I raised my hands. My eyes closed briefly to regain the clarity from before. Magic thrummed through my body from the tips of my fingers and toes to the top of my scalp. Oliver flung a ball of fire at the troll, who didn't even bother dodging it. Its body absorbed the flames as if swallowing them whole. It glared and stomped toward Oliver. Oliver cut a glance at me before shooting jets of water at the troll. Undeterred, the troll raised a gnarled hand and deflected the water so that it could continue lumbering toward him. Fear flickered in Oliver's eyes as the troll drew nearer. When the troll was only a few feet away, I raised my hands. Instead of thrusting them forward with a short burst of power, I gently flexed my fingers. Oliver's funnel cloud parted, creating a small opening for me to see through. With one hand, I held the wind steady. With the other, I stretched my hand forward and clenched my fingers into a firm fist. The troll froze and grunted in surprise. Its huge head whipped back and forth, its thick, rope-like hair swinging around its head. Its dark eyes found me, and its angry gaze dug into me. A small smile tugged at my lips. I swept my hand around, and the troll floated, following my movements. Its arms and legs flailed like a child, and I swallowed back a laugh. My hand shook from the effort of pushing something so heavy. Faster, Desi, I coaxed myself, but not too fast. Maintain control. My hand cut through the air a bit faster and trembled as the troll's floating body followed the motion. I flung the demon back and forth until its eyes shut, perhaps from dizziness or nausea. Then, with a shout, I swiped my hand to the side, slamming the troll against the cave wall. The ground and ceiling rumbled, and small rocks trickled from the impact. Exhausted, my arms fell limply by my side, and I stumbled backward. My vision darkened. Ripples of vertigo shook me. I raised a hand to my head to steady myself. Blinking several times, I squinted at the troll. Oliver stood over the creature. The troll groaned weakly and shifted its arms as it tried to rise. Oliver raised his hand and flexed his fingers. The veins and tendons in his arm popped out as he clenched his fingers into a tight fist. The cave quaked again. More rocks tumbled from the ceiling and walls. His face red from exertion, Oliver pulled his fist against his chest, his arm trembling. With a deafening crash, a huge, misshapen boulder burst from the cave wall, creating a large crater. Sweat dripped down Oliver's face as he pulled the boulder forward and rested it carefully against the troll's chest. A feeble wheeze escaped the troll's mouth as it clawed helplessly at the boulder.
"Do you yield?"
Oliver growled. His voice cracked, but the fire in his eyes and the set to his jaw cast a fearsome, dangerous shadow on his face. The troll's massive head jerked up and down in a nod. Oliver flicked his hand, and the boulder rolled off the troll. Knees buckling, Oliver dropped to the ground on all fours, panting as if he'd run a marathon. My vision cleared, and with slow and steady steps, I crossed the cave to Oliver and the troll, both of whom seemed too weak to rise. I leaned against the cave wall and eyed the massive cavity Oliver had created. Too bad it didn't open up a passage or something, I thought. I glanced at Oliver, who was still choking on his breaths and knew he wasn't strong enough to bust through the cave wall and get us out. Hopefully the troll would allow us to leave the training ring, given we'd just bested him. I approached Oliver and hefted up one of his arms. He pulled on me, and I tried not to sag under his weight. His shoulder touched mine as he leaned against me for support. The musk from his sweat and scent flooded my nose. My cheeks burned and my stomach coiled. But I held onto Oliver's arm despite the trail of fire that lingered where his skin touched mine.
"May we leave?"
Oliver said through heavy breaths. The troll moaned and slowly rolled over. Climbing to its feet, it exhaled through its nostrils and stared at us with dark, impassive eyes. It jerked its head forward in a stiff nod, like it didn't want to admit we won. Sore loser, I thought.
"We need rest,"
Oliver said, cutting a glance at me.
"And supplies."
In other words, we need an excuse to stay underground and search for the prisoners, I thought. The troll nodded again. Its shoulders lifted and sagged with each heavy breath. It pounded a fist against the cave wall, and a tall, gaunt man with a long black cloak stepped through the wall. A pair of deep red eyes appraised the troll and then fixed on us. His long, sallow fingers were clasped behind his back. I suppressed a shudder. Oliver's arm wound around my shoulder and warmth spread through my body.
"They leave,"
the troll grunted, gesturing to us with a meaty hand.
"Rest."
The man inclined his head and politely stretched his hand toward the cave wall he'd stepped through. Anxiety rose in my throat, but I helped Oliver to the wall. The surface rippled, and we slid through. Chapter 11. Rocky walls pressed in on me. I shifted through like it was a curtain, but it smothered me. I couldn't breathe, as if someone held a pillow to my face. Fresh air engulfed me, and I gasped. Staggering forward, I reached blindly for Oliver. His warm hand pressed into mine.
"I've got you,"
he murmured. I nodded and opened my eyes. The demon who had teleported us stood in front of a narrow passageway lit by lanterns, similar to the path we'd traveled with the vampires.
"Do you have lodging?"
the man asked, his voice a whisper that made my skin prickle. Oliver's eyes slid to mine and back to the demon's.
"No, we're from America."
Well, that wasn't exactly a lie. The man nodded and blinked slowly, his red eyes disarming. My breath shook as I inhaled deeply to steady my nerves. He stretched a long, narrow arm to gesture down the tunnel.
"Rooms, nourishment, and supplies."
His eyes fixed on Oliver and then me.
"Push into the wall when you're ready to be transported above ground."
My mouth opened in confusion, but before I could ask for clarification, the demon stepped through the wall and vanished. Oliver and I glanced at each other. Moans, howls, and growls echoed from the tunnel in front of us. I instinctively drew closer to Oliver. "Well, I suppose we should try to find an unoccupied room," I said with a nervous chuckle. My trembling voice betrayed my fear. Oliver offered a half smile and extended his elbow. I looped my arm through his as if he were escorting me to a ball and not through the pits of hell. Several smaller passages extended from the tunnel, like doors along a hallway. As we approached the first one, several large gulping and slurping noises elicited a shudder from me. Vampires. Against my better judgment, I peered into the space as we passed it. Half a dozen vampires were crowded around a motionless figure whose skin was white as paper. Blood pooled around them, and the vampires only lifted their heads to gasp for air, their mouths and fangs glowing a deep red. My fingernails dug into Oliver's arm, and I froze.
"We can't save him,"
Oliver whispered.
"He's probably already dead."
He urged me forward. My hand quivered, and he clutched it firmly. "You said something about donors," I muttered. "With the vampires from earlier. What did you mean?"
Most vampires belong to a coven supported by blood donors, willing mortals who offer up their blood in exchange for a blood pact with the vampires.
A blood pact?
An agreement or truce with the vampires. The vampires agree not to kill the donors receive protection and vampire blood in return, which makes them stronger.
Won't that turn them?
Only after they die, and only if they receive a concentrated dosage. If it's spread out over time, their own blood will flush out the venom.
We passed another room filled with feasting vampires, and this time I looked away, my expression fixed firmly ahead. The noises of the vampires' gulping blood roared in my ears. "Why aren't these vampires in a coven?" I asked.
"That's what's so puzzling about it,"
Oliver said.
"I don't know. Most vampires don't have a problem coexisting with us and keeping to themselves, as long as their coven is left alone. It's like an unofficial peace treaty. But these vampires, El Diablo, there's a bigger scheme going on here.
Vampires would only leave their coven if they were promised something far greater than stability and protection.
The next tunnel appendage opened up into a small empty cavern about the size of a janitor's closet. Oliver escorted me inside. Darkness engulfed us. Light flickered feebly from the tunnel we just left, but inside the cave room, it was hard to see even my own hand in front of me. A chill hissed across my body. "Cozy," I said.
You're doing it again.
"What?"
Being chipper so you'll feel less afraid.
I didn't answer. We stood there awkwardly for a full minute. I tried to ignore the wailing and gulping that still resonated in the tunnel. Something dark and sinister haunted me when I focused on the sounds of demons feasting. I swallowed, trying not to think of my parents. My eyes adjusted to the darkness and drifted across the room. Literally nothing was in here. No bed, no chair, nothing. "Nice accommodations," I muttered. Oliver chuckled next to my ear. More silence. I breathed heavily, trying to drown out the sickening noises of the demons in the other rooms.
Would you like some privacy?
Oliver asked quietly.
I can.
"Don't you dare leave me," I said through clenched teeth. Oliver fell silent. His hand pressed against mine as if reassuring me.
Very well. I'll stay here.
Silence again. My body was frozen. I just stood there, my limbs numb from horror.
"Shall we sit?"
Oliver asked. I nodded weakly. He gently tugged on my arm, leading me to the back corner of the small cavern. Our arms still linked, we slid to the rocky floor and leaned our backs against the wall. The bumpy rock behind me was cold and unyielding. I definitely wouldn't be sleeping tonight. "What's the plan now?" I asked.
We rest. Our powers are useless if we're too weak to use them. Then we summon that teleporter and request an audience with El Diablo's prisoners.
Sure. Easy peasy. Several minutes passed. I shut my eyes against the awful noises until I finally said, "I can't take it anymore." I jumped to my feet and touched my toes. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I stretched further, sliding into downward-facing dog. Then I straightened and struggled to lift my leg high in the air, but my stupid skirt wouldn't budge. Cursing, I dropped my leg and ripped a long slit on either side of my skirt.
"What are you doing?"
Oliver hissed. I ignored him and lifted each leg, grasping the toes of my shoes and closing my eyes. Spinning on my toe, I began my routine. For a moment, I heard nothing but the crunch of gravel under my feet as I moved and twirled. Then the sweeping, soothing music of Tchaikovsky rang in my ears, as if I had my CD player on full blast at home. My body twisted and turned. My sore muscles and suffocating clothes made me a little sloppy, but I pressed forward, my arms and legs flowing like a smooth current. The movements washed over me, cleansing me from all fear, all emotion. I was nothing but the dance. A pirouette, a sideways leap, ending with a grand jeté. I finished in 5th position, my arm raised midair. My chest rose and fell with heavy breaths, but they came easily, no trembling, no fear. I swept my curls out of my face and wiped sweat from my brow. "Wow," Oliver whispered. I blinked. I'd forgotten he was in the room. I stepped toward him and sank to the ground, leaning my head against the wall next to him. "Dancing is how I cope," I panted.
I could tell,
Oliver said softly.
You just seemed so free, untethered, unrestrained. It was beautiful.
I smiled. "Thanks."
You know, for someone who isn't a fighter, you certainly are agile.
My brow furrowed as I looked at him. His eyes glinted. "What?" I said.
I mean to say, you're fit. You have finesse.
I cocked my head and smirked at him. "I didn't give you the wrong impression earlier, did I? Because I'm not interested." Oliver bumped my shoulder with his, and I laughed.
I mean to say, he said, clearing his throat, that your abilities are impressive, and you don't need to be an expert in hand-to-hand combat to use that to your advantage.
I frowned. "Use ballet to my advantage? Against demons?" Oliver chuckled.
If we live through this, I'll show you.
If we live through this. I tried to keep my fear at bay, but it clawed its way back to the surface of my mind. I never thought my first night alone with a man would be in a place that only exists in my nightmares. Oliver shifted next to me. He ran a hand through his hair and laughed, but it sounded hollow.
First night alone with a man?
I shrugged one shoulder. "Yeah." Oliver scratched his nose.
Well, that's not what this is. Not at all.
I snorted. "I know that. Don't worry. I won't spread heinous lies about your reputation or anything. I just think it's funny."
No, you don't,
Oliver said quietly. "What?"
You don't think it's funny. You're just using it as a shield.
"Stop doing that," I said, as irritation prickled through me.
Doing what?
"Diagnosing me."
All right, I will,
Oliver said, crossing his arms.
If you tell me why you do it. Why you make jokes when you're afraid.
I swallowed. "For the same reason I dance. It's how I cope."
You never talk about it?
Oliver asked. I remained silent. "No, I never talk about it. Never. Because I'll feel too much if I do." When my parents died, I drowned in grief until Kismet advised I find an outlet. So I pursued dance, and it had become my crutch ever since. But no way was I diving into my orphan sob story. For once, my parents' death wasn't a central topic of discussion. Although we were surrounded by demons and danger, it was somewhat of a relief to not be pitied or judged for who my parents were and what I'd lost. "No," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's too dangerous for me. It's safer to shield myself and carry on with my emotions locked up. Otherwise, I might not carry on at all." Silence pressed in on us. The disturbing demon sounds grated against my ears again. I closed my eyes and asked, "Tell me about your life. You're half Cuban, right?"
Yes, my mother was Alba's cousin.
My breath hitched. "Was?"
She died a few years after I was born. I was sent to live with a distant relative in America named Lily Garrick. I called her Aunt Lily. She wasn't exactly my aunt, but it was the easiest way to refer to her.
I opened my mouth to say I was sorry about his mother, but I remembered that was exactly what I hated when people heard my story. I clamped my mouth shut.
I never knew my father,
Oliver went on.
All Aunt Lily told me was that he was American and that he wasn't a good man.
I dropped my gaze to my ripped and dirty skirt. He's an orphan, too. But the way Elena and Alba and everyone treated him, I never would have guessed his life had been tainted by such sorrow. A lump lodged in my throat, and heat stung my eyes. I lost my parents, too, I muttered. 5 years ago. I wasn't planning on telling him that. The words just spilled from my mouth. Oliver was silent. I imagined he was deliberating how to respond, just as I had. At long last, he said, "It's just ratty, isn't it?" My brow furrowed and I wrinkled my nose. Ratty?
Unfair? Miserable? You don't use that word in your time?
I snorted. No, we say, "That sucks."
Oh.
He paused.
That sucks.
He said it slowly, like he was testing the words on his tongue. I dropped my head and laughed. Several of my tangled curls fell against my cheeks, but I was too tired to care. Oliver's eyes found mine. His eyes crinkled and his eyebrows lifted. Our gazes held with amusement, but also with solidarity. Right now, we were one and the same. We didn't pity each other. We didn't ask questions, but we understood.
You were incredible against that troll,
Oliver said in a deep, throaty voice, his eyes still locked onto mine. I couldn't look away from him. His eyes held me there, freezing me in place. I wasn't sure if I wanted to look away, but some innate instinct within me wanted me to squirm or shift or wriggle free, away from his scrutiny. But I didn't. "You were too," I whispered. Oliver leaned forward and my breath caught in my throat. His fingers grasped a stray lock of my hair and gently pulled it taut. He let go, and it sprang back like a coil. His lips quirked up in a smoldering smile.
"Your hair is beautiful,"
he murmured. My face on fire, I forced a chuckle. I was going for casual, but it sounded more like a hysterical gurgle. "It's a mess. It's way more humid here than in North Grove." Oliver tucked my loose curls behind my ear. My skin burned where he touched me.
"Where's that?"
"Wisconsin." Why did my voice have to tremble? Oliver's eyebrows shot up, and he laughed.
"Yes, that is quite different from the climate here."
I nodded and leaned my head against the cave wall. I shifted my gaze to the rocky ceiling as exhaustion settled within me down to my bones. The heat from Oliver's proximity still swarmed around me, but my fatigue was undeniable. Even my sweaty palms and racing heart couldn't keep me lucid for very long.
"You can lean against me if you want,"
Oliver said softly. Butterflies raced through my stomach. I swallowed. "Thanks." Very slowly, I lowered my head until it rested on his shoulder. Even though he wore a different shirt, he still smelled like grass and gunpowder. The scent calmed me, lulling my eyes closed. Chapter 12. I startled awake. Disoriented, I glanced around the cave. Being underground erased all sense of time, and it unsettled me. I shifted against the ground. My legs were stiff, and my butt was asleep. Then I noticed Oliver next to me, and I stilled. His deep breaths blew against my cheek. His head rested against the cave wall, and his expression was relaxed and peaceful, unaware of our dangerous predicament. "No, por favor, libérame, te lo ruego." A frightened voice echoed from the tunnel. I stiffened, and Oliver's head jerked, his eyes opening in alarm. He glanced at me as his eyes sharpened with clarity. The frantic voice rang out again. Por favor, no me lastimes, no me lastimes. Oliver jumped to his feet. I followed suit, but my legs were sluggish and unresponsive. I teetered, and Oliver caught me by the shoulders. Together we crept toward the main tunnel and peered around the corner. 2 vampires pulled a woman by her arms, dragging her toward one of the cave rooms. Like the santera from the restaurant, this woman was dressed in all white, though her dress was stained with dirt and blood. Panic rose in my throat as we watched the vampires shove the santera into the room. That's the same room, I whispered.
Yes,
Oliver muttered grimly. The same room the vampires had feasted in earlier. The santera screamed, a shrill sound that pierced the air. My vision clouded, and I saw my parents' faces, heard their screams, felt the agony of their deaths. The santera cried out in Spanish again, breaking through my painful fog. My chest heaved with panicked breaths. I blinked and shook my head, looking at Oliver's stony expression. We have to stop them, I whispered, my hands shaking. She's alive, and if I let her die, it'll be like my parents dying all over again. Oliver's lips pressed together, his jaw hardening. His fierce gaze fixed on me. Determination and anger blazed in his eyes, and he nodded. Reaching into his back pocket, he handed me the sheathed athame. I blinked at him. When had he grabbed this? He widened his eyes meaningfully. I drew the weapon and handed him the sheath, which he pocketed. We snuck down the hall, our footsteps light and soft. Loud scuffling and shrieking echoed from the room with the vampires. I couldn't tell what the woman was saying, but I knew she was pleading, begging for her life. My heart raced and my palms sweat. I have to save her. I took a deep breath. After sharing a glance with Oliver, I darted into the room and froze. 3 santeros lay on the ground, all unconscious except the woman we'd seen earlier. Blood oozed on the floor as 2 vampires feasted on their blood. Lilith, I swore in a whisper. The vampires raised their heads, and I gasped. One was male, his mop of black hair hanging limply over a sickly pale forehead. But the other was female. Her dark, venomous eyes bore into mine, her long, curly hair falling forward across her chest. Both their mouths were covered in blood that dripped and stained the santeros' white clothes. The demons hissed at us, but the conscious santera struggled even harder against her captor. Por favor, sálvame, she begged, her brown eyes frantic as she glanced from me to Oliver. The male vampire tightened his hold on her wrist and bared his teeth at us.
This room's occupied,
he growled.
You need to leave.
I gripped the athame so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wanted to say something clever or heroic, but my mouth was frozen.
Release them,
Oliver said, his voice slow and deep. The vampire holding the santera stared at Oliver through narrowed eyes and cocked his head at him. He shoved the woman to the ground, and she collapsed by the other santeros. The male vampire strode toward Oliver, its keen eyes sparking with interest.
Who are you to command us? You are not El Diablo, so you have no authority here.
His eyes searched Oliver up and down, and then fixed on me.
You have no stakes, so you cannot kill us.
No,
but we can banish you,
Oliver said, his eyebrows lifting. My heart stopped. I can't banish a demon. I've never done it before. My sweaty hand gripped the athame even tighter as I feared it would fall from my shaking fingers. The vampire's lips curled into a smirk.
You can't banish me.
Silence passed between them. The vampire's smile faded. Oliver's eyes narrowed. Oliver raised his hands and shouted,
Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you till the end of time.
Blue orbs glowed from his hands and shot toward the vampire, whose eyes widened briefly before he was encompassed by Oliver's magic. It was the same ethereal glow that Kismet had used to banish the werewolf. The vampire screamed, a sickly animal sound that grated against my ears. He howled and thrashed until the blue glow intensified so much that I had to shut my eyes against it. The stench of burning flesh filled my nose, and I held my breath. The blinding light diminished, and the vampire was gone. The female vampire stopped drinking the Santero's blood, her furious eyes fixed on us. Slowly, she rose to her feet and approached us. The woman who'd screamed earlier didn't move, and her neck was covered in blood. Horror clenched my heart. No, she can't be dead. She's not dead yet. Oliver expelled heavy breaths next to me.
Your turn, Desi.
I swallowed. My limbs were frozen. I couldn't move. My eyes were glued to the predatory glare of the vampire as she drew closer. One of the Santeros twitched, then shifted, trying to rise. His eyes opened, and confusion washed over his pale face. Determination pumped my heart faster. My blood raced through my body. I gripped the athame firmly without trembling. A calm, warm breath of air coursed through me. I flung the athame into the vampire's chest and thrust out my palms to push her against the wall. She hissed in agony and jerked the dagger from her chest as it glowed red with her blood. Her fangs bared. She stepped toward me, but I raised my hands again. Magic flowed through me. I sensed it in every part of my body, and it hummed with energy. Copying Oliver's words, I chanted, Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you till the end of time. My body jerked forward like I was on a roller coaster. Heat seared my palms, but I held them steady. Electric blue light surrounded my hands and my entire body, shooting forward like a laser until it obliterated the vampire. Her scream echoed through the tunnel. Frack, I thought, glancing at Oliver as his eyes widened in alarm. Others will hear that. Oliver swiped the bloody athame from the ground and wiped it on his pants before pocketing it. His eyes swept over the Santeros, who were stirring and trying to sit up.
I have an idea,
he muttered. He jerked his head toward the Santeros, and I followed him as he crouched to help them rise.
Can you stand?
Oliver asked them. When they nodded feebly, I realized he had probably spoken Spanish to them. The translation charm had just translated it for me. Oliver knelt to the ground and dipped 2 fingers into a puddle of blood. He swiped his fingers across his chin, making 2 small dribble marks. He took a step closer to me, and I stiffened. What are you doing? I demanded.
Blending in.
Here. He stretched his fingers forward and dabbed my chin as well. The blood stank of rotting flesh and venom. I shivered. Oliver beckoned the Santeros forward.
Desi, grab her arm.
The Santera who'd screamed earlier stood in front of me, and I clutched her forearm. The other 2 Santeros stood in front of Oliver, and he grasped one of them by the elbow.
Now,
Follow my lead, Oliver said. He stretched his free hand forward, and his knuckles quivered as thick rocks spread from his fist, covering his whole hand like a huge mitten made of boulders. He slammed his giant rock fist against the cave wall. The ceiling shook, and dust and pebbles rained from the ceiling. The demon teleporter from earlier stepped through the wall, his red eyes widening at the sight of the santeros and the pool of blood before us.
We have prisoners for El Diablo,
Oliver said, gripping both santeros firmly.
They have information he seeks.
The demon's eyes narrowed and flitted over to me. I clenched my teeth, willing my hands not to shake as I clutched the arm of the santera in front of me. Slowly, the demon inclined his head. He pressed a pale hand to the rocky surface of the wall, and it shimmered. Oliver and I stepped through, taking the santeros with us. Granite, mildew, and dust pressed against my nose and mouth, smothering me. Then the foul scent of excrement and dead animals assaulted my nose. My eyes widened as we appeared in a dank and musty cavern, roughly the size of my bedroom. A single lantern hung from the ceiling, illuminating the dozen or so prisoners trapped inside. Some wore all white like the santeros with us. Others wore street clothes and sat slouched against the cavern wall. One woman stood gracefully on her feet, her hands clasped behind her back. She wore several beads, bracelets, and trinkets, as well as a colorful turban that covered her head. Stains of dirt and blood blossomed along her yellow dress, but her chin lifted and her eyes gleamed in defiance. This is a woman who won't be broken, I thought in awe.
Thank you,
Oliver said, releasing the santeros and turning to the demon. With a flash, Oliver rammed the athame into the demon's chest. My heart stopped, and I jerked backward in alarm. The demon groaned and slumped forward. The prisoners before us gasped and shifted. Those who were sitting suddenly bolted to their feet in alarm. The demon twitched and then went still, his blood pooling on the floor. Oliver looked at me.
Now, Desi.
The demon suddenly rose and grabbed Oliver's ankle, yanking him to the ground. Oliver grunted. The athame clattered to the ground. I lifted my arms and pushed against the demon. He flew backward against a sharp collection of stalagmites. The tendons of his neck stood out as he clenched his teeth and hissed at me, his red eyes ablaze. "Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you till the end of time." The foreign voice froze me, and I stared at the woman with the turban. Her hands glowed blue as they flexed toward the demon, who roared in fury. The blue magic engulfed him, and he vanished. My chest rose with heavy breaths. Oliver and I looked at each other, and then at the woman.
"Thank you,"
Oliver said again, quieter this time.
"Now, let's get you out of here. Do you all have magic?"
"Only I do. The rest are mortals." My throat went dry. Mortal prisoners? What does El Diablo want with mortals? Oliver took a deep breath and lifted his hands, his arms shaking and his teeth clenching from the effort. The walls quaked and pebbles and dirt crumbled from the ceiling. I ushered the prisoners toward the opposite wall, away from whatever Oliver was doing. Large chunks of rock fell away from the ceiling above Oliver. He groaned in pain, but kept his arms raised. More rocks tumbled, creating a large hole. Light filtered through the opening, and my heart jumped in my throat, my spirits lifting. Freedom! When the hole widened to about the size of a manhole, Oliver's arms dropped, and he doubled over, wheezing and choking. A trail of blood trickled from his nose, and his dazed eyes glanced around incoherently.
Loud, lumbering steps shook the tunnel walls. A feral grunt I knew too well launched me into action. I turned to the wall behind me just as the troll stepped through. Gritting my teeth, I pushed against him, thrusting him against the wall and freezing his body in place. My arms and legs quivered, and pain rippled through my body. Agony seared through me, draining me. I wouldn't be able to hold him for long. The troll's angry eyes flew from me to Oliver. With a roar, it slammed against my magic. Gasping, I flexed my fingers, holding him there. Black dots danced in front of my eyes, and I teetered. An arm caught me. I blinked, expecting to find Oliver next to me, but it was the Santera who'd begged for help. Blood still dripped from the puncture wounds on her neck, and her face had lost some of its color. Her eyes were kind, yet determined. She gripped my elbow and helped me stand. The remaining prisoners lifted an unsteady Oliver through the hole in the ceiling. Their shoulders shook as they hoisted him up. Luckily, Oliver was coherent enough to grab onto either side of the hole and help pull himself up the rest of the way. As Oliver scrambled through, I squinted up at the hole. Daylight filtered through, blinding me temporarily. A blue sky and searing heat waited on the other side. One by one, the prisoners climbed through to freedom, using shoulders and hands as footholds to reach the opening. Still holding the troll in place, I nodded at the Santera in front of me to urge her forward. She raised her hands, and another prisoner caught her by the wrists. She wriggled through the small hole and extended her arms toward me. I took several deep breaths. You can do this. You can do this. With a shout, I flung my arms to the side, and the troll collided with the wall. Then I sprinted toward the hole. I jumped and caught the arms of the Santera, which shook from my weight. The Santeros behind her grasped my elbows and began to pull me up. My fingers scrambled to grasp the rocky edges of the hole so I could climb the rest of the way on my own. The scent of flowers, weeds, and gunpowder beckoned me forward, a welcome change from the damp, putrid demon dungeon. Before I could get a firm grip, a large, meaty hand snatched my ankle. I shrieked and wiggled my legs, but the troll's grip was unyielding. He yanked me by the leg, his hand stronger than the two Santeros were. Fingernails scraped my arms in an effort to hold on, but it was useless. The troll was too strong. I fell backward, my arms flailing. My head knocked against the rocky ground, and my vision darkened. Agony pierced through my head, blinding me. The disgusting stench of troll was the last thing I remembered before I blacked out. Chapter 13. The stench of mildew and excrement filled my nose. I jerked awake. Loud chains rattled in my ears. I blinked at the surrounding darkness. Where am I? Resistance pulled at my wrists and ankles as I tried to move. My arms were spread eagle, attached to chains in the cave wall. My legs were chained as well. I struggled and thrashed against the restraints, but the metal wouldn't budge. Numbness paralyzed my arms from being elevated for so long, and I felt dizzy. I wiggled my fingers, but the familiar thrum of magic was gone. I felt naked and powerless. Searching inside myself, I called for the river of electricity, the empowering magic I was accustomed to. Nothing. Panic welled in my throat, and I resisted the urge to sob hysterically. Heavy, frantic breaths tore through me. I'm going to die here. I'm going to die. Hello? I shrieked. Is anyone there? Help! An explosion of fire appeared in front of me, searing my eyes. I shut them, but the orange heat still pierced through. I cracked my eyes open to just slits and found a figure engulfed in flames standing in front of me. "Oliver?" I whispered tentatively, but something told me it wasn't him. A low, deep laugh resonated around me, and I shuddered. The flames subsided to a calm glow, though they were still enough to obscure the figure from view. He was just a tall blob of orange. It would have been funny if I hadn't been afraid for my life. Behind the figure, I barely made out jagged graphite boulders and stalactites. A few unidentifiable shadows lingered just out of sight. More demons, no doubt. So we're still in the demon caves. My heart fell to my stomach. Even if Oliver tried to find me, he couldn't reach me without a teleporter. "Who are you?" I tried to sound brave, but my trembling voice betrayed me. The orange blob cocked its head at me.
"You don't know who I am? Well, I'm quite disappointed. I'd hoped my reputation had preceded me."
Icy fear trickled down my chest and pooled into my stomach, making me feel ill. "El Diablo," I said. The demon chuckled again.
"Quite right. It's an honor to meet you, Timecaster."
He dipped his head in a bow. "Timecaster? How did you—"
"Know you're from the future?"
His tone dripped with mockery.
"It's quite obvious. You don't quite blend in as much as you'd hope to."
Rattled breaths tore through my chest. "Please, just let me go."
"Unfortunately, I can't do that. You hold valuable information that I can't risk others obtaining."
What? What information?"
"Information about the future and traveling through time."
It was an accident. I don't know how to do it again, I swear."
"Where was your intended destination?"
I opened and closed my mouth, my lower lip trembling. My chest shook with my quick, shallow breaths.
"This will be much easier for you if you answer my questions."
El Diablo's voice was soft and dangerous as he crept closer to me. The flames of his body burned against my face. "You're just going to kill me anyway," I gritted my teeth, trying to sound braver than I felt.
"This is true," El Diablo said, "but I can kill you quickly or slowly. And from the looks of it, you don't have the stomach for what I've got planned for you."
Bile crept up my throat, and more dizziness clouded my thoughts. "Why?" I demanded, my throat burning. "Why can't you just let me go?" El Diablo sighed loudly.
"I wish I could, but your blood would give me more power than I could have gained from the Santeros or the other witches. Not just because of your magic, but because of your time."
He chuckled and shook his head.
"Imagine this gift falling into my lap. I really must thank you."
His smug condescension was getting on my nerves. My blood boiled, and my nostrils flared. "Keep your thanks," I growled, thrashing against the chains again and internally pleading for my magic to return. "Just get on with it." El Diablo raised a fiery hand to what I presumed was his chin.
"So eager for your own demise. Such a shame for someone so young. Care to reconsider my offer? A painless death in exchange for information."
I spit in his face, and my saliva sizzled when it hit the fire. "Go to hell." El Diablo threw back his head and roared with a laugh that made my skin crawl.
"Very fitting, given the monster that I am. Very well. If you had been compliant, I would have extinguished the flames and sucked your blood in my vampiric form. But since you prefer pain..."
He drew even closer, the heat from his body burning my skin. Sweat dripped down every inch of me. Soon he was mere inches from me, a faceless devil that would haunt me forever. Angry red eyes bore into mine. My skin seemed to melt under his glare. El Diablo lowered his head, and the flames seared my skin. I screamed. The smell of charred flesh stung my nose. Agony, painful, blistering agony blackened my throat and chin where the fire touched me. Then his fangs sank into the skin of my throat. Shock numbed my body against the pain as he drew large gulps of blood from my neck. He pulled back and moaned with pleasure. I crammed my eyes shut as revulsion rippled through me in waves of nausea. But then his fangs returned, and with it, the numbness. The longer he drank, the less I felt, and I had to admit it wasn't unpleasant. As the blood left my body, I lost awareness of my limbs and my mind. My head fell back dizzily, and lights danced in front of my eyes. I swayed, and the chains rattled. The noise startled El Diablo, and he withdrew. An insane part of me wished he hadn't. My blood sizzled as it dripped down his fiery chin. As soon as the heat from his body left, pain replaced it. My throat and chin and shoulders screamed in blinding anguish. My breaths came sharp and fast as tears rolled down my face, exacerbating the burns on my body.
"Delicious," he said huskily. "I almost couldn't pull away, but it would be too easy to finish you off now."
He swallowed audibly and smacked his lips.
"Now let's see how powerful you are."
He stepped away from me and raised a fiery palm toward me. An invisible grip pressed against my throat. Sharp needles of pain stabbed against my skin where he'd burned and bitten me. I screamed, my eyes filling with tears. My shrieks bounced off the cavern walls, reverberating in my ears over and over again. The grip released when El Diablo dropped his hand. He flexed his fingers and held his wrist, as if assessing this new ability. Then it dawned on me. He'd just pushed me. He'd just used my own power against me. Rattled breaths tore through me. Black spots hovered in my vision, and I willed for unconsciousness to take me, to envelop me, and hide me from this nightmare. Something shifted just behind El Diablo. I squinted, trying to see past the throbbing anguish that threatened to consume me. One of the demons behind El Diablo fidgeted. It was a woman. She had long blonde hair. I tilted my head, my eyes widening in shock. It couldn't be. She looked just like Kismet. My Kismet. Her face came in and out of focus, but it was definitely her. El Diablo chuckled and waved his fingers in front of his face.
"Incredible," he breathed.
Clearing his throat, he dropped his hand and drew closer to me. He bared his teeth. I was surprised I could make out his fangs amidst the blob of fire surrounding him.
"Now, tell me, who is the most powerful demon of your time?"
My arms and legs quivered. The pain in my body pulsed like it had its own heartbeat. Why do you care?" I croaked.
"Why do you think I imprisoned that priestess? The same reason I imprisoned you. You both know what is required to cast that spell. So, answer my question. What is the name of the demon who reigns in your time?"
I bit my lip to keep from sobbing. Instead, I just shook my head, my shoulders trembling with silent agony.
Very well,
El Diablo said.
again.
He drew closer to me. The burn of his nearness ripped into me, and tears cascaded down my face. A desperate sob broke through my throat. Flames licked my skin, charring my flesh. I screamed as his fangs tore through my neck again. An explosion shook the cave, rattling my chains and startling El Diablo away from me. Hot blood dripped down my neck, stinging my burns. My head swung to the side as my vision blurred. Light glowed in front of me, but it wasn't El Diablo. This light was blue. Chaotic noises erupted around me. Shouts, screams, growls. Was I hallucinating? I blinked incoherently as several figures came into view. Oliver, Alba, Ramon, Elena, and others I didn't recognize. Among the throng, the woman who looked like Kismet collapsed, and I didn't see her again. Kismet, wait, I thought, too weak to call out for her. Oliver's eyes found me, and he raised a hand toward the wall, bringing down my chains. As the chains crashed to the ground, my body tumbled, and I was too weak to stop it. Oliver caught me in his arms, and my vision darkened briefly.
Desi,
Oliver said, his voice laced with urgency, desperation. There was a plea in his tone. His shaking fingers touched my cheek and chin. I flinched and moaned in pain from my burns. Oliver's eyes were tormented as he watched me. His gaze fell to my neck where El Diablo's puncture wounds still throbbed. Anger clouded his expression, and his jaw tightened. Eyes blazing, he looked up at the chaos surrounding us. My eyes followed his as blistering agony tugged at my brain. I struggled to focus on the scene before me. A blur of shadows and shapes flew around my vision. Glowing blue orbs burst from one end of the cave to the other. I couldn't process everything, just bits and pieces. Screams, blasts of magic, werewolves, vampires, and a figure engulfed in flame. El Diablo. There, I muttered weakly. My eyes closed against pain and fatigue. El Diablo! Fire! My eyes fluttered back open to find Oliver staring at El Diablo with hatred burning in his gaze. Oliver ticked his jaw back and forth as if contemplating. He looked back at me.
I'm not leaving you, Desi. The Coven will handle El Diablo.
My eyelids flickered open and shut. My brow furrowed as I tried to focus. I leaned toward Oliver and touched his cheek with trembling fingers. Light, scruffy stubble tickled my hand. Oliver's eyes widened and peered into mine with curiosity and affection. "Stay with me," I mumbled. My eyes closed.
I will,
he whispered. Chapter 14. Flames burned against me. Blood dripped down my neck. A low, throaty chuckle sent shivers down my spine. Pain consumed me, and I screamed and thrashed. Then I stilled. The heat and blood and laughter vanished. It's just a nightmare. Just another nightmare. Pungent aromas wafted around me. Mint, ginger, and some smells that I couldn't place. The warm air surrounding me reeked of tea. I turned my head, trying to make sense of the smells. Slowly my eyes opened. Light welcomed me back to consciousness, and I exhaled in relief. I almost sobbed with gratitude that my surroundings were different from my nightmares. I shifted, and a chiding voice beside me tisked in disapproval.
Stay there.
a woman said firmly, pushing back on my shoulders before I could sit up. I blinked and squinted at her. Alba. My eyes slid across the room. I was lying on a cot in the back room of the restaurant. A tray rested at the foot of the cot with various jars of herbs, incense, and other strange-looking things. In the back of the room, the woman with the turban, the prisoner who had banished the demon, was sitting quietly on one of the cots. "What?" I started, trying to sit up. Alba pushed my shoulder again until I lay flat. She pursed her lips and lifted something to my nose. I inhaled, and a sharp, metallic scent erupted in my nostrils. I coughed and gagged, my eyes widening. "Good," Alba said, as if my reaction satisfied her. She set a jar down on the tray. "Now eat." She thrust a hot bowl of stew into my hands. As I slurped the flavorful soup, I asked between mouthfuls, "What happened?" "What do you remember?" I shuddered. El Diablo. I set the bowl on my lap and gingerly fingered my throat. Thick bandages covered my neck. Large scabs spotted my cheek and chin from El Diablo's burns. I swallowed my bite of food, suddenly losing my appetite. I pointed to my neck. Will I? I choked on my words. Alba shook her head. "No. There must be a significant amount of vampire venom in you to complete the transformation. Even more so because you're a witch." I inhaled through my nose and exhaled through my mouth, trying to steady my racing heart. "How did you find me?"
"Oliver."
Warmth radiated in my chest. He could have just left me there. I meant nothing to him, but...
"He escaped with the prisoners you freed,"
Alba explained, her gaze drifting to the woman in the corner who still hadn't spoken.
"He found us. Ramon is a tracker and discovered your location."
A hot lump formed in my throat as I stared absently at my soup. You shouldn't have... Lilith, why can't I speak? A soft smile lifted Alba's lips, and she leaned closer to me and patted my knee.
"You are part of this coven, Desi, even if only for a little while. I promised I would help you. It's the least I could do after your success with the mission. Those prisoners you freed owe you a great debt."
I blinked the moisture out of my eyes and glanced at the woman with the turban. Before I could ask, Alba gestured to the woman, who rose to her feet.
"This is Sophia, a friend and valuable asset to our coven."
"It is an honor to meet the woman who saved my life," Sophia said, her voice soft and gentle, quite different from Alba's strong, firm timbre. A warm smile lit her face. I squirmed in my cot, uncomfortable with her praise. "What does El Diablo want with you?" A sinking feeling in my stomach told me I already knew, but I needed her to say it. Sophia clasped her hands in front of her, making her look regal. Her chin lifted as she said, "He wanted many things. He wanted me to turn on my people, and he wanted me to reveal the secret to traveling through time."
I frowned. "Turn on your people? Like other witches?"
"No," Sophia said. "I am a priestess of Santeria." She scrunched her lips as she eyed me curiously. "What do you know about Santeria?" I shook my head. "Nothing. Manuel said something about how some healers practice Santeria and use their magic." I glanced briefly at Alba, who nodded in agreement. "This is true," Sophia said. "Some covens also practice Santeria. When a healer taps into their magic while performing lukumi, a powerful magic is born. Before someone can become an official santero, or priest, they must go through a cleansing period. They must only wear white, and seclude themselves from non-santeros. My eyes widened. The santeros in the cave were dressed in white, yes. El Diablo has been hunting those of us who aren't yet initiated. On the cusp of their year of purity, the santeros are closest to the divine power of the orichas, or saints. They possess the purest form of power for a santero. And El Diablo is somehow harnessing that power? I asked, frowning.
There is great power in indigenous beliefs,
Alba chimed in.
These beliefs are rare and unique and exceptional. If El Diablo were to hunt down every Catholic priest in the world, he would be able to harness some power, yes. But because it is such a cultivated and widely accepted belief, it is more, saturated, I would say. But Santeria is a very unique and cultural religion. I believe he is targeting it for this reason.
I remembered what Kismet had said. Rarity is a power in itself. My stomach dropped, and I sat up so suddenly that I slopped warm soup on the blanket over my legs.
Lilith,
Alba hissed, chiding me with a sharp look as she dabbed at the spill with a nearby cloth. Alba, I said urgently, my familiar is here. She works for El Diablo. Alba's dark brows furrowed as she set the damp cloth down on the tray.
Your familiar? I don't understand.
I swallowed, closing my eyes for a moment to gather my thoughts. In my time, my familiar is named Kismet. She's been with me my whole life. She's old enough to be my mother, but in the cave with El Diablo, I saw her. She looked different. I don't think she knows who I am yet. Alba, her jaw tensing, glanced at Sophia. Sophia's brows creased, and she fingered one of the trinkets dangling from her neck. One thing Mama told me, Sophia said, her eyes distant, is that our timelines are interwoven, connected, like threads in a quilt. She knew she would be unable to travel to a time or place with which she was not connected. Are you saying, I breathed, my voice barely above a whisper, I'm here because of her? Because she's here? Alba and Sophia shared another glance, but this one was loaded with secrets. Wordlessly, they communicated something I couldn't understand. Alba drummed her fingers on the edge of my cot and stared at the blanket in contemplation. Glancing at me carefully, she said,
This is most likely true, but that isn't all.
I raised my eyebrows and tilted my head forward with interest. Alba dropped her hands in her lap and smoothed her brown skirt.
I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you that my last name is Bardales.
Her eyes widened with significance. I frowned. Why is that name familiar? Then my jaw dropped, and shock rippled through me as I remembered the photograph of José's abuela. Luis y Carmen Bardales y su hija, Gloria. Maybe Bardales was a common name in Cuba? But the solemn look in Alba's eyes answered that question. I squinted at her, and then my eyes widened. Her small, narrow nose and high cheekbones, her rounded chin. It was subtle, but she clearly resembled the man from José's photograph, his abuela's father. My brows pulled together in accusation, and I pointed a finger at her. You know! You knew from the beginning! Alba closed her eyes briefly before looking at me pleadingly.
I'm a seer. I can't share everything with everyone, or it will unravel the laws of time. I only share what is necessary.
So what? You're José's great-great—
Stop!
Alba waved her hands frantically.
Don't continue. I'm only telling you this now because it's something you need to know. Yes, I know about the image you used to conjure the spell. The individuals in the image are from here and are my descendants, and that is all we will say on the subject.
She placed her hands back in her lap, as if we were having tea together. My mouth was still open, like an idiot, as I processed this information. Numbers spun in my head while I struggled to figure this out. So Alba was Jose's great-great-grandmother? The adult man in the photograph, his abuela's father, would be Alba's son. My head reeling, I set the now empty bowl on the tray and frowned hard at the yellow blanket on my legs. I still don't understand what brought me here. Mama said the timeline requires multiple tethers, almost like ingredients to a recipe, Sophia said. It is likely that many things pulled you here. Alba's family tree, El Diablo's power, and the presence of your familiar. But from what Mama understood, each casting of the spell is unique. If you were to cast the exact same spell with the exact same ingredients and elements, you would not end up here again. My heart plummeted from my chest to my stomach. Then how will I get home? Sophia's lips pressed into a thin line. Mama has no intention of returning. Her voice was soft, but from her research, I've gathered that all timecasters are linked to their own time in some way, almost like a lifeline. So, in theory, your connection to the future will steer the spell in the right direction. It will recognize the pull you have to your time. She strode to an end table against the wall and pulled a small gray flask from its drawer. These are all the ingredients you will need to return. She extended the flask to me. My brows pinched as I stared at the flask, and then looked back to Sophia's solemn expression. How on earth did you fit those ingredients in there? I remembered the crazy, disgusting things I'd put into the cauldron, especially the pig's feet, mandrake root, and newt's eyes. I have a supply of liquid and powdered ingredients for situations like this. Take it as a thank you for saving my life. Now the only thing that remains to be found is a source of power strong enough to send you back. And how will I find that? I asked uncertainly, taking the flask from her. I looked at Alba. Is there something you've seen? A vision, maybe? Something that can help me? Alba shook her head. Sometimes I see something that will only happen one way. Sometimes there are multiple avenues that result in the same outcome. This is one of those times. I cannot see exactly how the spell is cast, but I know it will happen. I blew air from my lips and ran my fingers along the smooth surface of the flask. I suggest you carry that flask with you, Sophia said. You will feel the same power from when you cast the spell. If you come across that power, open the flask and spill the ingredients to the ground. Repeat the spell, and you will return home. I stared at the flask. So, anything powerful will work? Well, no, said Sophia. Powerful magic comes in many forms. Ascension, millennia, banishments, and sometimes even death. It depends on the circumstances and who is involved. But the most important thing is who is controlling this power. Solstices and millennia, for example, are available for all. They are a swelling of neutral magic, unowned by one person or being. But the power of an ascension belongs to the one ascending. And unless they cast the spell for you, that power won't work. My head spun, and I closed my eyes, my brows pinching. I tried focusing on my breaths, but my legs felt restless. I wanted to stretch, or dance, or escape. So you're saying I have to ascend, or banish a demon? A powerful demon? Sophia nodded. Those aren't the only ways, I'm sure, but they are the only ones I can think of.
Mama banished a second tier demon to cast her spell.
Where did she go?
Sophia smiled, her eyebrows lifting. Sorrow gleamed in her eyes. I don't know. She wouldn't tell me, only that she was being called elsewhere, that the Orichas spoke to her. I swallowed, my throat tightening. She just left her daughter, left her family, for some higher purpose? She must have had a lot of faith then. Emotion choked my words, and they came out harsher than I'd intended. Sophia opened her mouth to respond, but shouts and frantic footsteps echoed from the front of the restaurant. Concern flickered in Alba's expression. She stood just as Manuel burst through, gasping for breath. "What is it?" Alba asked, eyes wide and eyebrows pulled together.
"The Americans have us surrounded,"
Manuel said.
"The city is under siege."
Chapter 15. My mouth fell open. Sophia stiffened, her face paling. Alba's lips pressed into a hard line, and fire blazed in her eyes.
"We have to get the civilians out," she said.
"Forgive me, but I must return to my people," Sophia said. She clasped both my hands. "Please, call on me if you need anything." Before I could respond, she swept from the room, her beads and trinkets tinkling from her movement. Alba jerked her head at me, indicating I should follow. She strode toward the front of the restaurant, Manuel at her heels. I threw the blanket off my legs and stood. Dizziness clouded my vision, but I shook my head to clear it. Brief confusion nagged at me as I glanced at the yellow dress on my body. I knew I hadn't worn it earlier. My previous outfit had most likely been soaked in my own blood, but I shoved the thought away and followed Alba and Manuel. Commotion greeted me at the entrance of the restaurant. Dozens of people muttered and gesticulated with urgency and alarm. My eyes darted around the room until I found Alba weaving through the throng of people to make her way to Ramon. She touched his arm, and he leaned into her as she whispered in his ear. His cheek pressed against her forehead as he nodded. My eyebrows flew up in surprise. Were they together? I hadn't gotten that vibe at all, because both of them were all business. But when I thought about it, it made sense. Of course Alba would be married. If the name Bardales would be passed down to her children and grandchildren, then it had to be her married name.
"Desi?"
A voice said behind me. I turned to find Oliver wearing his usual flirtatious smirk. His upper arm was heavily bandaged, and fresh blood stained his sleeve. My jaw dropped. "Oliver, what happened to you?" His smirk turned into a full-blown smile.
"You were burned and bitten by a demonic vampire, and you're worried about what happened to me?"
I crossed my arms. Who said anything about worried? Maybe I want to thank whoever did this to you. Oliver's eyes crinkled in amusement. He jerked his chin at me.
"How are your wounds healing up?"
I shrugged one shoulder. Alba's home remedies are working their magic. No pun intended. Oliver's brows pulled together in confusion at the word pun. I rolled my eyes. "Don't ask." I pointed to him. "You never answered my question." Oliver sighed.
"Demons."
I raised my eyebrows, waiting for more. When he said nothing else, I cocked my head. Then my eyes grew wide, and my arms fell to my side. You didn't get injured rescuing me, did you?" Oliver's lips pressed together into a thin line, which was all the answer I needed. Heat blossomed in my cheeks. My mouth opened and closed as I struggled to form a response. Oliver's green eyes bore into mine. The intensity of his gaze was so disarming that my eyes dropped to the ground to avoid it. "You didn't have to do that," I mumbled. "You should have taken care of yourself." Oliver leaned toward me, his scent overwhelming me and fogging my mind.
"No one should escape punishment for doing something like that to you,"
he said quietly. His low voice raised goosebumps on my skin. My eyes darted up to his again. "You could have been killed." He gently grazed his thumb against the rough scabs along my neck.
"You too."
His touch was so soft that I had to suppress a shiver. Though my burns had scabbed over, they still throbbed under his touch. But it wasn't unpleasant. Electricity buzzed through me, igniting a fire in my chest that blazed and swirled within me. I couldn't think. My breaths were shallow and insufficient. My eyelids fluttered as I tried to blink away the disorienting fog that began to consume me like a haze of nerves and pheromones. I exhaled loudly, shook my head, and muttered, "Thank you for coming back for me." I swallowed, but a bubble of emotion clogged my throat, choking me. After clearing my throat, I whispered, "I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for you." Against my better judgment, I looked up at him again. Tiny freckles spotted his nose. Small flecks of brown glistened in his eyes, as if his eye color couldn't commit to hazel or olive. It was a mixture. "Lilith, he's beautiful." My gaze was lost in his, a sea of moss and caramel, his musky, outdoorsy soldier scent engulfing me. Explosions shook the restaurant, breaking us out of our reverie. I teetered, and Oliver steadied me with a hand on my back. "Thanks," I muttered, as clarity broke through my stupid, heartsick brain. Oliver's lips pressed together, his expression sobering. He gazed toward the restaurant door, his eyes distant, haunted. I knew that look well. I saw it every day in the mirror. I flinched when rapid gunfire assaulted my ears. I resisted the urge to crouch into a fetal position and cover my head with my hands. No one else in the room seemed worried about being shot. My eyes frantically darted around the restaurant, waiting for soldiers to burst through and shoot everyone.
"We're in the magical realm,"
Oliver explained, as if reading my mind.
"Do you remember those rundown apartments you saw when you first arrived? The red door you passed through? It's enchanted. They can't hurt us while we're on this side.
So, if we leave the restaurant,
we'll be safe unless we cross through that red door again to the mortal realm."
I looked up at him, suddenly realizing something. "Why aren't you out there with the soldiers?" A dejected expression spread across his face as he lifted his injured arm. "But," I faltered, my mouth dry. "But can't someone heal you?"
"Technically, yes. But all our healers are tending to the soldiers. Lesser injuries like yours and mine have to heal on their own."
My mouth became very small. Shame crept into my cheeks as I muttered, "I'm sorry."
"Don't be. I wanted to free those prisoners too. It was our mission, and I don't regret anything. Well, except maybe leaving you behind so I could get myself out first."
A bitter grimace soured his expression. "Stop." I touched his shoulder. "You were a wreck after opening that hole. If you'd stayed behind for me to climb through first, you would have died." I glanced around as the gunfire stopped. "They won't kill civilians, will they?" Oliver exhaled loudly.
"They don't want to, Desi. But if the Spanish don't concede, the Americans might not have a choice.
I thought of the crowd of women I'd seen after stumbling down the hills a few days ago. Though she hadn't understood English, the woman who'd spoken to me had been so kind. She didn't deserve to be a casualty of a war she didn't fight. And Kismet, she was here somewhere too. In my time, I'd never asked her what her crime had been. It had never interested me before, and a part of me had been too scared to ask. What if she'd murdered someone? I hadn't wanted to know. But now, I needed to know. Was she working with El Diablo? Or perhaps she was innocent? A prisoner like me. I hadn't seen her attack anyone. I couldn't just abandon Kismet and these innocent people. Getting home would have to wait. I squared my shoulders and clenched my teeth. My eyes roved around the room until I found Alba, who was deep in conversation with Elena. I marched toward them, ignoring Oliver's protests. Their discussion stopped at my abrupt interruption. "How can I help?" I asked Alba. "You've done enough," Elena snapped, her eyes narrowing. "Half of our coven is injured because of your stunt with the demons. It's a miracle none of us were killed trying to rescue you." Shame and anger warred within me. I opened my mouth to argue, but the retort died on my lips. She just lost her brother, I reminded myself. The hardness in her eyes indicated that any response from me wouldn't be received kindly. Instead of fueling her fire, I ignored her and returned my gaze to Alba. "Desi, are you sure you can manage?" Alba asked. "You're still healing." I straightened and tilted up my chin. "I can manage. Just tell me what you need from me."
"If she can manage, then so can I,"
said Oliver, approaching from behind me. Dread coiled in my stomach. I can't let him get hurt again, not because of me. "Oliver, you're recovering too." I pointed to his arm. "That looks pretty bad." Oliver waved a hand.
"It's nothing."
"But if you're too injured to fight as a soldier, then—"
"I'm coming, Desi."
Oliver's jaw tensed, ending the argument. "Don't underestimate him," Elena said, nudging Oliver with her elbow, her eyes glowing with affection. I snorted, and then quickly disguised it as a cough, rubbing my nose and avoiding Oliver's gaze. Alba cleared her throat loudly, her keen eyes shifting from me to Elena and then to Oliver. "Right. Well, Oliver and Desi, if you're sure, you go meet Ramon on the other side to shepherd civilians to our realm so they can evacuate the city safely." Elena's eyes nearly bulged out of her face. "To our realm? But Alba, that—" "I know. It breaches our code of secrecy. But this is a war, and we don't have a council to answer to. I won't let innocent people die to protect our secret." My eyes drifted to Oliver. Do they know he's on the American Council? He shook his head almost imperceptibly. Guess that's a no. "I'll go with them," Elena offered. "Oliver's injured and Desi's untrained. They'll need help." I scowled as more embarrassment burned in my cheeks. "I need you here to oversee the refugees and hide them from demons," Alba said, her eyebrows creased with worry. "I fear this will present a huge target to El Diablo. This is why he started the war in the first place." My head reared back in shock. El Diablo started the Spanish-American War? 3 pairs of eyes watched me blankly. I cleared my throat. Sorry. I just can't believe it. Imagine reading about that in history textbooks.
"Our coven recovered evidence of demons from the USS Maine,"
Oliver said. I frowned and shook my head in confusion. Lilith, you really don't know anything, Elena said with a pretentious sigh. The Americans got involved because their ship was supposedly destroyed by the Spanish, but there was never any proof. So the demons attacked the ship to start the war? I asked. But why? What does El Diablo gain from it? Chaos, Alba said. While everyone is focused on the war and saving civilians, he can strike without alerting any councils to his misdeeds. It's an added benefit that there is no council in Cuba. Even if the Spanish or American councils did know what he was doing here, there's little they could do to stop him. She jabbed a finger at Oliver and me. This means you need to exercise extreme caution when you venture to the other side. The Santeros are still being targeted by him. I nodded.
What about weapons?
Oliver asked.
See Manuel in the kitchen,
Alba said.
He'll have what you need.
Oliver looked at me and jerked his chin to indicate we head that way, but Elena touched his arm. Her icy gaze drifted to me, and her eyes narrowed, like I was the one being rude by lingering. She just lost her brother. She's grieving. Cut her some slack. I sighed. I'll be back there. I pointed awkwardly to the kitchen and weaved through the crowd. I told myself I didn't care, but I couldn't help glancing over my shoulder. Elena clutched Oliver's large hand in both of hers. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable, and nodded as she spoke. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the mouth. Jealousy and anger flared in my chest. I'm such an idiot, I thought. I clenched my teeth and turned toward the kitchen, stomping a little too forcefully as I finally broke through the throng of witches and warlocks.
You have mud on your boots or something?
Manuel said from the kitchen as he cleaned a blade with a rag. I crossed my arms over my chest. Maybe that's just how I walk. Manuel snorted, his shoulders lifting in a lazy, silent laugh. He set aside a dagger and picked up a smaller blade to clean.
What's your weapon of choice?
I leaned against the long table and shrugged. I'm not a huntress, so I don't know. The athame was cool, but...
But you weren't comfortable with it,
Manuel asked, eyeing me shrewdly. I nodded, rubbing my arm.
You just need practice.
He set aside the small knife and sifted through the pile of weapons on the table until he found the athame, the same one Oliver and I had found in the demon training ring. I raised an eyebrow. You sure? What if I lose it again?
Then Elena will scold you again.
Manuel smirked and handed me the weapon. I sighed and took the blade, inspecting the runes. The markings looked ancient, like they could be thousands of years old. Yet the blade gleamed as if it had been forged a week ago.
This is the safest weapon for you,
Manuel said, turning and leaning against the table like I was.
The blade is enchanted to infect demons. It might not kill them outright, but it will at least wound them significantly more than any normal knife.
I thought of Oliver's injury. But Oliver...
The enchantment was made with demon blood,
Manuel said.
Warlocks should be fine.
Fine from what? Oliver asked as he strode into the kitchen. Doesn't matter, I said shortly, sheathing the knife and avoiding Oliver's gaze. I patted my dress for pockets and groaned. Stupid 19th century fashion. Where do witches keep their weapons if they don't wear pants? Metal clinked as Manuel shuffled through the various weapons and handed me a small leather strap.
It goes on your ankle.
My frown vanished, and my eyebrows flew to my hairline. Impressive, I said with a half smile. Crouching to the ground, I stretched out the strap, my brow furrowing in concentration, as I tried to figure out how to secure it around my leg.
Here, I can help,
Oliver said as he sank to his knees. My eyes cut through his gaze. No thanks, I said coldly. He recoiled in shock, but I averted my gaze, focusing on the leather strap. I found a series of small notches, like a belt, and I secured it around my ankle. The athame fit perfectly in the holster. Awesome. I rose to my feet and ignored Oliver. But I felt his eyes burning into me with confusion and hurt? I doubted it. But a small part of me privately hoped he was hurt by my indifference. Manuel raised his eyebrows as he glanced between the two of us. His shoulders shook again with mocking laughter, but he said nothing. Thanks for the help, Manuel, I said. Are you staying here? He nodded.
Alba needs all the help she can get.
I touched his arm and offered a small smile. Be safe. Manuel stared at me, his gray eyebrows pulling together. Affection stirred in his eyes, and he nodded.
You as well, Desi.
He glanced at Oliver, his expression sobering.
Take care of each other.
Oliver clapped him on the shoulder.
We will.
He glanced at me and asked,
Shall we?
I nodded. Let's go. Chapter 16. As Oliver and I exited the restaurant, muffled gunfire echoed in the street like fireworks from several miles away. I wondered if there was some kind of dome-like protection surrounding the magical realm that dulled the sounds of the artillery. I strode down the sidewalk purposefully, trying to ignore Oliver's presence next to me. But the heat that seared my arms as it brushed against his made that impossible. Silence pressed in on us like an unwanted stranger. Several minutes passed as we walked quietly down the street. Oliver made a turn onto a narrower road, and I followed him. The buildings became more spaced out, separated by palm trees and unkempt gardens and shrubs. I couldn't resist cutting a glance at Oliver. His eyebrows were lowered as he watched me. His mouth opened as if to speak, but I beat him to it. Thanks again for coming back for me, I said, not meeting his gaze, as I gathered my frizzy hair and peeled it off my sweaty neck. That was risky going back into demon territory. How did you manage it without anyone getting killed or captured? Oliver shrugged one shoulder and fixed his eyes forward, his jaw tense.
I had the coven on my side.
I frowned and looked at him again. Something hard and dark shadowed his expression. I almost asked him what he wasn't telling me, but the words stopped in my throat. Nosy questions were my pet peeve. You and the coven are an impressive group of hunters, I said, not sure why I kept complimenting him. It was all I could think of to fill the silence, and as long as I filled the silence, he wouldn't ask me any probing questions.
You must not encounter many hunters or huntresses, then,
Oliver said with a snort. I laughed. No, not really. Ballet isn't exactly a common interest between me and other witches.
Why not?
I chuckled again, and then realized he was serious. My smile slid off my face. Well, everyone else is more focused on demon hunting. It's like when the United States declared war on Spain and you volunteered to fight. What if one of your friends chose to, I don't know, become a professional baseball player instead? Oliver's eyebrows lowered, his mouth twisting into a grimace.
That's not the same thing.
Sure it is.
So you're at war in your time?
I hesitated. Then slowly I nodded. Technically, yes. Even if there's been no official declaration from the council, it's not like this, though. I gestured around us. Leverett is a bit more subtle with his attacks. I'm sure half the population doesn't even know it's a problem.
Leverett?
A lump formed in my throat. Third-tier demon in my time. Emotion choked my words, and I cleared my throat. I felt Oliver's eyes on me. Say something else. Change the subject. Dust swirled along the road, rising higher and higher like a funnel cloud. Heavy footfalls pounded on the dirt. I froze, my eyes widening. The particles in the air stung my eyes, blinding me. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear out the debris. A deep, snake-like hiss tickled my ear, and chills rippled up and down my spine.
Desi, get down!
Oliver shouted. Something heavy collided with me from behind. I yelped as it brought me to the ground. My palms broke my fall, scraping against rocks and concrete. The crushing weight squeezed the breath out of me as I turned my head to get a better look at my assailant. A familiar woodsy scent reached my nose, and I stiffened. It was Oliver. "What are you doing?" I grunted as his chest pressed against my back. I exhaled and wriggled my shoulders, trying to free myself. My palms throbbed from the sharp rocks poking against my skin. My nostrils flared. What the hell is wrong with him?
Be quiet,
he said, his voice sharpening through gritted teeth. His tone silenced me, and I held perfectly still, my heartbeat roaring in my ears. Another loud hiss pierced the air close enough to whisper against my arms and raise goosebumps along my skin. Something heavy stepped right next to me. The smell of wet fur and rotten fish reached my nose, but the swirling dirt obscured the creature from view. Heavy, feral breathing raised the hair on the back of my neck. My arms shook. I held my breath, but my heart pounded a thunderous rhythm, sure to give us away. Oliver's breath blew against my hair as he whispered,
"Magic above, I summon thee to obscure us from this enemy."
A light, almost imperceptible blue glow hovered around us, kind of like the weird subtle colors I would see if I wore a pair of 3D glasses. The creature next to us sniffed loudly and growled. Its foul breath stung my nose, smelling like murky pond scum from a mosquito-infested swamp. I clenched my teeth, biting down so hard that my jaw throbbed. The creature was right next to me, mere inches away. Sweat poured down my face and neck. My body quivered, and bile climbed up my throat. I was such a coward. Why couldn't I stand up and fight? Why did I have to hide and cower like this? Oliver's arm pressed against mine. I closed my eyes, my head spinning as I searched for something else to occupy my mind. Oliver's scent. The smoky gunpowder mingled with freshly mown grass soothed my raging pulse. His warm arms covered mine like a heavy blanket, pressing so firmly that my trembling body stilled. Gradually, the creature's footsteps retreated farther down the road. With its departure, the dust storm faded and then vanished, leaving an ominous stillness. My breaths quickened as I waited for it to return. Eventually, though, the thumping of my heart slowed as the silence stretched on and on. It was gone. I swallowed. "Is it safe to move?" I whispered.
"I think so."
Oliver slowly scooted off me, and my cramped limbs screamed in protest as I stood, dusting the dirt from my skirt. I shook my head, and dirt and small pebbles rained from my curls. Oliver laughed, and I scowled at him, crossing my arms again. What was that thing? I asked.
A Wendigo.
I dropped my arms in shock. What? No. They're extinct. Wendigos were the kind of monster people would tell stories about to get their children to behave or to impress their friends at a campfire.
I'm afraid not,
Oliver said, his eyes darting nervously down the path where the creature had vanished.
But they aren't native to Cuba. I've only ever seen them in America, in the north.
Which means one of them followed the soldiers here, I finished.
Or El Diablo summoned one,
Oliver said.
That wouldn't surprise me either.
He looked at me, frowning.
How are they extinct in your time?
The council destroyed them all because they couldn't be reasoned with. They had no morals, no sense of right and wrong. The stories from my childhood had given me nightmares. Wendigos feasted on human flesh. They were the most animal-like of all the demons, which made them too dangerous. The council wasn't known to eradicate an entire species, but the Wendigos threatened the balance between light and dark magic. After a brutal attack a few years before I was born, the council had no choice but to resolve the problem. Oliver's eyes widened.
They destroyed an entire race of demons?
I winced. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have told you that. Oliver shook his head, his eyes pensive. He ran a hand through his hair.
No, it's all right. It's actually a bit of a relief, to be honest. Something to look forward to.
He flashed me a grin, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Silence fell between us. I could still feel the Wendigo's putrid breath on my face. Knowing what it was made it so much worse. I suppressed a shudder. I rubbed my elbow and shifted weight from one foot to the other. Thanks for saving me. Again. I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. I didn't like being indebted to him, regardless of whatever silly feelings I had for him. Oliver rubbed the back of his neck.
You're welcome.
I expected to see his usual smarmy, charming grin, and I was fully prepared to smack it right off his face. But his eyes appraised me with an earnest emotion I hadn't seen before. They locked onto my gaze as if I were imprisoned by them. Even if I could escape, I didn't want to. A loud explosion jolted me, and I teetered again as the ground quivered. My breaths came hard and fast as I realized how ridiculous I was being. People were dying. Get a grip, Desi. We should keep moving, I said tersely, clearing my throat. Gunshots burst through the air as we weaved through buildings. After several silent minutes of following Oliver down darker alleys than I'd remembered my first day here, I asked hesitantly, "Where are we going?"
I need to call on an acquaintance,
Oliver said as he approached a door with blue-chipped paint and rapped on it twice. My insides wriggled with discomfort and fear as frantic, muffled steps sounded on the other side. The door cracked open an inch.
"Garrick, what are you doing here?"
A voice hissed.
"It's urgent. Open the door."
The door opened wider to reveal a tall, wiry man with wan skin and bloodshot eyes. His gaze cut to me, and he stiffened.
"¿Quién es ella?"
My head reared back in shock, and I gaped at Oliver. The translation charm wasn't working. "He's mortal?" Oliver glanced at me but didn't answer.
"I trust her. May we enter?"
The man sighed, but stood back to let us through. After a nervous glance along the road, he shut and bolted the door. The living room reeked of alcohol and sweat. Filthy stains spotted the sofa and floor.
"Have a seat,"
the man said, plopping down on the sofa. Oliver raised an eyebrow at the seating arrangements and crossed his arms over his chest.
I'd prefer to stand. What's changed, Javier?
Javier's eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Oliver spread his arms wide to indicate the grime surrounding us.
You're clearly in a much worse state than when I last left you.
Javier bounced his leg feverishly and scratched his neck.
Well, you're not a donor anymore, are you?
I stiffened, my eyes wide. Then I remembered what Oliver had told me about vampire donors. They were mortals who offered their blood willingly in exchange for protection. My eyes raked over Javier's sallow skin and shadowed eyes. Oliver had said something about donors receiving vampire blood and how it made them stronger. Perhaps Javier was going through withdrawals from being cut off, and without the protection of a vampire coven, how could he still live in the magical realm? What would stop a demon from attacking him here? Javier's eyes darted to me, his eyebrows creasing.
Dissolvió el aquelarre.
Oliver's jaw tensed.
Who?
Javier's eyes darkened, and he leaned forward intently.
Sabes quién.
Oliver inhaled sharply, dropping his arms.
Damn. The vampires in the coven. They were banished?
Javier shook his head.
Recruited.
Oliver's eyes widened.
Who are the new donors?
Javier glanced at me again, and I lost it. "Oh, stop," I shouted. "Who am I going to tell?"
You're a witch,
Javier spat.
You could tell anyone, and he would find out.
My nostrils flared with anger. Taking a deep breath, I peeled off the bandage from my neck, exposing El Diablo's puncture wounds. Javier straightened, his back against the sofa, his eyes wide. He looked from me to Oliver. I clenched my teeth and put the bandage back on, trying to ignore the swirling nausea in my stomach from the traumatizing memory. I could still see El Diablo's flames and feel his fangs cutting through my flesh. Oliver nodded grimly.
She's a victim, too. You can trust her. Now, answer my question. Who are the new donors?
Javier's eyes sobered. His jaw tensed, and his expression darkened with fear and regret.
Witches and warlocks.
Chapter 17. Oliver's face drained of color. Horror pooled into my stomach like a puddle of icy water. I shook my head in disbelief. Witches and warlocks can't be donors. That's against the law.
There is no law here,
Javier snarled.
We mortal donors have been dismissed, and they are actively hunting witches and warlocks.
No, I said, numb with shock. No, he wouldn't cross that line. He's targeting santeros.
He's targeting both,
Javier snapped.
He's turning witches and warlocks and sending them after their own kind to feast on.
And there's no council here to stop him. Bile rose in my throat, and I swallowed. But how? Why?
Magical blood provides power,
Javier said bitterly.
More power than a mortal's blood. It's how he ascended.
I remembered the warlock blood we'd found in the alley and how Elena had said there was something dark in his blood. Something like vampire venom. The shapeshifter, I muttered, looking at Oliver with wide eyes. He had the power of an elemental. Oliver's face slackened, his mouth opening.
You mean?
He glanced at Javier.
They've found a way to harness our powers?
Javier nodded gravely. Lilith, I whispered, raising a shaking hand to my forehead. If he gains power from witches, warlocks, and santeros, He's already too strong. My eyes found Oliver's. We don't just need to evacuate the civilians. We need to evacuate everyone from Cuba before he sucks you all dry. Javier scoffed and waved a hand at me.
Who is this girl?
Oliver stared at me, his expression hard, angry. Without averting his gaze from me, he muttered,
Thank you, Javier. You've been extremely helpful.
Oliver strode toward the door and held it open for me. I looked at Javier, who raised his eyebrows and shrugged. A sense of foreboding rippled through me as I stepped out of the house, Oliver right behind me. As soon as the door slammed shut, Oliver grabbed my elbow and turned me to face him.
What is wrong with you?
He hissed. My curls whipped against my cheek as I yanked my arm free. Nothing. I'm trying to save you and your coven. You'll die if you stay here.
Even if we could leave the island, running away is not the answer,
Oliver said, his jaw tensing.
Do you think El Diablo will just let us escape?
I crossed my arms over my chest. So staying here as he drains the blood of every person in the country, that's the answer? Oliver took a step toward me.
Fleeing might be your instinct, but it isn't mine.
I dropped my arms and straightened, but it did nothing. He still towered over me, making me feel smaller than a mouse. What's that supposed to mean?
It means you've hidden from danger for so long that it's second nature for you,
Oliver said.
And now that I know you better, it makes sense. It's because your parents died.
Hot anger flushed in my cheeks. Don't you dare, I growled. Something wild and angry slithered in my chest, threatening to burst from me. You don't know anything about me.
Because you won't open yourself up,
Oliver protested, closing the gap between us until my nose almost touched his throat.
You've closed yourself off to everyone around you because you don't want to lose anyone. You're afraid your heart won't survive it again.
Rage boiled through me. Clenching my teeth, I shook my head at him, taking a step back. Stop trying to bait me. I don't want to fight with you, Oliver.
That's exactly the point. You don't fight. You don't yell. You don't get scared. You don't show anything. You've hidden your true self so deeply inside of you that no one gets to see it. I caught a glimpse of it that night in the demon caves. But after that, you closed yourself off again. Everyone else might be fooled by your charming and humorous demeanor, but I know it's just a mask.
Shallow breaths tore through me, and I clenched my shaking hands into fists. Can you blame me? I said, my voice rising. I met you, what, 2 days ago? Am I just supposed to share my deepest desires and fears with you?
Of course not.
Then what do you want from me?
I want you to open up, to show me you feel something.
Fine, I hissed, my nostrils flaring. You want me to open up? To fight? To argue? Well, how's this? I think you're a filthy hypocrite. Talk about closing yourself off. How many people in your beloved little coven know you're on the council? That you don't fully support light magic? You're neutral. Anger flared in his eyes, and his jawline hardened as he clenched his teeth. He pointed a finger at me.
You don't know what you're talking about. Just because I'm on the council doesn't mean I don't support light magic.
I scoffed. It doesn't mean you don't support dark magic either. That's what being on the council is, an advocate for both sides. But your Cuban family here doesn't know a thing about that, do they? Oliver jabbed a finger at me, his eyes flashing.
You have no idea what I've done for my coven.
I opened my mouth to retort, but my gaze drifted to the ripped, bloody fabric of his sleeve. My eyes narrowed. You could have gone to fight in the siege, couldn't you? But you had an ulterior motive for staying, not because of your precious coven. I jabbed a finger toward the door to Javier's home. But because of that, your inside source. Oliver's eyes widened and red indignation bloomed across his cheeks.
No, it's not like that.
Does your coven know you're using them to work with demons on the other side? I couldn't stop myself. He'd peeled back my neutral protective layer, the side I showed people to mask myself, to hide my secrets. But with that part of me exposed now, something raw and angry festered, lashing out toward Oliver. Oliver turned away from me, arms shaking, and ran a hand through his hair. The furious motion left a few jagged chunks of his hair standing in different directions. When he turned back to face me, his eyes were wild with anger, and something else. Something like regret. He opened his mouth, his face contorted with fury, and I knew he was about to yell at me. Then his mouth closed, and he ran 2 hands through his hair again, giving him a bedhead look that was infuriatingly attractive. He paced a few steps away from me, then back toward me, then away from me again. His fingers clenched into fists, and he groaned loudly. He blew air through his teeth and faced me again. The anger in his face melted into sorrow, and his brows knit together.
Desi, you're the only one who would understand this,
he said.
I have to do it this way. I have to be alone, just like you. I keep everyone at a distance to protect myself and to protect them.
Everyone except Elena, I spat, and then instantly regretted it. Oliver's eyes widened, and he stepped backward.
Elena?
A firm lump formed in my throat. I tried to swallow it down, but it lingered, choking me. I couldn't take the words back. The warmth of my blush spread from my cheeks to my forehead. I saw you, I muttered. I saw you kiss her. Oliver's brows creased in confusion. Then his expression slackened in shock. His green eyes searched mine, and he pressed his lips together. Something unreadable sparked in his eyes, and he drew closer to me again.
Why would you care?
He asked. My lip trembled, and I bit down on it. I backed away from him. I don't, I snapped, but my voice faltered, betraying me.
You said yourself you have what was it, boyfriend?
Oliver smirked and stepped closer.
You have an understanding with another man, so it shouldn't matter what exists between me and Elena.
It doesn't. I took another step back, my palms stretched out behind me and met concrete. Oliver drew even closer, pushing me against the wall of the building behind us.
I think it does,
he whispered. His eyes smoldered as he leaned closer to me. His outdoorsy gunpowder smell overwhelmed me, and his sweet breath blew against my forehead. Ragged breaths tore through my chest. I pressed my back against the wall, but I had nowhere else to go.
What would your boyfriend think?
He asked, the corner of his lips pulling up in another disarming smile. No, he wouldn't care, I said softly, my voice hollow. I wasn't sure how he always managed to pull the truth out of me. That's why I'm with him. Because he doesn't care, and neither do I. There's no risk. We aren't exclusive. He's probably seeing other girls right now. I thought of how he would react when I didn't show up in Miami.
He probably wouldn't even call to check on me. I could imagine him drinking, partying, and flirting with other girls, and I felt nothing. No remorse, no jealousy, no anger, nothing. But that was safe. It was what I wanted. Oliver, however, was anything but safe. When I looked at him, I was free-falling through the sky, falling to my death, to uncertainty, and to danger. I hated it, and I loved it. Oliver clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger.
The bastard!
I shook my head. No, he's not. We agreed on it. I don't care about him. Not like that.
Not like what?
Oliver's voice was low and husky. It was the sexiest thing I'd ever heard in my life. My shoulders and chest heaved like I was running a marathon. I shouldn't have said that. Nothing, I said quickly. Oliver inched toward me until his chest almost rested against mine. My back pressed into the wall behind me. Heat swarmed in my chest, and suddenly I found I didn't want to escape from him. I wanted him to draw closer to me, to touch me.
For your information,
Oliver said quietly,
I don't care about Elena like that either. She kissed me as a goodbye. She didn't know if we would survive, and I wasn't going to push her away in front of all those people. I've told her of my feelings. She understands.
I nodded, dazed. Relief, stupid, ridiculous relief spread through me. Okay. The word came out shaky and feeble. I wasn't sure what else to say. Oliver's lips quirked up in a devastating half-smile, like he could see right through me. He knew I cared, and he knew why. His eyes crinkled, and bursts of light brown swam within the green of his eyes. It took my breath away as I lost myself in the mixture of colors. Desire emanated from his eyes as they darted to my mouth and lingered there. My insides churned and then exploded like a volcano, the hot lava coursing through me with intensity and heat that wasn't unpleasant, but it was powerful and frightening. My quick breaths caught in my throat. I sounded like I was hyperventilating. Oliver's eyes were still on my mouth. I licked my lips and pressed them together. I knew what he was thinking.
There you are,
a nearby voice shouted. My heart slammed into my throat, the painful shock bringing panicked breaths and a roaring heartbeat that was louder than the surrounding gunfire. Eyes wide, I searched for the interruption and found Ramon rushing toward us, his thick eyebrows lowered in frustration. Oliver stepped back, but only slightly. It was casual and subtle. Unlike the blatant look of terror on my face and the obvious tilt of my body away from him.
What took you so long?
Ramon grumbled as he jerked his head toward the way he'd come. He glanced between us, eyes narrowed, but he didn't ask any other questions. He waved a muscular arm to usher us forward. Flames ignited in my cheeks. Avoiding Oliver's gaze, I strode forward, eager to escape the hot uncertainty of whatever almost happened between us. Chapter 18. Ramon led us down the narrow street, and Oliver and I followed in silence. Dozens of concrete shops and buildings were crammed on top of and next to each other, some with iron balconies, and others with faded signs that creaked with the mild wind in the air. We passed an abandoned wagon that looked like it belonged to some peddler, with trinkets, charms,
and other colorful souvenir-looking knickknacks. Gradually, the fire within me subsided, and my heart rate returned to normal. I'd been so silly and idiotic. Soldiers were attacking the city. People were dying right now, and all I'd been thinking about was if Oliver had been about to kiss me. I'm such a moron, a stupid, selfish moron. We approached the familiar strip of rusty, dilapidated buildings and drew closer to the enchanted red door. More gunfire exploded around us, and I realized how real this was. Once we passed through the door, we wouldn't be safe from the siege. We would be stepping from one battle into another. Ramon turned to face us.
You should cast a protection charm first.
Reluctantly, I looked at Oliver. His eyes still burned with desire, but his expression sobered.
Can you do this one? He asked. I'm a little drained from the last few.
I swallowed. Yeah, sure. Unease spread through me. I mentally searched through my memories of spells, but it had been so long that I came up empty. I rubbed my nose. I'm a little out of practice, I muttered, my cheeks burning again. Oliver nodded, his eyes sparkling with amusement.
Protective magic, he said. Linger near.
Right, I said quickly, taking a deep breath. I flexed my fingers, and the familiar magical energy spread through me.
Take my hands, Oliver instructed. Otherwise the spell won't know I'm included.
I scowled at him. His eyes danced with laughter, but his large hands were outstretched before me, waiting. Ramon cleared his throat impatiently. I sighed and snatched Oliver's hands, trying to ignore how my skin burned against his firm, calloused palms. Eyes closed, I said. Protective magic, linger near, and keep us safe from danger here. A deep blue glow engulfed our entwined hands and surrounded us like a giant bubble. Then slowly it faded, but my arms and legs still tingled.
Thank you,
Oliver said quietly. I dropped his hands quickly and avoided his gaze. No problem. Ramon nodded, obviously satisfied, and stepped through the red door. It rippled like water, and he vanished. Oliver and I followed behind him. A cacophonous array of sounds assaulted us. Explosions, gunfire, screams, moans. The pure terror in the air smothered me the minute I entered the mortal realm. I couldn't believe how muffled everything had been. Despite the booming gunfire I'd heard, it was nothing compared to this. Hurried figures darted past us, some sporting bloody injuries, some covered in soot. A woman huddled in the corner of two buildings, clutching her two children and sobbing. Spanish soldiers darted down the street, shouting something I couldn't understand. My throat closed. I couldn't breathe. My own sobs echoed in my head. A memory I'd tried so hard to bury. My piercing cries of agony as I begged for some magical force to bring my parents back.
Desi.
My head snapped toward Oliver. I blinked tears out of my eyes. His fingers grasped mine again, but this time it was different. This time it was reassurance. All the heat and arousal from earlier was gone. I clutched his hand tightly, clinging to the warmth that grounded me. Sorrow and understanding swam in his eyes. He knows. He knows what this does to me, because it's doing it to him, too.
This way,
Ramon urged, gesturing down the road. We followed him, weaving through frantic civilians. With every explosion that burst in the air, I flinched, expecting to get knocked off my feet. A breeze tousled my hair, and I inhaled, smelling smoke and seaweed. I frowned, glancing at Oliver and Ramon. "Are we near the coast?"
"The bay,"
Ramon said shortly, pointing ahead. I squinted. A shimmering, watery surface glistened in the sunlight just behind a cluster of buildings. As Ramon led us down the street, I got a better view. A huge body of water surrounded the edge of the city, filled with warships. Tall, chimney-like pipes extended from each ship, spitting thick smoke into the sky. My jaw dropped as I gazed at the ships that bore American and Spanish flags. A long line of American ships were spread across the bay. As I squinted to make out the details, I realized the Americans had blocked the Spanish, so they were trapped in the bay. Aboard the vessels, sailors and soldiers shouted instructions to each other. The docks bustled with men as well, their movement and exclamations mingling with the cacophony of screams and gunfire within the city. I remembered what Alba had said. The Spanish and American ships have been circling each other for weeks now. When would the Spanish give in? How much longer would this last? We continued down the road until it curved away from the bay. Reluctantly, I tore my gaze from the ships and caught up with Oliver and Ramon as they approached a 2-story building. Ramon darted to the back door and held it open. We stepped through, and darkness surrounded us. I blinked, my eyes adjusting. Whimpers and sobs echoed around me. Gradually, shapes came into view. A dozen or so women and children were huddled in the back corner of a supply room filled with empty boxes. Some children sobbed into their mother's shoulders. Other, older children sat quietly, their eyes empty and numb. I recognized that look all too well. I'd been the same 5 years ago. Anxiety squeezed my heart so firmly that it was painful. Without glancing at Oliver or Ramon, I hurried to the crowd and sank to my knees in front of them. A woman with tear-stained cheeks shrank away from me in fear, but I touched her shoulder. "Está bien?" I said, pointing to my chest. "Ayudo. I help." The woman swallowed. "Lo podrás mantener a salvo?" She glanced down at the boy buried in her skirts. His eyes were free of tears, but fear and uncertainty tugged at his expression. I wasn't sure what the woman asked, but I said, "Sí." The woman pressed her lips together and nodded. "Gracias," she whispered.
"Follow these two to the other side," Ramon instructed. "Do not stop, even if you hear or see strange things. It isn't like your world, but it will be safe if you follow them."
I frowned, wondering why he spoke English, until I remembered the translation spell. The crowd nodded collectively, obviously understanding his instructions. Ramon turned to me and Oliver.
"Come straight back here after delivering them to the hideout. I have more refugees ready for you."
Ramon held the back door open as Oliver and I ushered the civilians out. Heads bowed as the artillery continued firing around us. We hurried up the sidewalk and toward the familiar red door. Oliver pressed a hand to the door, which rippled, and waved his other hand for the first woman to step through. Her face drained of color, and her mouth fell open. She looked at Oliver in fear, but he clasped her hand reassuringly.
"It's okay," he said. "It's safe."
That's not entirely true, I thought to myself. But what could we say? Sure, you'll be safe from the crossfire, but oh, wait. There are a ton of creepy flesh-eating demons that might be waiting for you on the other side. With El Diablo's demon war raging in the magical realm, how was this any safer for them? Oliver's eyes turned to me, searching my expression. My eyebrows were pulled together in doubt and concern. I knew he could see it. The woman stepped through the red door, gasping as it swallowed her and rippled again. Several other refugees followed, their eyes wide. "Are you sure this is safe for them?" I whispered to Oliver as the civilians entered the magical realm. "What about the demons?"
"Most demons can't see or smell mortals,"
Oliver muttered. "What about vampires? They can smell blood, right?"
"I said most demons,"
Oliver said with a half-smile.
"Our light magic leaves a kind of essence that they hunt, just like we hunt those with dark magic. But the mortals pose no threat. Once they reach Alba, she'll cloak them with a powerful protection spell. Mortals and demons were meant to be separated. There's strong magic there that we could only dream of."
The last woman and child disappeared through the door, and Oliver and I followed. It felt like I'd put earplugs in. The screams died, and the gunfire was muffled against my ears. The smell of magic was pungent to my nose. The civilians glanced around with terrified awe. A few children pointed and muttered excitedly to their mothers. A small smile flickered on my face. Even if we could only provide an amazing distraction for the children, this was worth it.
"Draw your athame,"
Oliver said quietly.
"Be on your guard."
My smile vanished, and I drew my weapon.
"I'll lead,"
Oliver said.
"You trail at the end and make sure no one gets left behind."
I nodded, and Oliver darted to the front of the line, while I fell to the back with the woman and her son whom I'd spoken to earlier. The woman's eyes widened at my weapon, and she clutched nervously at her son's hand.
"This way,"
Oliver called from the front.
"Move quickly."
My arms and legs tense with apprehension, I stepped quietly and followed the others. My ears prickled with every sound, every footstep and shuffle, trying to detect anything nefarious that might attack. Loud heartbeats drummed in my ears. My fingers gripped the athame so tightly that my hand shook. Several minutes passed as we hurried between buildings and narrow streets. Oliver was obviously avoiding the main roads, and I didn't blame him. That was where the Wendigo had found us. The blue door of the restaurant loomed into view, and I released the breath I'd been holding. Oliver held open the door, and silence greeted my ears. I peered inside and found empty and overturned tables and chairs. Right, the cloaking spell. The civilians entered the restaurant with confused and frightened expressions. Beside me, Oliver muttered,
"Magic hidden from mortal eyes, reveal yourself from your disguise."
Gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd of refugees. Though the restaurant remained dark and unoccupied to me, I knew Oliver's spell had opened the mortals' eyes to the crowd that awaited them. Oliver glanced at me and nodded, and we exited the restaurant, hurrying back the way we'd come. "That was easy," I muttered, feeling optimistic.
"The way back might not be,"
Oliver warned, his eyes darkening.
"The smell of mortals provides a convenient disguise for us, but without them, we'll stick out and attract demons."
"Like the Wendigo?" I said with a groan.
"Stay close to me and you'll be fine."
I eyed him suspiciously. He wouldn't meet my gaze, but the corners of his lips twitched. He was testing me. Obviously, he hadn't forgotten our encounter from earlier, as much as I wanted to scrub it from both our memories. We broke into a brisk jog, both of us clearly eager to return through the red door as fast as possible before danger could find us. As we darted down a narrow street between two small, dilapidated apartments, Oliver suddenly pulled my elbow until both our backs were pressed against the side of a building. We stood side by side, our shoulders touching, and we waited, breathing heavily. Slow, soft footsteps shuffled just beyond the street, around the corner from where we hid. Oliver raised a hand, but I wasn't about to move after hearing that. He must think I'm an idiot. The footsteps stopped, and something uttered a low, feral growl. My palms started to sweat. Frantic breaths tore through my chest. It'll hear my breathing. I'll give us away. I clamped my mouth shut and held my breath, despite my lungs screaming in protest. The footsteps continued. Heavy breathing echoed. The creature sniffed loudly. A werewolf, maybe? I wondered. The creature's movements continued down the street, diminishing until I couldn't hear it anymore. Despite the silence, Oliver didn't move his hand. His eyes narrowed as he waited. After a few minutes, he nodded and dropped his hand. I released my breath and gasped for air, my heart hammering so fast it felt like one steady, unbroken thrum. "Come on," Oliver whispered, waving his hand to beckon me forward. We crept around the corner, our footsteps light and careful as we inched down the street. Another low growl brought us to a halt. Panic choked me, freezing my limbs in place. My eyes grew so wide I felt like they would pop out of my face. I glanced at Oliver, and his eyes closed briefly. "Damn," he muttered. Slowly, we both turned and found not one, but 3 werewolves advancing toward us, teeth bared and eyes hungry. Chapter 19. "Lilith, help us," I whispered faintly. "It's a pack," Oliver said through clenched teeth. "They've been hunting us." "What do we do?" I asked, my voice practically a squeak. "Either fight or run." "A pack means there's more coming, right?" "Most likely." "Then run!" Miraculously, the feeling returned to my legs as I whipped around and bolted down the alley we'd come through. The blade from the athame glinted in the sunlight and seemed to laugh at me. "Coward," it said. "Coward, coward, coward." Oliver's heavy breaths indicated he was right behind me, but the thudding of werewolf paws meant they weren't too far either. My breaths came in sharp wheezes. A sharp stitch formed in my side from my sprinting. Despite my talent as a dancer, I was certainly no runner. I couldn't outrun the wolves. Sweat poured down my face. My curls whipped in front of my eyes. Growls and barks loomed nearer and nearer. I didn't dare look behind me, because I knew I would trip if I did. I swore I felt the wolf's breath on my heels. "Turn! Here!" Oliver panted, his long legs pushing him just a bit farther than me. I pumped my legs harder, and the agony in my side intensified. We burst through the door of an empty flower shop. Oliver flew toward the back and up a narrow flight of stairs. The wolves' claws clicked on the tiled floor as they pursued us. The stairs just about killed me. Gasping and choking, I reached the top to find Oliver standing there, doubled over and wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. "What are you?" I started frantically, but a howl and a high-pitched squeak interrupted me. A burst of blue magic blazed against my eyes, as the wolves crashed into some kind of force field at the top of the stairs. They tumbled down the stairs in a heap, emitting a mixture of growls and wails of confusion and pain. When they collapsed at the foot of the stairs, all 3 of them growled and bared their teeth at us, but they didn't dare try to climb back up. My chest and shoulders heaved as I wiped my brow. "What happened?"
"Protective barrier,"
Oliver said between deep exhales. A sheen of sweat glistened across his forehead and down his neck.
"A safe house for witches and warlocks."
Relief blossomed in my chest as I glanced down at the wolves. They circled the foot of the stairs, waiting for us to emerge. How long can we stay up here? My eyes roved around the room. A small single bed rested in the corner, along with an open and vacant wardrobe, a dusty mirror, and a bookcase housing 3 worn and lonely books. "What is this place?" I asked.
"My mother's home."
My eyes widened, and I stared at Oliver. Solemn wistfulness glistened in his eyes as he surveyed the room with pride.
"I don't remember my life with her,"
he said, his expression distant, as if he didn't even know I was there. He was someplace else.
"But the first time I returned to Santiago, Alba took me here and told me of my mother's life. Mother and her brother ran this flower shop years ago. Their father owned a restaurant in the Plaza de Armas a few blocks down."
My breaths finally returned to normal as I wiped my sweaty palms on my skirt. I wasn't sure what to say. I feared saying anything would jolt Oliver out of his reverie and silence him. I didn't want that.
"Mother visited America, looking for income opportunities,"
Oliver went on.
"When she returned, she was pregnant. No one will tell me the details. All I know is that my father..."
He trailed off, and something dark hardened his expression. His eyes filled with loathing and anger, and when he looked at me, I almost shrank away in fear. To see that fury fixed on me was more devastating than I could bear. His eyes softened with clarity, and he blinked. I watched his expression change as he returned to the present. Moisture shone in his eyes. He cleared his throat and ruffled his short hair. With long strides, he returned to the staircase and gazed down. "Still there?" I asked quietly. He nodded.
"They know we can't stay up here for too long."
I crossed my arms and leaned against the wardrobe. "So what do we do?" Oliver approached the window and pulled back the curtain. A trail of dust trickled down from the motion. Squinting at the sky, he said quietly,
"It's a full moon tonight. If we can wait until then, the wolves will be in a frenzy."
My eyes widened with incredulity. "Yes? A frenzy to turn someone? How is this a good thing?"
"They'll be distracted by the bloodlust. They're dangerous, yes, but also out of control. Right now, their target is us. But when the moon hits, their target will be anything that moves."
I sighed and glanced at the athame still gripped tightly in my hand. "Are you sure we can't fight them? I've taken on a werewolf before." I omitted Kismet's role, and my utter failure, of course. Oliver turned from the window and crossed his arms over his chest.
"You're an advocate for fighting now, but when looking danger in the face, you flee."
My eyes narrowed. "Are you calling me a coward?" Oliver shrugged one shoulder.
"No, but ask yourself this. In all the dangerous situations you've been in since you arrived, when circumstances were deadly, did you have the urge to fight or flee?"
I swallowed and drummed my fingers against the yellow fabric of my skirt. I blew breath through my lips and sank to the floor. The athame clattered against the wooden boards next to me, sending a flurry of dust into the air. "I can't control it," I said, waving a hand to indicate how pathetic I was. "The fear just freezes me, locking me in place. There have been a few exceptions when my huntress skills kicked in, but for the most part, I am a coward." I sat there silently, my legs tucked under my skirt and my gaze fixed on the dusty bookshelf in the corner. Below us, the patter of the wolves' pacing continued. Oliver nudged my leg with his boot.
Stand up.
I rolled my eyes up at him. Why?
Because I'm going to prove you wrong.
I groaned and climbed to my feet. I reached for the athame, but he stepped on it, his huge boot blocking me. I folded my arms and glared at him. With a cocky grin, he hitched up his foot, flicking the blade up and catching it effortlessly. The smugness in his face was infuriating. Oliver stretched his legs apart, crouching and spreading his arms, one hand holding the athame. He looked like he was about to wrestle a bear. I laughed uncontrollably at the fierce determination in his gaze, then covered my mouth with my hand when he looked at me indignantly.
"What is it?"
he asked, straightening. "Nothing," I said between giggles. "You just look a little ridiculous." Oliver scowled and then cocked his head at me, his eyes contemplative. Before I could ask what he was thinking, he pounced. I yelped as his mass overwhelmed me, toppling me to the ground with a loud thump that elicited several barks from below. I wrestled under his weight, but his heavy chest pressed down on my arms, pinning me. In an instant, the blade of the athame was at my throat. I froze, breathing heavily and staring at the weapon so close to my skin. My heart hammered loudly against my chest. I wiggled my shoulders, but his hold on me was unyielding. I looked at him, brows creasing with impatience, and found that look on his face. The look I'd hoped to avoid since our incident outside Javier's home. Fire burned in his eyes as his heavy breaths pushed his chest against mine. Flames burst in my face, but I couldn't look away from him. His gaze held me, freezing me just like my fear did. His eyes fell to my lips. Why does he do that? Lilith, help me. "All right," I panted, my throat dry. "You've made your point. Let me up." Oliver rolled off me, and the pressure against my chest released. I took a moment to lie undisturbed on the floor as I caught my breath, and the heat in my face subsided. Then I climbed to my feet. "Let's try it again," I said. Oliver nodded, jaw clenched, and took another fighting stance. He rushed me, and I ducked. His arm collided with my collarbone, knocking me to the ground again. I cried out in pain as agony sliced through the back of my head from the impact. Oliver knelt on the floor next to me, his forearm holding my chest down and his other hand against my neck with the athame. "Again," I growled. We stood, and Oliver advanced. Instead of ducking, I launched myself into his attack, placing my hands on his shoulders and wrapping my legs around his middle like a backward piggyback ride. His eyes grew round as saucers. His face beat red. He was too startled to notice me wriggling the athame from his grip. I dropped down and raised the athame like a trophy, a triumphant smile on my face. Oliver laughed, but the sound was shaky in his throat. He ran a hand through his hair.
"That wasn't fair."
"No, I won, didn't I?" He pointed an accusing finger at me.
"Yes, but if you jump on a demon like that, they won't react like I did."
I frowned. React like what, exactly?
Like, you... well, you...
Oliver sputtered. He dropped his hand against his leg in frustration.
If you jump on a vampire like that, you grant him full access to your throat. Did you know over half of the demon population feasts on humans in some way? Doing what you did just makes it easier for them.
Then it will surprise them, I said with raised eyebrows. You weren't expecting it, so they won't either. Oliver stepped toward me.
But the demons don't know you. I do.
Why does that matter? Oliver drew even closer. He lifted a hand as if to touch my face. My breath caught in my throat.
It doesn't,
he said, dropping his hand and stepping away from me.
You're right. The element of surprise is a handy tool, but you can only use it once. Try again.
After a dozen other attempts in which I tried different tactics, the only one that proved successful was when I cheated and pushed Oliver backward. But how is that cheating? I argued in between labored breaths, exhausted and frustrated. In a fight with a demon, I will have my powers.
Yes, but you rely too much on them,
Oliver said, pointing the athame at me accusingly.
It takes more than just your powers to defeat someone. It's how you use them that's the key. Taking on a first-tier demon is one thing. But what about a second tier? What if you face El Diablo again?
I shuddered as lingering pain flickered along the puncture wounds on my neck. I slapped my palms against my thighs in resignation. Then, what do you suggest? What's the best way to beat you? Oliver raised an eyebrow. He took several steps toward me and stretched his arm in front of me along my neck.
A sharp jab at the throat.
He dropped his arm and raised his knee until it rose just between my legs. I jerked backward in surprise, eyes wide and cheeks burning. "Excuse you," I muttered. Oliver fixed a flat stare at me.
Most demons are male, and a bit more sensitive in that area. Raise your knee up as hard as you can, and it will buy you some time.
He wiggled the athame suggestively.
If you have this, gouge out an eyeball.
I wrinkled my nose. Ew.
If your life is on the line, I don't think you'll care how disgusting the prospect is. Eyes, throat, and groin are the areas to hit.
I nodded. Got it. Oliver cocked his head, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized me.
You have another advantage.
Oh?
Your flexibility. If you move in a way normal humans can't, like stretching your leg up high like that, or bending over, or whatever it is you dancers do.
I snorted and covered my mouth.
Then the demons will be caught off guard. They expect you to be slow and clumsy. Even trained hunters can't move like you do.
A blush warmed my face, and I dropped my gaze, rubbing my arms. Thanks, I muttered. My eyes drifted to the window. How much time do we have? Oliver peered past the curtain.
It's almost sunset.
I stepped toward the staircase and listened carefully. A low growl resonated, as if the wolves could sense my curiosity. Stubborn idiots, I said. Oliver sank to the floor, his arms draped casually over his knees as he flicked the athame from one hand to the other. I sat across from him and watched him thoughtfully.
What is it?
He asked, as he stopped fiddling with the dagger. I cocked my head at him. How old are you?
18. Why?
You're the youngest council member I've ever heard of. His shoulders shook with silent laughter.
Is that a compliment?
Just an observation. Why aren't you a hunter? His expression darkened and he dropped his gaze.
My tainted bloodline.
I frowned. What? He shook his head, his jaw tense.
My mother was a witch, yes. But my father's identity,
muddles things a bit.
My mouth fell open. The council wouldn't let you become a hunter?
No, the council had no problem with it. The other hunters, however, refused to work with me.
Why? I demanded.
Because no one knows the identity of my father. For all they know, he could have been a demon, and my loyalties would be divided.
But the council doesn't care?
They welcome the diversity. I think they would be overjoyed if my father were a demon. It would make me half and half, the exact neutrality they would hope for.
Bitterness tainted his tone. Are you at all worried? I asked quietly. About the identity of your father? Oliver shook his head.
I've lived this long without him and functioned perfectly. I don't need to know who he is. It has nothing to do with who I am.
His words resonated with me, and my heart lifted. Moisture tickled my eyes. I swallowed and dropped my gaze.
What about your parents?
He asked. I shrugged, keeping my gaze averted. What about them?
How did they die?
The question was so matter-of-fact. When most people asked, it was in hushed tones, like I was a child who needed to be shielded from this tragic memory. I looked at him with a deadpan expression. They were hunting a third-tier demon lord. He killed them. Oliver nodded, his face blank, empty of sympathy, pity, understanding, empty of every reaction I loathed when talking about my parents.
Were you close?
A lump formed in my throat. I nodded. I was going to become a huntress because of them.
And now what do you want to do?
I sniffed and stared fixedly at the floorboards. I cast that time travel spell to run away, I whispered. I got into this summer intensive program at a ballet school, and I thought it was my ticket to a magic-free life. But I don't know. Seeing those santeros and hearing them scream for help, I couldn't not do something. I've been hiding under this rock for the last 5 years, avoiding the demon crime that's just gotten worse and worse. But I know if I'd seen it firsthand like I have here, I would have done something by now, instead of hiding like a fracking coward. Oliver leaned forward, his eyes earnest.
Desi, you are not a coward.
My eyes blurred, and I half smiled, half grimaced. You're the one who asked if I fight or flee when facing danger. I usually flee. Oliver scooted closer until he sat a foot away from me. He ducked his head, forcing me to look at him. My eyes were hot with tears of shame and anger.
That's because you're untrained,
he said softly.
Not because you're a coward. When you heard those santeros screaming for help, did you run? No. You said, we have to help them. And I watched you march right up to Alba and offer to help evacuate civilians. Those aren't the actions of a coward, Desi.
The lump in my throat throbbed, and I swallowed. My chest tightened with unpleasant emotions that suffocated me. Grief, guilt, self-loathing. Oliver's face swam in and out of focus as tears pooled in my eyes. I rubbed my nose, laughing nervously. You don't know me, Oliver.
I know you better than you think.
I looked at him, my smile vanishing. He leaned closer, his knee bumping against my bare leg, which sent shivers up and down my body.
I owe you an apology for what I said in the demon caves about women not being on the council.
I shook my head. You already apologized.
No, I apologized for what I said, but I didn't fully understand until now. I think it's wrong that women aren't offered the same opportunities as men.
It's wrong that the council won't employ women. You are incredible, Desi. And if it were up to me, you'd be on the council in a heartbeat. They would be lucky to have someone like you.
I swallowed, heat searing my face. Thank you, I whispered numbly. For a while, we sat there, gazing at each other. My skin burned where his knee rested against my leg, but I clung to that touch and didn't dare shift for fear of breaking it. I heaved a deep breath, blinking to break free of the hot haze of Oliver's eyes boring into mine. Tell me something. I kicked his boot, and he kicked back.
What?
I leaned forward intently. Why haven't you told your coven that you're on the council, or at least Alba? Oliver sighed heavily and stared at his knees.
I think Alba knows. She hasn't said anything, but with her abilities and intuition, she certainly suspects something. I'm not opposed to her finding out. She is the least judgmental person I've ever met. But if I never broach the subject, then we never have to talk about why. And I'm worried she will feel obligated to tell me more about my father.
My eyes widened. You don't want to know? Oliver shook his head, his eyebrows creasing.
No. From what I know of him, finding out anything more would only make things worse.
I nodded. And what about the rest of your coven? Surely they would understand.
I already feel judged for my bloodline,
Oliver said bitterly.
This will just reinforce the idea that my father is a demon. You can't serve on the council if you aren't at least a little sympathetic toward the side of dark magic.
Are you? Oliver didn't meet my gaze. His eyes were distant, somber.
Yes, I understand the pull of dark magic. I would never venture toward it, but I can understand it. Not everyone chooses it.
I dropped my gaze to my clasped hands on my knee. I took a deep breath and asked, Do you think it's true? That your father is a demon? Oliver's eyes hardened as he gazed toward the window.
Would you think differently of me if it were?
I swallowed, uncertain. If Oliver were part demon, what would I think? I shook my head. I don't know. Silence fell between us, cold and ominous. I watched Oliver, the way his tense jaw lined his face, the way his squared shoulders stiffened as darkness weighed on his eyes and expression. It reminded me of the darkness in myself, the darkness I constantly tried to escape from. But for him, he reveled in it. He wore it like armor that was meant to drag him down instead of building him up. He kept his darkness shackled to him permanently, as if punishing himself. I rose to my feet and gently kicked his leg. All right, it's your turn now. Stand up. He raised an eyebrow.
Why?
Just do it. Oliver groaned and climbed to his feet, his lips pressed into a flat line as he spread his arms.
Now what?
I took both his hands in mine and swayed back and forth, flashing him a grin. Now we dance. Oliver's eyebrows flew to his hairline and he laughed.
What? No, I'm not dancing.
My hands moved to his shoulders, which were still locked in place, unyielding. You're too tense, Oliver. Let go, let loose, dance with me. I swayed my hips and raised my eyebrows. Redness blossomed around his cheeks, but his chin lifted and he arched an eyebrow at me.
All right, but only if you show me how.
My smile widened and my hands returned to his. I pulled him closer to me, stepping back and forth and moving our clasped hands in a circular motion, like a simplified version of the salsa dance. Oliver followed my lead, but his movements were stiff and robotic. I watched him grimace, and I laughed. "You can do better than that," I said, moving my hands to his hips. He stiffened as I brought his hips against mine and swayed back and forth, moving him with me. His entire face and neck were beet red now. "Relax, Oliver." My eyes lifted to his. Heat seared along my body. But the more I moved, the more in control I felt. I took his hands again and stepped back, then forward, then back again, humming a poppy salsa tune as we danced. Gradually, the blush in Oliver's face faded, and his eyes lit up. His shoulders relaxed, and his hips moved with ease. I dropped one of his hands and lifted the other above my head as I twirled on my toes. His hand slid down my back as I bent over backward, my long curls dangling to the floor with the dip. He easily held my weight and drew me back in again, his whole body moving with mine as he grinned down at me. My humming continued as our dance got sillier and sillier. I lifted our clasped hands above his head, standing on my tiptoes, and spun him. He burst out laughing and spun back into me. Then I tried dipping him, but his weight was too much for me, and we crashed to the floor with a loud thud. Hysterical laughter bubbled from us as we shuffled and shifted, trying to extract our tangled limbs. I swept my curls out of my eyes and wiped tears of laughter from my face. Scooting next to him, I leaned my head against the wall, my giggles fading.
"Impressive, right?"
Oliver joked, sliding next to me against the wall.
"Tell me you've never seen such raw talent before."
I snorted and nudged his shoulder with mine. "That's not why I do it. I do it to release. All that tension and hardness I see in you reminds me of myself just after I lost my parents. I had to find an outlet, something to help me let go and lose myself. I'm not saying dancing is your thing, but I still wanted to share it with you." I offered him a small, shy smile as my cheeks burned and my stomach flipped. I'd never opened up to anyone about this before, not even Jose or any of my friends. They just assumed it was a weird quirk of mine and never asked questions. Oliver's eyes softened.
"Thank you, Desi."
His gaze held mine, conveying a deeper meaning than his words. In that shared look, we expressed solidarity over our woes and burdens, the darkness that clouded our lives, and the lengths we took to deal with it. "You're welcome," I whispered. As we stared at each other, something else glistened in his eyes, warming his expression. The tenderness in his face sent coils of heat racing through my stomach. I swallowed, my eyes darting instead to the window. The room darkened as the sun vanished, casting us in shadow. Oliver and I stared at the window for a moment. Then I stood, my arms shaking with anticipation. It was time. Oliver rose to his feet and handed me the athame. He nodded at me encouragingly.
"You can do this."
I nodded too. We both can do this. Several tense moments passed in silence. Then wolf howls echoed from downstairs. The full moon had arrived. Chapter 20. Whines and howls filled the shop as Oliver and I crept downstairs. The wolves no longer waited at the bottom, but I heard them shuffling around restlessly nearby. My heartbeat drummed erratically in my chest. "Fight," I told myself. "Fight. Don't run. Fight." We reached the bottom of the staircase, and my breath caught in my throat. 6 wolves paced the room, their hair on end and their bodies quivering. Wild snarls snapped from their snouts. Darkness bled through until it took over the whites of their eyes. Oliver hurled a ball of flames toward the pack. 2 of the wolves howled in agony and toppled over. The smell of burned flesh stung my nose. The remaining wolves snapped their heads toward us, fangs bared and saliva dripping from their mouths. Fear pulsed in my veins. My breaths became heavy and frantic. I'm going to hyperventilate. No, I'm going to puke. I can't do this. Oliver shot a jet of water at one of the wolves, knocking it backward. He tugged at my elbow and ushered me forward. We sprinted for the door, but the 2 other wolves blocked our path, their teeth gnashing together hungrily. One wolf pounced, tackling Oliver to the ground. Oliver's body erupted in flames, but the wolf was undeterred. It snarled and chomped its teeth, its snout mere inches from Oliver's face. "Oliver!" I screamed, but the remaining wolves pressed in on me, blocking me. Oliver shouted, but I couldn't tell if it was in pain or frustration. Had he been bitten? I couldn't see anything. It was just a blur of Oliver's arms and the wolf's mangy fur. Another wolf lunged forward, snapping at my leg, but I kicked it in the face. I concentrated on my breathing. In and out, in and out. Focus. Fight. I inhaled sharply 3 times and screamed at the wolves to get my blood going. A battle cry. Then I dived forward. I sliced the athame across the snout of the nearest wolf. It roared in agony. Blood poured from the wound. Another wolf leapt for me, but I slid to the floor, my legs stretching to form splits as my torso arced backward to avoid its attack. The wolf soared just over my head, its foul breath blowing on my face. It tumbled to the side and squealed in pain. I glanced at the other wolves and pushed them away to buy myself more time. I rose to my feet. Power pulsed through me, strong and unencumbered. The electricity of my magic rushed from my toes to my scalp, filling me with control I never knew I had. A different wolf sprang toward me. I ducked and sliced up and into its belly, spraying my face with its blood. I whirled as another wolf clawed at my face. Razor-sharp agony pierced my cheek. I screamed again, but a euphoric energy took over. With one hand, I pushed, freezing the wolf in place before it could attack again. With the other hand, I stuck the athame into its all-black eye and gouged the eyeball out. The wolf slumped sideways, inky blood pooling from its head. I glanced at Oliver, who still grappled with his wolf, and I pushed his werewolf away and up against the wall. Exhaustion tugged at my body, and I fell to my knees, but Oliver took over. A thick rock formed around his fist as he slammed it against the wolf's head, knocking the demon unconscious. Oliver stood, his face covered in blood and sweat, and raised both hands at the 2 remaining wolves. Realizing what he was doing, I stood and raised my hands as well, though my legs wobbled from exertion. Together we chanted, "Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you till the end of time." Our hands glowed in deep blue, and the remaining wolves hovered in the air. The glow of our magic encompassed them, brightening until I had to close my eyes against the light. Then with one last howl, the wolves vanished. Pain and fatigue rippled through my body, and I slumped sideways. Oliver caught me around the arms.
"I've got you," he muttered. "Come on. We need to leave before the others heal and wake up."
A furious growl froze us in our tracks. The wolf Oliver had punched stumbled to its feet and bared its long, sharp fangs at us. Several loud barks erupted from its snout as it approached us. I swayed, and Oliver held onto my elbow. Lights danced in front of my eyes. "I can't," I whispered. Oliver took the athame from my hand and pointed it threateningly toward the advancing wolf. His face red and covered in sweat, Oliver's heavy breathing indicated he was just as weak as I was. A loud shout echoed from the entrance. A blast of blue light assaulted the wolf, enlarging until it blinded us. When the light vanished, it still burned through my eyelids, and I blinked to see clearly again. The wolf vanished, and when my eyes adjusted, I saw Ramon standing there. His hands were raised, and anger burned in his eyes. I sagged against Oliver's shoulder, relief overwhelming me. "Thank Lilith," I muttered.
"You two need to stay with me from now on,"
Ramon growled, his eyebrows lowering in frustration. He impatiently waved a hand.
"Hurry."
Oliver and I shuffled clumsily to the door and followed Ramon. A few blocks later, we reached the red door. When we passed through, an eerie silence suffocated me. My mouth fell open and I looked around. Moonlight bathed the empty street in a spooky white glow. "What happened?" I asked in a hushed voice, afraid I would disturb the silence. "Where's the gunfire? And the civilians?" Ramon pressed a finger to his lips and ushered us forward through the back door we'd entered earlier. Inside, more than 20 people were crammed together, some snoring, some weeping quietly. A hot lump of guilt rose in my throat. How long had these people been waiting for us to deliver them to safety? All because I was too incompetent to handle a couple of demons. Oliver exhaled through his teeth and rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes darting to me as we shared grimaces of embarrassment. I knew he was thinking the same thing. Perhaps we did the wrong thing waiting for the full moon. Why had it seemed like such a good idea?
"Oliver, you stay with the refugees,"
Ramon said.
"We'll alternate taking them back to the restaurant. You rest first, then Desi will swap with you."
Oliver nodded, pressing his lips together. His cheeks reddened and his nostrils flared. Without meeting my gaze, he slapped the handle of the athame into my hand. I could tell he was angry, but as his fingers clenched into fists and he sank to the ground next to the group of small children, I realized he was angry with himself. I swallowed, my stomach churning and pulsating with so much anxiety I thought I might puke. He's probably angry with me, too. It's just as much my fault as it is his. I took several deep breaths, determined not to let my weakness interfere again. These people needed me. Ramon watched me expectantly. I nodded, gritting my teeth. My legs and arms felt like jello, and the cuts on my face throbbed, but I pushed through the discomfort. Gripping the athame firmly, I followed Ramon and half a dozen refugees out the door. The familiar fear threatened to clamp down on me, but I angrily shoved it aside. Recalling the euphoria and control from when I'd fought the wolves, I breathed deeply and stayed close to Ramon as we passed through the red door. As before, getting to the restaurant wasn't difficult, but on the way back, Ramon had to banish a shapeshifter that leapt at me from a dark alley. We returned through the door, and I sat with the refugees while Oliver and Ramon escorted the next group to safety. I passed the athame to Oliver before he left. He still wouldn't meet my eyes, even when he muttered, "Thanks." He regrets spending the evening with me, I thought miserably, as I sank to the ground against the dusty wall. He hates me now. I've been holding him back because I'm so fracking incompetent and needy. Señorita, ¿está bien? A small voice next to me asked. I turned and found a girl about 10 years old, eyeing me with concern. She touched my arm as she gazed at the blood on my clothes. Sí, gracias. I realized I was scowling, and I quickly wiped my expression clean and smiled at her. I wasn't sure how to convey it in Spanish, so I gestured to the blood on my clothes and shook my head. Not mine. I patted her hand on my arm. ¿Y usted? ¿Está bien? Are you okay? The girl sighed heavily and looked toward the door. Estoy asustada. Her lower lip trembled, and though I didn't understand her words, I knew she was afraid. Me llamo Desi, I said. ¿Cómo se llama? What's your name? Guadalupe Hernández Castillo, the girl said quietly. I smiled. Nice to meet you. Are you hurt? I gestured to her body and pointed to the blood on my own shirt. She shook her head. Where's your mother? Tu mamá? Tu familia? Guadalupe pointed out the door. Mamá está con mis hermanos y hermanas. Ya han evacuado. I nodded, piecing her words together with her gestures. Lo siento. I'm sorry you're alone. Guadalupe shrugged her shoulders, her gaze cast downward. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, and she buried her head into my sleeve. She smelled like honey, pepper, and many other spices. I smiled at the scents. They reminded me of Alba. ¿Le gusta comer? I asked timidly, wincing at my broken Spanish. Maybe talking to her about food will distract her. Guadalupe giggled. Sí, mi abuela es cocinera. Ah, I said, nodding as I furrowed my brow to try to understand. Does she make comida deliciosa? Delicious food? Sí, por supuesto, the girl said enthusiastically, grinning up at me. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Encouraged by her reaction, I said, ¿Qué es su favorita? What's your favorite? Guadalupe pressed her lips together in thought. Dulce de leche. My smile widened. Is it caliente o frío? Hot or cold? Sabe mejor caliente, como un vaso tibio de leche. I frowned. Yeah, I didn't understand much of that, but I nodded again anyway. ¿Y usted? ¿Cuál es su comida favorita? I stared at the cobweb-covered ceiling in contemplation. My favorite food. Pizza. Guadalupe's face scrunched up in confusion, and she sat up to look at me in bewilderment. ¿Qué es eso? I laughed. Italiano? It's a big, Americana comida? Guadalupe smiled again and rested her head back on my shoulder. We sat in silence, and I rubbed her arm. My heart ached for this girl who was completely alone. The warmth from her cheek that was pressed into me soothed me like hot soup. Though I knew she was afraid, I needed this as much as she did. I needed to feel useful. I had to know I was making a difference. After a few minutes, Oliver and Ramon returned, and I helped gather the remaining refugees. Together, we crept toward the red door, crossed into the magical realm, and arrived at the restaurant without incident. Ramon muttered,
Magic above and powers from there reveal what has been hidden from me.
Then he glanced at the wide-eyed refugees and said a bit louder,
Magic hidden from this people. Reveal yourself from your hideout.
I blinked, wondering why he spoke two spells. Then the gasps and murmurs of the refugees indicated the building was no longer cloaked. Oh, I thought. He broke the enchantment for himself and then the refugees. Beside me, Oliver whispered quickly,
"Magic above and powers that be, reveal what has been hidden from me."
I frowned, trying to figure out why their spells were different. Then I remembered the translation charm. Spanish was Ramon's first language, but not Oliver's. Oliver cleared his throat, looking at me expectantly. I straightened and uttered the same incantation. A babble of murmurs and snores erupted around me. I gasped, heart racing as several bodies materialized on the floor. Some stirred restlessly, others were motionless. After several moments of staring, I finally reassured myself that the refugees were merely sleeping, not injured or killed. Ramon waved his hand forward, and we all stepped carefully inside the restaurant. Ramon paused periodically to scan the area, no doubt searching for available space. Finally, he located an empty stretch of floor space in the kitchen. He gestured that the refugees claim the spot. Guadalupe squeezed my hand. ¿Te quedarás conmigo, por favor? Her eyes darted from me to the floor where the surrounding civilians were already getting comfortable. I glanced at Ramon and Oliver.
"She wants you to stay with her,"
Oliver said quietly. Emotion climbed up my throat as I looked back at Guadalupe. Smiling, I nodded, and she dragged me by the arm to a spot against the wall. Ramon retreated to the storage room, but Oliver lingered. My gaze drifted to him as his body stiffened. The tendons and veins in his neck and arms stood out against his skin, and his fingers curled into fists. His jaw clenched, and red splotches appeared on his cheek. I hesitated as Guadalupe tugged impatiently on my hand. I was about to ask Oliver if he was all right when he abruptly strode out of the kitchen. I heard the restaurant door open and close with his departure. Where was he going? Worry raced through me, but Guadalupe squeezed my hand, her anxious eyes peering up at me. I exhaled, releasing my concerns for Oliver. He can take care of himself. Guadalupe pulled me toward a spot against the wall. I slid to the floor, and she snuggled against my chest. I rested my cheek on the top of her head as her sweet scent enveloped me. My eyes closed with contentment, and I was asleep within minutes. I woke to the sound of low murmuring outside my door. Magic prickled around me, awakening me from my sleepy stupor. Curious, I climbed out of bed and shuffled toward my door. Slowly, I cracked it open. My father sat alone on the sofa as he uttered an incantation. I was too young to understand all the words, but I knew healing and powers, and in front of me, it was the same spell Kismet used when I split open my lip after falling on the concrete steps outside.
"What are you doing up, sweetheart?"
Dad asked without turning around. I gasped. How did he know I was there?
"Come, sit with me."
I hurried to sit with him on the sofa, but stopped short, my breath catching in my throat at the sight of the blood on his arm. A bright blue glow covered his fingertips as he pressed them against the wound. When he removed his hand, only smooth, unblemished skin peeked out from the hole in his shirt. "You're hurt," I said quietly. Dad leaned forward, his warm, brown eyes level with mine.
"Not anymore. It's healed now."
"What happened?" Dad pushed his horn-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose and sighed.
"Just demon hunting as usual."
"Do you get hurt like this all the time?" Dad smiled and shook his head, lifting me up to sit on his lap.
No, but this time someone else needed my help.
Why did you have to get hurt, though?
Because I turned back.
But why? My lower lip stuck out. If he hadn't turned back, maybe he wouldn't have gotten hurt. Dad kissed my forehead and pressed his cheek against the top of my head.
If I hadn't, this person could have died.
I stiffened and gasped again. Daddy, that's scary.
I know. It was scary for my friend, too.
So, you saved him?
We saved each other. I couldn't leave him there. One day, you'll understand.
I fell silent, leaning back against Dad's chest and savoring his warm, cinnamon scent that often helped me drift off to sleep. His arms wrapped around me, holding me in a soothing embrace. Sleepiness settled over my eyes, and as I succumbed to sleep, my last thought was of how proud I was of my father, who sacrificed himself to save others.
Desi, get up,
a quiet voice hissed. My eyes snapped open. Dried tears stuck to my cheeks. I could still smell my father next to me. My heart clenched as his familiar scent faded away like a distant memory. Don't leave yet. Don't leave. But soon it was gone. Guadalupe snored softly against my shoulder, her hands wrapped around my arm. I blinked and looked up. Standing over me, Manuel put a finger to his lips and waved his hand urgently. I carefully extracted myself from Guadalupe and followed Manuel into the storage room. Oliver, Elena, Alba, Ramon, and a few others I didn't recognize stood between several cots, muttering frantically. Oliver gestured wildly with his hands. Ramon's arms were crossed, his thick eyebrows lowered as he scowled silently. Elena's jaw clenched as she looked from Oliver to Alba, her eyes somber. Manuel and I approached, and Oliver fell silent. His eyes darted to me and then away quickly, as if he hadn't meant to meet my gaze. Still upset with me, I see, I thought glumly. What's going on? I asked. Alba had a vision, Elena explained grimly. Demons are on their way to us right now, ready to attack. Chapter 21. What? My stomach dropped, my gaze shifting to Alba. We're trying to decide the best way to evacuate the refugees without attracting too much attention, Alba said. I glanced toward the kitchen, thinking of Guadalupe. Fear snaked through my stomach and up my chest. I thought demons can't sense mortals. Alba shook her head. Most of them can't, but the mortals are probably not their targets. My eyes widened. They're attacking the coven? Somehow they've found us, Alba said. My protection spells were strong, but the demons are stronger. It was only a matter of time. They probably tracked her, Elena said, jabbing a finger toward me. She doesn't cloak herself very well. El Diablo has tasted her blood, Oliver said, clapping a hand to his forehead. I should have known. My skin prickled and my heart rate accelerated. Why does that matter? He can smell your blood, Alba said darkly. He knows its scent now. Her eyes closed briefly. I didn't think of it either. Muffled voices arose from the kitchen. The refugees were waking up. Guadalupe's bright smile shone in my head, and I swallowed. If they're tracking me, then let me lure them somewhere else. Desi, Alba said warningly. No, we don't have time to move the civilians. And even if we did, it would be too many people to protect at once. The mortals are protected here. If it's the coven they want, let's bring the fight to them. Silence greeted my suggestion. Alba and Ramon exchanged glances. Elena's eyes darted between them, her eyebrows furrowed. Oliver watched me, his eyes hard. I tried not to recoil from his stern gaze, but it bore into me, pressing down on me like a weight. I was tired of his judgmental stares and anger. I was tired of being blamed for the incident with the werewolves. And I was tired of letting myself feel guilty for it when he shared the blame too. "Do you have a better idea?" I asked, crossing my arms. Oliver clenched his teeth, pressing his lips together. He shook his head stiffly. "Manuel, you stay with the refugees," Alba said. "You're the only one who can sense demons before they attack." Her eyes drifted to me and Oliver. "The rest of you, come with me. I'll show you the direction the demons will approach from." Alba snatched my elbow and dragged me forward so forcefully that I stumbled a few steps. I hurried to match her pace as we slipped through the kitchen and out the front door. Behind us, the rest of the coven followed, except for Manuel, who lingered in the kitchen with the refugees. "What is it?" I asked, pulling my arm out of Alba's grip. She stopped and slapped a familiar flask into my palm. Her eyes met mine, scolding me. She leaned closer to me as the rest of the coven filed out of the restaurant. "Do not go anywhere without this flask," she muttered, "or you may miss your opportunity." I swallowed, embarrassment stuck in my throat. I'd completely forgotten. Nodding, I took the flask and patted my dress for any space to tuck it into. Alba sighed and muttered, "Surround this object, change and alter it, so it may rest upon her neck." The flask glowed blue and then shrank to the size of a small vial. A long silver chain snaked around it. Without preamble, Alba shoved my shoulders, spinning me away from her as she clasped the chain around my neck. The cool vial rested comfortably on my collarbone. I traced it with my finger and looked at Alba. "Thank you," I said quietly. Alba's mouth lifted in a half-smile. "You've helped us, too. Your idea was a good one. Let's just hope our forces will outnumber theirs." I didn't get a good look at the size of the demon clan. Oliver was the last to exit the restaurant. The door closed behind him, and he looked at me with something unreadable in his eyes. A strong emotion I couldn't place stirred in his face. Confusion? Curiosity? Regret? I met his gaze with what I hoped was a neutral expression. I didn't want to betray how much his cold behavior stung me, especially after my vulnerable moments with him. I swallowed. I'd never even opened up to Jose like that. And now Oliver was treating me as if we didn't know each other. Or worse, as if we hated each other. Clenching my teeth, I turned away from his gaze, though I still felt his eyes drilling holes into the back of my head. Alba closed her eyes for a long moment. Her eyelids fluttered, revealing small strips of her all-white eyes as the vision took over. Her arms twitched, and then her head snapped forward, eyes opening. "West," she said, "toward the courthouse." I drew my athame and followed the crowd, attempting to tread as stealthily as the others did, though my clumsy movements screamed against my ears. I was practically a beacon alerting the demons to our presence. Why am I even here? I thought, angry with myself. Oh yeah, because this was my idea. Lilith, I hope this works. By now, the alleys and streets were somewhat familiar to me. We passed the shop where we'd encountered the vampires, and the flower shop Oliver and I had hidden in yesterday, when we'd exposed our fears and desires and insecurities, and then he'd pretended it never happened. Then we passed the red door leading to the mortal realm. I'd never been beyond this point in the magical realm. The buildings still looked the same, though the air churned with magical energy. The clock tower glowed an ethereal green. I was inexplicably reminded of the bat signal in Batman and wondered if it was similar. When I cast a spell at the clock face, did a huge light project into the sky to alert the coven to my cry for help? The corners of my mouth twitched as I imagined it. "Stop smirking and focus on your movements," a voice hissed beside me. "You're sloppy and noisy." I glanced next to me at Elena, my nostrils flaring. Her eyes were fixed ahead at the coven members in front of us, but a superior, self-satisfied smugness crept into her expression. "Sorry, I was too busy paying attention to your bitchy attitude," I snapped. As the words tumbled from my mouth, I clamped my lips shut. "Stupid, stupid, stupid." Elena snorted. "Insult my attitude all you want. It won't help you. You're still the most pathetic huntress I've ever seen." I'd had enough. I didn't even belong in this stupid time period. I was sick of the hostility and judgments from these people who didn't even know me. I shoved my forearm against Elena's throat and pinned her to the door of the building next to us. Her head slammed against the wood, and her eyes widened in shock and anger. "What's your problem?" I demanded through clenched teeth. "Is this about Oliver? Because you can have him. I couldn't care less. Or is it because I'm not a huntress like you? Well, newsflash, not everyone wants to spill demon blood for a living. So maybe instead of criticizing my every move, you can offer me helpful advice that might help me save some lives. Otherwise, swallow your pride and leave me the hell alone." Elena thrust out her arms and pushed me. The force tossed me a few feet until I crumpled in a heap on the concrete. My arms and legs scraped against the ground. "Enough!" Alba shouted, weaving through the witches and warlocks to stand between us, her eyes blazing. "Whatever the problem is between you two, save it for later. Your petty argument is risking all our lives." I staggered to my feet and readjusted my dress, wincing from the fresh scrapes on my skin. Add it to the long list of injuries I've sustained so far. Elena rubbed at her throat and coughed. Hatred burned in her eyes. But when she glanced at Alba, chagrin replaced it. She nodded stiffly. Alba's eyes flashed warningly as she stared hard at the two of us. Then she stomped back to the front of the coven, and we resumed our trek. I could practically feel the heat of Elena's fury next to me as we walked in silence. Her cheeks glowed pink, and darkness clouded her eyes, but she didn't once glance at me. After a few more paces, Alba raised a hand to stop the coven. She turned to Ramon. "This is as far as my vision goes. What can you sense?" Ramon closed his eyes, his expression relaxing. His nose crinkled and he sniffed the air loudly. "Vampires, hiding less than a mile south of us." Alba raised her eyebrows. "Only vampires?" Ramon nodded. "I can't smell anything else." My blood ran cold. "The vampires are after magical blood. It's a trap," I whispered. Elena's head snapped toward me. "What?" "A trap," I said louder. "Why would it only be vampires unless they're after our blood? El Diablo said there's power in drinking the blood of witches and warlocks. It's why they don't have donors anymore. The blood of mortals wasn't doing anything for them." "She's right," Oliver said. I jumped, not realizing he'd pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Had he heard what I'd said to Elena about him? He still wouldn't look at me. Alba's jaw tensed as she looked to Ramon, their eyes communicating something I couldn't understand. She nodded as if they'd spoken telepathically. "Elena, take Desi to the western side of the city. Double back and meet us a mile south." "What?"
Elena and I said together, our voices equally outraged. El Diablo can only track your blood, Desi, Alba said sharply. I'll cast a cloaking spell around us so we can catch the vampires by surprise. You two take the long way and join in the battle when you can. But if they're tracking me, I started loudly. Alba looked at me and jabbed a finger at Elena. She's a good fighter. She'll protect you, and we won't be far. Just wander long enough to distract the demons so we can take them out. My heart fell to my stomach. Great. So I'm being used as bait. But why? Elena began, but Alba already turned away, the coven following behind her. Oliver's gaze cut to me, piercing me with this strange new hostility, before he turned and followed Alba. I wasn't sure if I preferred his angry gaze or his complete indifference. Both sliced through my heart in ways I wasn't prepared for, in ways that embarrassed me. I hadn't even realized I had feelings for him until now, until he decided he felt nothing but hatred toward me. Let's go, Elena muttered, turning back the way we came. Chapter 22. Before we set off, I caught Elena by the arm. Look, I said quietly, I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to embarrass you in front of your coven. Elena's steely gaze bore into mine for a long moment. I held it unwaveringly, then her eyes softened. I deserved it, she said. Besides, it was about time you stood up for yourself. My head reared back in surprise. What does that mean? Just that you've been letting people walk all over you since you arrived. I opened my mouth to object, but the words faltered on my lips. Was she right? Was I just a doormat, letting things happen to me without fighting them? Like how I hadn't even fought El Diablo when he violated me and took my blood against my will. I had just lain there, sobbing. I hadn't even sought revenge afterward. I'd wanted to run, flee, hide. I swallowed, shame and shock clenching my chest. Elena turned and started walking, and I numbly followed, trying not to think about this revelation of what a stale, unmotivated person I'd become. After a few minutes, Elena said quietly, I don't hate you. I jerked my gaze from the cobbled road to her braided hair in front of me. What? I'm angry with the world right now. You've probably heard about my brother. I nodded. I haven't had time to grieve or process it, so I've been coping the best way I know how. You don't have to explain yourself to me, Elena. I'm coping too. Elena remained silent. Then, her voice barely a whisper, she asked, What do you mean? Time to stop hiding, I decided, taking a deep breath. I lost my parents to a demon lord 5 years ago, and I still haven't processed it. More silence. The air between us was thick with thoughts and emotions. Can you tell me, do you know how it happened? Elena asked, her voice trembling. My heart rate accelerated, but I nodded even though she couldn't see me. I hadn't allowed myself to relive that day since it happened. But it was time. I had to let this go. I had to move on from this. The event had frozen me in place, preventing me from progressing. I was stuck in the moment of their death. But not anymore. They were hunting a powerful third-tier demon lord named Leverett. Well, their entire coven was, but my parents were the front-runners. She was a pusher, or a telekinetic, and he was a thinker. What do you call that? Telepath? Elena nodded. Or clairvoyant.
Right. Anyway, they were both powerful and really good with their abilities. He could always sense attacks before they came, and she used his intel to effectively stop any advances. So, Leverett did the only thing he could to stop them. He separated them. He lured me out of the house in the middle of the night. I don't remember it at all. My brain was in a haze. But I woke up on the concrete the next morning. Dad was gone. I paused, my arm shaking. Elena had stopped walking and turned to face me, but I couldn't look at her. "Keep walking," I whispered. "My body needs to move right now." Wordlessly, Elena turned and continued down the road. My breaths came shallow and faint, so I focused on Elena's dark hair in front of me. Mom left me with Kismet, my familiar, to go after him. She never came home. I didn't watch them die, but I still hear them screaming as if I did. Silence fell again. Emotions rose in my throat, choking me, cutting off my air supply. I gasped gulps of air, but my head still spun.
"It isn't your fault, Desi,"
Elena said firmly.
"I know you don't believe me, but it isn't your fault. Even if he hadn't lured you away, he would have found another way."
I nodded, dazed. Right, but I didn't believe it. Elena stopped and turned to face me. Fire burned in her eyes, but sorrow and despair lingered there too.
"I know, Desi. Pablo gave his life to save me. A few shapeshifters trapped me. They'd already started feasting on me."
She rolled up the sleeve of her left arm and revealed deep red scars that zigzagged up her arm. I gasped, my eyes wide. Merciful Lilith!
He cast a spell, binding himself to my fate. The shapeshifters couldn't refuse. They lunged at him. I harnessed the light magic from his sacrifice, but by the time I did, it was too late. I had to save the rest of my coven, and his body was long gone.
Tears sparkled in her eyes, and she looked away, her cheeks reddening. My mouth fell open in horror. Warmth prickled behind my eyes, and I touched Elena's hand. "It isn't
my fault."
Elena smiled wryly.
"I'll believe that when you do."
I dropped my hand, my heart sinking to my stomach. So much pain, so much tragedy. Even though we had powers, Elena and I were still only human. If only there were some spell to hasten the grieving process, to get us back to normal and to the other side.
"Does it get easier?" Elena asked me. I shook my head. I wouldn't know. I'm in the same place I was 5 years ago, but I've been told the pain doesn't go away. It only gets more bearable with time. Have you found that to be true?
I hesitated. I don't cry about it every day, if that's what you mean.
That's not what I mean.
I sighed, emotion lodged in my throat. I blinked moisture out of my eyes and said quietly, "If you find the right ways to cope, then yes, it gets bearable. But I've buried my head in the sand. Eventually, I'll have to pull it out and face this." Elena nodded.
"Me too. Maybe we can face it together."
She turned to glance at me, her eyes wide, vulnerable and hopeful. Such a different gaze from what I was accustomed to seeing on her face. "Maybe," I said quietly. I didn't voice my concern about returning to my own time period. I didn't want to be in Cuba for much longer, and a part of me knew that getting past the grief of losing my parents would take more time than I could afford, which was why I'd avoided it for so long. Silence fell between us as we continued walking, but something comforting existed between us now, a connection forged by our similar tragedies. I'd originally thought I would bond with Oliver over this, and in a way I had, but Oliver had coped with his loss better than I had. Elena understood me in ways that he couldn't. While Oliver insisted I get past the loss, Elena knew firsthand that that wasn't the hard part. The hardest part was figuring out how, and for the first time since I'd arrived here, I was grateful to be in her company. Elena led me down narrow alleys and pathways that made my head spin. At times, I swore we passed the same building twice. We were both silent, and we crept carefully, stopping occasionally at the sound of the wind blowing or doors creaking. "How much farther?" I whispered, after we'd walked for at least half an hour. My legs ached, and my head throbbed from how often my gaze darted around. Elena held up her hand to stop me as we approached the end of the road. She peered around the corner and glanced both ways before motioning for me to follow. "We need to distract the demons with your scent for as long as possible. I'd say another mile or so." I gulped. "So demons are following us?" "Undoubtedly." My blood ran cold, and the back of my neck prickled. Why haven't they attacked yet? "They're trying to hurt us. That's why we're weaving in so many different directions. I don't want us cornered." My eyes rounded and my breath sharpened, each one tearing right through me. "Yeah, that'd be bad." I closed the distance between us so I was only a foot behind Elena. Her tight braids bobbed against her shoulders. "How can you tell?" I breathed as fear crept up my throat. "I can smell them." I sniffed the air. The scent of magic swelled around me, like that hot, steamy smell after a dishwasher finished its cycle. But I couldn't smell anything else. What does it smell like? Part of me was irritated that I didn't have this perfect ability to sense demons like Elena and Oliver could. The other part was angry with myself for being too lazy to practice. They were hunters after all, and I was nothing but a slacker. "Shh." Elena raised a hand again, and I stopped short, almost slamming into her. A breeze swept through us, ruffling our hair and skirts. A shiver ran up my spine. Silence pounded against my ears as my instincts screamed that something was wrong. It was too quiet. "Damn it," Elena muttered, glancing quickly over her shoulder, her eyes furious. "What?" I whispered. "The shapeshifter. He's the hardest to smell." I gripped the handle of the athame tightly, trying not to tremble with fear. "Don't be afraid. Fight. Don't flee. You can do this." Elena drew 2 daggers from her leg holsters and looked at me, her jaw clenched. "Can you fight?" My chest and belly quivered with each terrified breath I took, but I nodded. "I can do this." I inhaled slowly, evenly. My eyes closed for a brief moment as I relaxed my fingers. The familiar energy of my magic thrummed through my body. I am a machine. Fear isn't real. Something foul and decayed tickled my nose. Blood. Corpse. "Vampire," I whispered. The athame swung from my grip as if it had a mind of its own. It embedded itself into the throat of a vampire behind me. My legs surged forward, carrying the rest of my body with them. I kicked the chest of the vampire, and he crumpled. Wrenching the athame from his neck, I flung it over Elena's head and into another approaching vampire. Elena's jaw hit the ground in surprise. She stared at me, wide-eyed. She recovered quickly as a shapeshifter materialized right next to her.
With a shout, she sliced into its arm, but it faded back into invisibility. Adrenaline coursed through me, and a wicked smile spread across my face. The euphoria of battle sharpened my mind and my senses. It was invigorating, addicting, powerful. I pushed a werewolf into the air and spun it around until it howled and whined. Then I flexed my fingers, feeling the pull of energy shift through me. My hands glowed blue, and the werewolf yelped before I banished it. Fatigue pulled at my legs, but I couldn't stop. I was powerful, unbeatable. Mist poured into the street, an ethereal fog churning with dark magic. A mangy animal smell reached my nose, and I stiffened. As the fog obscured my view, I heard Elena slicing through demons in front of me. "Elena, stop!" I shouted. Her blade cut through flesh once more. A demon choked and gagged, and then fell silent. I groped forward blindly until I found Elena's arms. She flinched at my touch, but I pulled her closer and whispered, "Wendigo." Chapter 23. Elena gasped. "No, it can't be. Can we fight it?" Though I couldn't make out her face, her braids flopped as she shook her head vigorously. I've never even seen one, let alone fought one. A low hiss pierced the air. Heavy footfalls padded nearby. My heart jumped in my throat. The adrenaline from earlier flickered and died, leaving nothing but cold fear in its place. Exhaustion pulled at my arms and legs, begging me to rest. But the battle had just begun. "Come on," I said. I tugged Elena by the elbow, and we stumbled toward the building closest to us. I fumbled with the door until it pushed open, the mist pouring in behind us. I glanced around what appeared to be a small print shop. My eyes frantically raked over every corner until I found light filtering through a window. I rushed toward it and drew back the curtains, bathing the room in sunlight. My hands shaking, I pushed the window open. More mist poured inside, and the Wendigo's stench filled my nose. A deep growl resonated from the street. I grabbed Elena's hand again and muttered, "Magic above, I summon thee, to obscure us from this enemy." A faint blue light engulfed us and then faded. I pulled Elena toward the window and threw the curtain over us. We coughed as dust and cobwebs filled the air. We pressed our backs against the wall and waited, the silence punctuated only by our heavy breaths. The curtain sent whiffs of mold as it rippled with the wind outside. Elena still clutched my hand, her fingers shaking. We looked at each other as we heard the unmistakable sound of paws creeping along the tiled floor. "It's inside." My heart lurched in my throat. I pressed my lips together and clamped my eyes shut, though I couldn't see through the curtain anyway. The Wendigo crept closer. Its stench strengthened as it drew nearer. Another hiss sliced through the air. My eyes opened and dropped to the small chink of light near my feet. A dark shadow fell, obscuring the light. A long, jagged claw slid under the curtain next to my shoe. Panic rose in my throat. I held my breath, and my heartbeat screamed in my ears. Another hiss, a growl. Heavy, putrid breaths blew against the curtain. Elena's fingernails dug into my palm. Her fingers gripped mine so tightly that I swore I felt my bones crack. The Wendigo withdrew its paws and crept away from the curtain. The sound of its movements diminished until I couldn't hear it anymore. "Is it gone?" Elena whispered. I shook my head, too afraid to answer. We waited. The silence blared against my ears as I waited for something to assault us.
More silence. I let out a breath and whipped the curtains back. My heart stopped. The mist still surrounded us. And there, right in front of us, sat the most hideous creature I had ever seen. It had no eyes, but it had a huge, wide mouth like a shark, and fangs that were covered in saliva and blood. Thick black fur covered its body, and long, clawed fingers stretched from its arms. Part human, part beast. The lower half of its body was reptilian, like the tail of an alligator. Its belly rested on the floor like a snake. The monster hissed in triumph as it stomped toward us, its mouth opening wider. I couldn't tell if it was smiling or preparing to feast. Maybe both. Elena pulled at my arm and dragged me toward the open window. Together we scrambled out just as the Wendigo snapped its jaws. The curtain stuck between its teeth, and the beast violently shook its head to pull free. Elena and I tore down the street, our breaths turned into panicked wheezes. Feral grunts behind us indicated that the Wendigo was on our tails. We couldn't outrun it for long. "What do we do?" I shrieked as we rounded a corner. The Wendigo's paws shuffled as it scurried after us. "Back, to the restaurant," Elena gasped. "Are you insane?" I cried. "Cloaked, from first-tier demons," Elena said. "It can't enter. Too far. It's closer than the coven." The Wendigo roared so close to me that my ears throbbed. Its breath surrounded me. "We need more time," I thought desperately. "If it's first tier, maybe I can banish it." I stopped running and ducked down as the Wendigo leapt over me. "What are you doing?" Elena screamed. I flung the athame until it buried itself in the Wendigo's back. The demon howled in agony and tumbled to the side, colliding with a concrete wall. Dark blood oozed from the wound, staining the ground. I bounded forward and raised my hands, pushing the Wendigo until it slammed against the concrete. The building shook, and the demon growled in anger. I pushed again, but something stopped me. My arms shook, and I clenched my teeth, thrusting my magic forward, but the Wendigo wouldn't budge. It righted itself and roared at me, spit flying from its face. It advanced toward me with slow, unencumbered steps, as if my athame wasn't still embedded in its back. My magic still coursed through me, but as I lifted my arms again, nothing happened. It was like the creature was immune. Elena grunted and flung her own daggers at the Wendigo. It stiffened and howled, but continued stalking toward me. Mist pooled onto the street, covering the ground like a layer of snow. My hands shook as I aimed my palms at the Wendigo. "Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you till the end of time." Faint blue halos surrounded my hands, but the light flickered and died, like someone had cut the power. The Wendigo's lips pulled open wide, revealing more jagged, bloody teeth. "Why won't it die?" I shrieked to Elena. "It must be second tier, but that's impossible," Elena cried, bounding forward. She tackled the Wendigo, and they tumbled to the ground together, a blur of fur, claws, and Elena's dark hair. Elena screamed. The beast howled. The dark blood spattered against the ground, but I couldn't tell whose. A putrid, fishy stench stung my nostrils. I recognized that smell. "Desi!" I turned to find Elena hurrying down the opposite side of the street toward me. I stiffened and glanced behind me, where another Elena still fought the Wendigo. 2 Elenas? A chill swept down my spine. I whirled around as the first Elena's eyes glowed a sickening gray. Then her body morphed, her skin darkening and sprouting scales. The shapeshifter appeared in her place. A wide grin stretched across its gray, scaly face. Its webbed fingers pushed against my throat, slamming my head into the concrete wall behind me. Pain sliced through my head and my throat. The demon's hand pushed harder and harder until my vision darkened. My lungs screamed for air, but nothing came. My fingers clawed at the shapeshifter's arms as I tried to push it away, but its slimy hand was unyielding. The shapeshifter leaned closer, its dark eyes angry and triumphant. A weak moan escaped my lips, a last desperate attempt to breathe air that wouldn't come. Lights danced in my eyes. My arms stiffened and slackened, dropping to my side. Suddenly, something sliced through the shapeshifter, and warm blood sprayed onto my dress. The demon screamed and released me. I collapsed to the ground, heaving rattling breaths through my burning throat. The lights still flickered in my eyes, blinding me from my rescuer.
"Are you all right?"
It wasn't Elena. It was a man. Oliver? A warm hand found mine and hoisted me to my feet. I coughed, sputtered, and rubbed my throbbing throat. Gradually, my vision returned to normal, and I found Manuel holding a bloody sword, his eyes concerned, and his jaw hardened with determination. A tiny sliver of disappointment wriggled through my stomach. It wasn't Oliver. I shoved the thought away and nodded. "Thank you," I said hoarsely. I gazed down at the shapeshifter, which bled from a deep gash in its side. It writhed on the ground, its screams piercing the air. "Where's Elena?" I asked, looking around. Elena cried out from the other end of the street. The Wendigo's jaws opened wide and clamped down on her forearm. Elena's shriek tore through the air. Manuel hurried forward, and I followed. Manuel shouted in anger and slashed at the Wendigo. Blood dripped profusely from its multiple wounds, but it was undeterred, almost like it was immortal. How could it be second tier? It couldn't even speak the incantation to ascend. Unless someone had spoken for it. Someone like El Diablo. The Wendigo tossed its head back and forth, as if trying to completely tear off Elena's arm. I raised my hands and pushed the Wendigo. It flinched and shuddered, but it didn't move. I shouted, "Magic within me, strengthen my arms. Move this creature before it does more harm." I thrust my hands forward again. Blue jets of light poured from my hands like water from a hose and wrapped around the Wendigo, cutting the demon off from its feast. The rope-like tendrils of my magic pulled and tugged, and as the monster drew back, my energy waned and faded. I sank to my knees, but kept my arms outstretched, carrying the Wendigo farther and farther away from Elena. My arms shook from exhaustion. My breaths came fast and hard, my throat still burning. I held the Wendigo in the air several feet away from Elena and shouted, "Now, Manuel!" Manuel swung the sword down, severing the Wendigo's head from its body. A final groan escaped the Wendigo's jaws, and its body convulsed and shuddered before it stilled. A heavy wind blew down the street, sweeping the mist into a large funnel cloud. The cloud spun and twisted, whipping my hair over my face and stinging my eyes. As the small storm faded, my eyes widened in shock. The Wendigo had been a second-tier demon. Killing him provided power, the same kind of power used in the time travel spell. I touched the vial on my neck, but by the time realization hit me, the wind and mist had vanished. It was too late. Fatigue clouded my head, and I swayed. I dropped my arms and fell to the ground. I squinted and blinked, trying to clear my head to see if Elena was all right. Her labored breaths were loud, but coherent. Her strangled grunts and groans echoed. Dark red blood poured from her arm, which was cradled against her chest. There was so much blood that I couldn't even see the wound. Was her arm still attached? Manuel hurried to her side.
Are you?
I'm fine, Elena said through clenched teeth. How did you find us?
I heard your call for help.
Manuel tapped his forehead.
Where are the others?
Before Elena could answer, Manuel cried out, his back stiffening as blood blossomed across his chest. A shocked gasp ripped through my throat. I lifted an arm to stop whatever was happening. The shapeshifter appeared next to Manuel. The bloody gash still gleamed at the demon's side. It clutched my athame in its webbed hands, raised the weapon, and stabbed Manuel in the chest. Once, twice, 3 times. The blade buried in Manuel's body again and again. No! I screamed, staggering to my feet. I lifted my arms, but nothing happened. I was too weak. Elena was sobbing, muttering something incoherent that sounded like a spell, but with her injuries, she couldn't do anything to stop it. Manuel was dying, and we were too. Tears streamed down my face. I cried, "Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you to the end of time." My voice was weak and broken by sobs. My feeble arms rose, but nothing happened. Not even a flicker of blue appeared. I couldn't feel my magic swelling in my body anymore. I was powerless. The shapeshifter grinned. Manuel slumped to the side, his body limp. He didn't move again. Dark shadows appeared on the street. More demons. Werewolves loomed forward, teeth bared and eyes hungry. A pair of vampires approached with smiles that exposed their fangs. The demon cavalry had arrived to finish us off. Elena's feet wriggled as she tried to rise. Blood and tears stained her face. The shapeshifter stepped on her leg and she screamed. The crowd of demons drew nearer to her. They were going to kill her. No, I groaned weakly, but my body wouldn't move. I was frozen in place as my eyes strayed to the next figure who appeared at the end of the street. Kismet. Her waist-length blonde hair was so much longer than I remembered. Her eyes and skin were vibrant and youthful, flawless. She was young, so much younger than the Kismet I knew. Her cold blue eyes surveyed the carnage with apathy. The unfeeling blankness in her expression was so foreign to me compared to the affection I was accustomed to. My mouth fell open. The tears on my face seemed to harden to ice as my blood chilled. It was too much for me. A petrified gasp rippled through my body. My legs buckled until I collapsed again. My head collided with the ground, and darkness obscured my vision. Voices shouted. Someone cried, "Elena!" Bursts of light burned through my eyelids. Warm arms encircled me.
I've got you.
My head lolled backward into nothingness. Chapter 24. "Where's Dad?" I asked, my voice trembling. Mom glanced at me as she threw on her boots and coat. Her thick curls whipped across her face in her haste to leave. "He's in trouble, Desi, but don't worry, I'm going to bring him home." She crouched down to where I sat, holding a pack of ice to my forehead. I still didn't remember what happened, but I'd woken up outside, my head throbbing. "You be brave for me, okay? Stay here with Kismet. I'll be back soon. She kissed my forehead. I love you. I watched her rush out the door, which slammed behind her before I could respond. I looked up at Kismet, who stared at the front door, her eyebrows lowered and a concerned frown on her face. She blinked and met my gaze, her eyes softening. She sat next to me and wrapped her arm around me. "It'll be okay, Desi," she said quietly. "Kismet." My eyes snapped open. The familiar healing sense of Alba's remedies tickled my nose, but this time I didn't loiter. I slid the thick blanket off my legs and rose from my cot. White spots floated in front of my eyes, but I impatiently blinked them away and strode to the kitchen. I had to find Kismet. I had to find out why she was here. A few members of the coven stood in a small circle, whispering fervently. I glanced around the kitchen, realizing it was strangely empty. "Where are the refugees?" I asked. The whispering stopped, and the group parted. Elena, Alba, and Ramon looked at me. Elena's face was a mess of tears and dirt. Venom flashed in her eyes. Pure hatred. Worse than before. Guess our small moment of friendship is gone. "There's an armistice to evacuate the civilians," Alba said without glancing at me. Her eyes were on Elena. My gaze fell to Elena's blood-stained dress. Her arm was heavily bandaged and glistening red from her wound. I swallowed as the memories from the attack came rushing back to me. The Wendigo that wouldn't die, Manuel rescuing us, the shapeshifter stabbing him again and again. With a shaky gasp, I drew in a cold breath of realization. My eyes wide, I whispered, "Manuel?" Elena's jaw clenched. "Dead," she growled, her voice shaking. "Because of you." "Elena," Alba warned, extending an arm toward her. With her uninjured hand, Elena smacked Alba's arm away and took a threatening step toward me. "No, she needs to know. It's your fault he's gone, Desi. Why did you face the Wendigo? Why didn't you just keep running? We would have made it, and Manuel never would have had to come and save us." My heart stopped. Grief and shock mingled in my throat, choking me and cutting off my words. "No." "Why are you still here?" Elena shrieked at me. "Go back to your own time. Leave us before someone else gets hurt trying to protect you." Her words assaulted me like punches in the face, but I just stood there, enduring the blows. They crushed my bones and tore my flesh. My injuries over the past few days were nothing compared to this. Manuel is dead because of me. "Take her away," Alba whispered to Ramon. Ramon nodded and touched Elena's shoulders. Elena wriggled and squirmed, but Ramon's grip was firm. "Stop protecting her," she cried as Ramon steered her out of the kitchen. "She doesn't deserve it. It should be her who's gone, not Manuel." Broken sobs echoed in the kitchen. Elena's eyes blazed with fury, despite the thick tears streaming down her face. She shot one last angry glance at me before she and Ramon disappeared from view. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. Moisture stung my eyes, but I was too frozen to wipe the tears away. Soft footsteps indicated Alba was approaching me. Her hand touched my elbow, but I felt nothing. "It isn't your fault," she whispered. I didn't respond. My mouth was open in horror and disbelief. My wide eyes stared at some random spot on the kitchen wall. Manuel was dead. Because of me. A lump formed in my throat, rising and growing until I was certain I'd puke. My stomach heaved, and I covered my mouth with my hands. Out of nowhere, Alba produced a basin, and I vomited into it. Though the bile burned my already damaged throat, it was nothing compared to the pain of this realization. I couldn't shake it from me, no matter how much I puked. Manuel was gone. Because of me.
It's not your fault,
Alba said again, her voice firm. Yes, it is, I croaked. My voice felt far away, like I was watching from a distance. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, hunting demons with you all. I don't know anything. I have no instincts. I don't belong here. Elena's right. Everything she said was true. Alba remained silent, her dark eyes watching me thoughtfully.
You saw something.
My gaze snapped to her in surprise. I hadn't expected her to change the subject. What? Her chin jerked toward the storage room with cots.
Before you found out about Manuel, you charged in here looking for something. What was it?
I shook my head. It doesn't matter. Alba set my puke basin on the ground and clasped my hands in hers.
Desi, it's important. What did you see?
My voice hollow, I said. My familiar, Kismet. Alba's gaze lifted to the wall behind me, her brow furrowing. Then she nodded.
The blonde woman?
Yes.
I thought she seemed out of place among all those first-tier demons. Is she second-tier, or a dark witch?
My mouth opened, but nothing came out. I had no clue. I knew nothing about Kismet's past.
Well, I suppose she must be a dark witch,
Alba said, as if in a conversation with herself.
The council wouldn't assign a demon to be your familiar.
She hesitated and looked at me.
Unless that's something that's changed in the future?
I shook my head numbly. A dark witch. Was she working with El Diablo? Or perhaps she was innocent. I hadn't seen her attack anyone. Maybe she hadn't been with the demons. Maybe she was assisting the coven. Did you recognize her? I asked. Desperation laced my voice. Sadness shone in Alba's eyes.
No, but she was not helping you, Elena, or Manuel when we arrived.
Meaning she wasn't on our side. A heavy weight fell in my stomach. I exhaled a shaky breath and stared at Alba. Alba, how? How is she alive right now? In this time? Alba pressed her lips together, her eyes calculating.
Is she a teleporter?
No, she's an elemental. Alba frowned and stroked her chin thoughtfully.
This may not be easy for you to hear, but I don't think it's a coincidence she's here at the same time you are.
I blinked.
You think I brought her here?
But something told me this wasn't right. My brow furrowed. No, Kismet looked younger than I remembered. Not much older than me. But as my familiar, she was old enough to be my mother. This Kismet didn't know me at all. The realization sent a shiver through me. If this Kismet looked into my eyes, she would see nothing. Nobody worth caring for. Alba shook her head.
No,
but perhaps she finds a way. She trailed off, her gaze dropping. What? I asked, my heart rate accelerating. Alba sighed and looked at me, her eyes darkening.
What I most fear is that El Diablo will find a way to time travel like you, and this woman will go with him.
Silence fell.
My body felt cold and empty, but my head buzzed with thoughts and questions. Manuel, Kismet, my own weaknesses, time travel, El Diablo, the second-tier Wendigo.
Desi,
I looked at Alba, her brow creased as she touched my arm.
the civilians are evacuating the city today, she said. Some witches and warlocks are leaving as well. My coven will remain to hunt El Diablo and his followers, who will undoubtedly run rampant through the city unchecked.
She took a breath and met my gaze.
I think you should leave the city.
My eyes widened. Why?
It isn't safe for you here. The siege shouldn't last much longer. The Americans overpower the Spanish significantly. Being around so many mortals should mask your scent from El Diablo, and he would be foolish to attack you in front of so many witnesses. When it's safe, you can return, and I'll help you finish your spell and send you home. But for some reason, El Diablo has targeted you, and I am no longer equipped to keep you safe.
Her eyes held mine for a long moment. There was something guarded in her expression. Hesitation, caution. You don't want me to hurt anyone else, I whispered. My eyes felt hot, and I stared determinedly at the floor. Alba didn't respond. She squeezed my arm, but I felt dead inside. Anger, grief, and guilt mingled in my stomach, churning and boiling until it rose up my throat again, choking me, suffocating me. My shaking fingers touched the bruises on my throat and found the chain of the flask necklace Alba had given me. I had everything I needed for the spell. I just needed enough power to cast it. I needed to leave here before someone else died because of me, before my presence did any more damage. El Diablo was hunting me, and too many people were getting hurt in the crossfire. I nodded, still staring at the floor. With my jaw clenched in determination, I said quietly, "All right, I'll leave, and I won't come back." Alba lent me another dress since my yellow one was stained with blood. She showed me to the water closet, where I bathed quickly in lukewarm water, scrubbing the dirt and blood off my skin and rinsing my hair out. There was no door, so I was eager to finish and dress myself before someone saw me. I slid into Alba's red dress, though it was a little big on me, and the sleeves puffed out more than I'd like. I stared angrily at the sleeves and the billowy fabric that made me feel ridiculous. I was sick of this time period, sick of being a failure, sick of not fitting in. I gritted my teeth and tore at the sleeves until they came off completely. The fabric was ripped and frayed, but it looked more like something acceptable to wear in my time. I sighed as my anger faded and tears pricked my eyes. Now I'd just ruined Alba's dress. Although I wouldn't be returning it to her, she didn't know that. She thought I would return after the siege. Now she would just think I was a vandal who destroyed other people's property and their lives. I picked up the ripped fabric and tore a small strip away. Pulling back my hair, I used the strip of red fabric to hold my hair into a tight bun. I was sick of these curls, too. The Cuban humidity wasn't doing me any favors. When I emerged from the back, I found that the front of the restaurant was empty. A small part of me wondered where Oliver was, but I squashed the question away. He didn't care about me, and I was stupid to think otherwise. Alba shuffled out of the kitchen, her arms full of food, and raised her eyebrows at my dress. She smirked. "I like your sense of fashion," she said lightly. I swallowed. Somehow, her compliment made me feel worse. "Where is everyone?" I asked.
assisting with the evacuation," she said, dumping several empanadas and a few mangoes onto the table next to me. She placed the food inside a sack and handed it to me. "In case the siege takes longer than we think." I took the sack from her. "Thank you." Emotion rose in my throat, and I rubbed my nose. "Alba, you've been nothing but kind to me, even though I've caused you so many problems. I can't thank you enough for your generosity." Alba's face lit up with a warm smile, and she encircled me in a tight hug. I stiffened in surprise, and then wrapped my arms around her. She smelled like savory spices and herbs. I buried my face in her shoulder. My body relaxed in her firm and reassuring embrace, and everything that had built up inside me released. A wave of emotions, a waterfall of regrets. Sobs poured through me. I wept into Alba's shoulder and clutched her desperately, like she was my lifeboat and I would drown without her. Alba shushed me gently and rubbed my back in soothing circular motions. She held on to me until I'd wept so much that her dress was soaked. She never complained, though, and she didn't pull away until I'd finished. I sniffed and wiped my face with the heel of my hand. "I'm sorry," I croaked, embarrassed as I withdrew from her embrace. Alba straightened her dress and smiled. Her eyes sparkled with moisture, too, though she was much more composed than I was. "We've all been through an ordeal, Desi. I don't blame you." I grasped Alba's sack of food and slung the strap over my shoulder. I looked at Alba with a sense of finality and offered a wobbly smile. "Be safe." She nodded. "You as well. You should see Oliver assisting with the evacuation. Could you tell him to return here? I could use his help." I ignored the squirming sensation in my stomach at the thought of running into Oliver. My fingers slid up and down the strap on my shoulder. Yeah, sure." Alba squeezed my hand. "Good luck, Desi. I'll see you soon." I nodded, avoiding her gaze, and turned to leave the restaurant. Chapter 25. I hastened down the street, weaving through alleys and buildings that were so familiar to me now. The white concrete, cobbled streets, the dirt-paved paths were more comforting and welcoming to me than my own neighborhood in North Grove. I felt different here. Understood, important, powerful. Well, sometimes. Other times I felt ridiculed and incompetent. But my role here was so much more important than back home, because I wanted it that way. Now I wasn't sure what I wanted. When I got back home, would I go back to lounging with my friends while they drank booze and picked fights with demons they couldn't handle? Would I keep running from my magic and responsibilities because of what happened to my parents? Would I return to Jose? I suppressed a shudder at the thought. That was a solid no. Jose might have filled a void before, but now, when I wanted arms around me, or lips to kiss, all I saw was, I swallowed, Oliver. I hated to admit it, hated myself for thinking it, but there it was, and as casual as my relationship with Jose had been, it wouldn't be fair to be with him when I kept longing for someone else's face and body. It wouldn't be fair to myself, either. My feet moved so quickly and purposefully that I was at the red door in mere minutes. Sharp, terrified breaths pulsed through my chest as I glanced around the apartments. That was almost too easy. I stretched my hand toward the door.
Desi.
I froze and glanced around. Oliver hurried toward me, his short hair disheveled. I frowned at his outfit, and I realized he was wearing the same brown shirt from yesterday. I'd expected to see him in his uniform. "What are you doing here?" I asked, lifting my chin. My heart raced as his eyes raked up and down my body.
"Looking for you,"
he said, touching my elbow. Warmth coursed through my arm at his touch. His eyes met mine, but something dark lingered there. Was he still angry with me? "Why?" I snapped. Oliver's head reared back in surprise.
I wanted to make sure you were all right after what happened with those demons."
My eyes narrowed. "So now you care? What about all those dirty looks you've been giving me?" Oliver's mouth opened in surprise, but the darkness lingered in his eyes. For a second, I swore his eyes shifted to gray and then back to the normal green. I stiffened. Ice hardened in my chest, and my stomach dropped. Oliver's eyes scanned my face. Suspicion creased his brows. I shifted my shoulder until the strap of my bag slipped and fell to the ground. "Oops," I muttered, bending over. Instead of picking it up, I drew the athame from my ankle holster. In a flash, I plunged the blade into Oliver's stomach. A sickly, feral howl erupted from his lips. His eyes flashed gray and then green again, and scales blossomed all over his body as he shifted back to his demon form. I gritted my teeth and shoved the blade deeper into his body. The shapeshifter choked and coughed up blood. I withdrew the athame and stabbed him in the neck. More blood poured down his body as he collapsed, wriggling on the ground like a worm. I stepped toward him and pressed my boot against his chest. "This is for Manuel," I whispered. "Vile demon of unholy crimes, I banish you till the end of time." The demon's body glowed blue and then went still. Cold, empty eyes stared up at me until the glow blinded me and I had to look away. When the light faded, my boot thumped against the ground. The monster's body was gone. But I still felt empty inside. I glanced around the area and found a palm tree across the street. Using one of the long fronds, I cleaned my blade and returned it to the holster. Then I retrieved my sack of food, hurried back to the door, and stepped through. A stampede of people nearly barreled me over. I flattened my back against the wall behind me to avoid being trampled. A throng of civilians, mostly women and children, hurried past me without a second glance. Some muttered frantically to each other in Spanish, and others were sobbing. Dirt and blood stained their faces. Some were heavily bandaged and needed assistance to walk. A loud scream drew my attention away from the crowd. I turned and found a girl about 6 years old huddled against the buildings across the street from me. Her hands covered her face as she wept loudly. I elbowed my way through the crowd to reach her. My toes flared in pain as feet stepped on me. Shoulders and arms bumped against me, but I pushed harder until I reached the girl. She peeked through her fingers at me, her eyes swimming in tears. "¿Dónde está su madre?" I asked her. "Where is your mother?" The girl hiccuped and pointed in the direction the crowd was moving. I extended my arms toward her and raised my eyebrows, silently asking if I could hold her. The girl slowly dropped her hands and reached toward me. I cradled her in my arms, and she buried her face in my shoulder. I stood and moved with the crowd, my eyes scanning the people frantically in search of a mother missing her child. The crowd continued down the street until the apartments opened up to a large courtyard. Several palm trees lined the cobblestone paths, and a huge, magnificent cathedral cast a shadow over us as we passed. Chunks of concrete and rubble obstructed our path, and I had to sidestep the debris without dropping the girl or knocking over any refugees. When we reached the end of the courtyard, the large hills from the battle loomed into view just to our left. I stared open-mouthed at the grassy expanse, littered by hundreds and hundreds of tents and soldiers. American soldiers stood at the end of the road, shepherding refugees down the road and to safety. I squinted as I recognized one of them. Oliver. My heart lurched as I remembered the shock in his eyes when I stabbed him. But that wasn't him, and you knew it, Desi. You knew it wasn't him. But I couldn't deny that a small part of me had wanted to hurt the real Oliver. Maybe not stab him, but slap him or kick him in the shins. That would have been fine. Panicked shrieking drew my eyes away from Oliver. A woman with a bonnet and tear-stained cheeks was shouting amongst the crowd, pacing aimlessly as she sobbed. "Su madre?" I asked the girl. The girl lifted her head and screamed, "Mama!" The woman stiffened and looked around frantically, her eyes alight with hope and desperation. I waved a hand to draw her attention, and her face crumpled when she saw us. Her skirt billowed as she sprinted toward us, knocking others out of her way. I handed off the girl to her mother, and they clutched and kissed each other, sobbing and laughing with relief. A small smile pulled at my lips as I clasped my arms in front of me. I probably could have continued on, but I wanted to stay and watch this. It made my heart feel things I wasn't used to feeling. The woman turned to me. Clutching her daughter in one hand, she extended the other to grasp my arm firmly. "Gracias, señorita. Muchas gracias." I nodded, my smile widening. I squeezed her hand and patted the girl's head before turning away. Then I froze. Oliver stood just behind me, looking infuriatingly dashing in his clean uniform and hat. Tenderness shone in his eyes as he looked from me to the woman and her child. I crossed my arms over my chest. "I see you're wearing another uniform, unless you went back to Demon Central to get yours back." Oliver snorted.
"No, this one was lent to me."
His eyes roved over my dress, lingering on my bare shoulders and again on my legs. I blushed, tightening my arms self-consciously over my chest. I've been in this time period too long. I feel exposed and naked when he looks at me like that.
"I like your dress,"
he said, his mouth quirking up in a heart-stopping half-smile. I tilted my chin up. Alba lent it to me. Silence fell between us, awkward and poignant. Oliver rubbed the back of his neck. I chewed on my fingernails.
"What are you doing here, Desi?"
Oliver said at last. "Alba suggested I evacuate," I said. "The mortals will help mask my scent. She wants you to return to the magical realm and help her." Oliver glanced behind him toward the other American soldiers.
"I can't just leave."
"You had no problem abandoning your comrades when you wanted to hunt demons before." Oliver winced, his eyes pained.
"I know, and that was wrong."
I blinked, his words stinging me. He'd been with me during then. I couldn't help but feel like he was labeling our time together as wrong. My nostrils flared, and I clutched the strap of my bag so tightly my nails dug into my palm. "Okay, well, goodbye then." I saluted him and strode forward, following the crowd of evacuees.
"Desi, wait!"
Oliver grabbed my arm and spun me back to face him.
Are you coming back?"
"No," I said, forcing a smile. "Just running away before someone else gets hurt.
I'll cast this damn spell on my own and go back home, far away from this place. But it was nice knowing you. Good luck. His head reared back in shock as I tried turning away again, but he tugged on my arm.
Are you angry with me?
I shook my head in disbelief, exhaling a furious breath through my lips. Am I angry with you? You're the one who's been giving me these dark, angry looks for the past 2 days. You're the one who's avoided me, even when I was fighting for my life, even when... I broke off, my lip trembling. Even when Manuel died, and it was my fault. Oliver's face crumpled, his eyes heartbroken as he leaned closer to me.
I'm sorry. I heard about Manuel.
I nodded, pressing my lips together. Yeah, I said in a shaky voice. Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me. I yanked my arm free, but Oliver placed both hands on my shoulders.
Desi,
Garrick, a voice shouted. Oliver closed his eyes in exasperation and turned toward the interruption. Another soldier waved him over. When Oliver turned back to me with eyes full of regret, I raised my eyebrows and shrugged. I'd say see you later, but I won't, because I'll be going back home. So, good luck with everything, Oliver. Oliver stiffened, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open.
What? You found a way to cast the spell?
I nodded. And I won't waste any time, so I really should go now. Oliver's eyes narrowed as he leaned even closer to me. A thin layer of sweat trailed across his brow, and the small flecks of brown in his eyes beckoned me closer. His tantalizing grassy smell enveloped me.
Desi, what are you going to do?
Oliver asked in a low voice. My breaths were shaky and disjointed. How is he doing this to me? It isn't fair. I swallowed and dropped my gaze to the ground. I'm going to banish a second-tier demon. Oliver glanced around as if someone might overhear.
Desi, you can't,
he hissed.
Do you even know how?
I dropped my hands against my thighs in exasperation. Either I'll figure it out or I'll die trying, but I have to do something. Goodbye, Oliver.
Garrick,
the voice called again, more urgently this time.
Damn it,
Oliver growled. His hand covered mine as he pulled me back toward the city, away from the crowd of evacuees. What are you doing? I argued. Oliver ignored me and steered me toward the cathedral before shoving open the doors. Huge, ornate, stained glass windows gleamed from the walls and ceiling, filtering heavenly light into the room. I glanced along the pews and carpeted aisle, but we were alone.
Desi, you can't do this,
Oliver said again, his voice firm and pleading.
You'll be killed.
As much as I appreciate your faith in me, I snapped, I don't see why you'd care. His eyebrows creased, his eyes hurt.
Why would you say that?
I shook my head, feeling ridiculous. You know what? We talked about this already. We both admitted we push people away. I should have expected this, so it's my fault. I opened myself up, and you did what you do best. I won't make that mistake again. Oliver's eyes closed as he exhaled. When he opened his eyes, they were tainted with sorrow and sympathy. Save it, I hissed. I don't want your pity. I just want to get out of here.
Desi.
My name was soft and gentle coming from his lips, like a caress. I stilled. I wanted to glare at him, to shout at him, but I was frozen by his voice. My eyes were fixed determinedly on the wood-paneled wall just behind him.
Desiree.
I suppressed a shiver of pleasure. The way he said my name, my complete name, sizzled along my body like a splash of hot water. My insides turned to jelly.
Look at me.
His face was only inches from mine. His hot, sweet breath blew against my face. My eyes lifted to meet his, trapped by the olive hue that beckoned me. Oliver's thumb grazed the line of my jaw, and a flurry of butterflies swarmed in my stomach. My skin was on fire.
"I'm sorry I pushed you away,"
he whispered.
"You're right. That wasn't fair of me."
I swallowed and licked my lips. I thought you blamed me for what happened with the wolves, for keeping Ramon and the refugees waiting. Remorse tormented his expression, and his lips pressed together in a thin line.
"No,"
he said quietly.
"I blamed myself for being distracted by you."
I raised my eyebrows, my mouth opening in surprise. I didn't dare to move, to even breathe.
"I was ashamed of myself,"
Oliver went on.
"I'd never lost focus on a mission like that before."
I shook my head slightly. I don't understand what you're saying. Oliver looked at me, his eyes guarded, worried, nervous. How was he nervous right now?
"I have feelings for you, Desi. Strong feelings. And they got in the way. I've never been distracted like that before, so I tried to keep my distance from you. It didn't work. Even when I avoided you, you were still on my mind. Constantly."
My breaths came hard and fast. I felt like I might hyperventilate.
"I'm not alone in this, am I?"
Oliver asked. A hot, sludgy lump lodged itself in my throat, cutting off my air and access to my voice. My hands reached forward of their own volition, groping blindly until they found his chest. My fingers gripped the tough material of his uniform and pulled him closer. "I think you know," I breathed. Oliver bent his head so his nose brushed against mine. My eyelids fluttered closed. Shaky breaths escaped my lips. His fingers cupped my chin, encasing almost my entire face. Fire erupted along my skin where he touched me. The burns on my cheek and neck tingled from his touch, but it wasn't painful. My head spun, a flutter of incoherent and dizzy thoughts. I was no longer in control of my body. All I could do was stand there, frozen, like I was watching from a distance, unable to interfere.
"Yes, I think I know too,"
Oliver whispered, his breath mingling with mine. His words ignited something within me that roared and coursed through my body like a current of electricity. It was so shocking that it jolted me from my haze. Agony ached in my chest as I thought of Manuel and my parents. Everyone close to me gets hurt. My eyes snapped open as his top lip rubbed against mine. I turned my face away. "Don't," I pleaded, my voice practically a squeak. Oliver froze. Then his hand fell away from my cheek, leaving an icy absence in its place. He withdrew a fraction of an inch.
"Why not?"
His eyes were hurt as he scrutinized me. Because this is exactly what we don't want, to become attached like this, when we both have so much to lose. And I'm not even from this time. I have to get home. What will we do when that happens? How will we cope with that if we cross the line?
"I think it's too late to think about that,"
Oliver said, lifting his chin in defiance.
"I've already crossed it."
I shook my head. No, it's not too late. We can still protect ourselves from this. Oliver crossed his arms, his shirt bulging from the muscles I tried so hard not to stare at.
"I don't believe you."
He's right. I've already crossed the line, too. Warmth and moisture stung my eyes. I shook my head again, pressing my lips together. My heart pounded against my chest, and with each heartbeat, something raw and emotional threatened to open up and swallow me. I clung to the edge of the cliff of safety and certainty, but the longer I stared at Oliver, the more this danger pulled at my legs, trying to drag me to my death. Painful memories plagued me. Memories of loving so much that it hurt, so much that when my parents died, I did too. A part of me was lost forever, and I never recovered. I couldn't go there again. I couldn't even consider it. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I can't." Pain resonated in his eyes, and it sliced through me, cutting me deeper than I thought. It killed me to see him so hurt, but it was better than the alternative.
"Who's pushing people away now, Desi?"
Oliver challenged, his eyes flashing with anger. He stepped back, now a safer distance from my body, though a chill of longing swept over me. My body ached for him to return, to close that gap between us, but it was better this way. "I know," I said, my eyes closing. "You're right. I'm sorry.
You just wanted to know how I felt so you'd be the one in control, right? You couldn't stand it when you thought I'd rejected you. But if you reject me, it's perfectly acceptable."
"Oliver, no!" I cried, stretching my hand out to touch his chest, but he stepped back again. "It's not like that, I swear. How could I explain that I longed for him and feared him at the same time? That I wanted to kiss him, be with him more than anything. But if I did, the pain of leaving would be so much worse. That I ached for him, yearned for him, and when I was on the cusp of tasting him, I was reminded of why I couldn't. How could I explain why it had taken me so long to realize that? Being around him, feeling his warmth made me so open and vulnerable, even when I didn't want to be. Around him, my armor cracked. I had to push him away before my armor crumbled and fell away. Before I lost him, like I lost everyone else. I have a job to do." My voice shook. "I'm sorry, Oliver." Oliver's cold eyes drilled into mine, his expression stony and empty. His jaw was clenched, but he jerked his chin up and nodded.
"Yes, you're right. We need to go."
I blinked. "We?"
"I'm not going to let you go after a second-tier demon alone, Desi."
I shook my head in disbelief. "But what about—" I gestured vaguely between us. Oliver smiled without humor.
"Don't fret, Desi. I can control myself. Whatever your feelings are, I still care about you, and I don't want to see you hurt."
Guilt wriggled in my stomach. "Thank you," I whispered, touched by his kindness. We stood there for a moment, staring at each other. So many emotions and regrets and desires churned in our locked gazes. The energy between us burned with electricity and yearning. I turned from him, snapping the energy in half like a twig. "All right, let's go," I muttered.
"Hold on,"
Oliver said, raising a hand. He disappeared down the aisle of pews and inside a small closet. After some shuffling around, he emerged with an off-white shirt.
"The uniform stands out too much,"
he muttered. I nodded. Right, I remember. Before I could process anything, he unbuttoned his shirt and slid it off his beautiful, muscular torso. Merciful Lilith, I thought, my throat dry. My stomach dropped. My eyes roved over the firm muscles of his abs and biceps. Flames erupted in my cheeks, and I finally had the decency to avert my gaze, though it was too late. The image of his shirtless body was imprinted on my mind, glued there as if taunting me. Oliver hissed in pain as he pushed his injured arm through the sleeve. I caught a glimpse of a festering red cut on his arm before the shirt obscured it from view.
"Shall we?"
Oliver asked, his eyes empty and his lips tightening. The lack of emotion in his face was startling and foreign to me. It was painful to watch, so I looked away. "Yes, I'm ready." Chapter 26. As we exited the cathedral, the silence between us was palpable, like an inflamed wound that kept worsening. I followed Oliver as he weaved expertly through the crowd of evacuees headed in the opposite direction. His tall, bulky form pressed through the throng easily, and my short legs struggled to keep up and fight my way through. Occasionally, he glanced over his shoulder at me, but he never stopped. I assumed he preferred to keep his distance so I couldn't speak to him. Not that I'd know what to say anyway. Fighting the crowd was like swimming upstream. My shoulders and elbows bumped against the hundreds of bodies around me, making me feel claustrophobic. My eyes stayed glued on Oliver's blonde head, which was easily visible thanks to his excessive height. The streets thinned, surrounded by smaller homes and apartments. At long last, Oliver turned onto a side road, and I followed, eager to break free of the crowd. After several minutes of walking in silence, I recognized some of the buildings. A small market, a large church, and the courthouse. I frowned as Oliver led me a few blocks behind the courthouse to where the tall clock tower rested. "What are we doing here?" I asked.
"We'll need some help,"
Oliver said. He approached the clock tower with both hands raised. His eyes closed, he muttered,
"I call upon the magic in this space. Reveal to me your hiding place."
A light blue glow emanated from his hands as he pressed his palms into the bricks. A few bricks trembled and then vanished in a puff of dust. The blue glow faded from Oliver's hands, and in place of the absent bricks was a large gap in the clock tower. Oliver reached into the hole and withdrew a heavy book I recognized easily. "The grimoire," I breathed. Oliver hoisted the giant book from the crevice and cradled it gingerly in his arms. As soon as the book left the hiding space, the bricks reappeared, filling the hole again. "You keep it in the mortal realm?" I asked in surprise.
"It's harder for demons to access, since they don't often cross over to this side. Well, until El Diablo, of course."
Oliver grimaced.
"We'll have to acquire some ingredients from the apothecary. I assume the owner has evacuated, but that's just as well. We can avoid unwanted questions."
He paused, and his olive eyes bore into mine.
"It would be better if we had help. Ramon, Elena?"
"No," I said sharply. "I don't want to involve anyone else in this." I swallowed. "Even you, Oliver. No one but me should have to suffer for this. Getting home is my problem, not yours."
"Oh, well then, if you can read Spanish, you are more than welcome to cast this spell on your own."
Oliver thrust the book toward me, his eyes glinting. My mouth fell open. "The translation charm?"
"Only works with spoken words,"
Oliver said with a smirk. My heart dropped to my stomach. "Oh."
"I'd be happy to teach you the language someday, but sadly, it seems you're in quite a hurry to return home."
He was mocking me, but his voice was tainted with bitterness. He swiped his hand across the surface of the book, and dust swirled in the air. I coughed. "So where is this apothecary?" Oliver jerked his chin toward the way we'd come.
"Follow me."
We weaved through the buildings and returned to the main road. The crowd of evacuees had thinned, and the afternoon sun sank lower toward the horizon. My stomach growled so loudly that Oliver glanced back at me in concern. The corners of his mouth pinched in a reluctant smile. "Sorry," I muttered.
Do you need to stop and eat?
I shook my head and slid the sack off my shoulders. I withdrew an empanada and sniffed it curiously. Oliver stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide.
Alba gave you empanadas?
I held the buttery, flaky, pastry-like thing in my hand and nodded. "Do you want one?" Oliver licked his lips and nodded. His wide, eager eyes reminded me of a toddler about to open a Christmas gift. I laughed and offered the empanada to him. We ducked onto a side road away from the crowd and crouched to the ground, our backs against the wall of a small church. I bit into an empanada, and chewy, flavorful beef and cheese melted onto my tongue. I groaned with satisfaction. Oliver chuckled.
I know.
We ate in silence for a few minutes as we chewed. Then Oliver said,
It isn't your fault, you know.
"What?"
Manuel's death.
I froze mid-chew, the food turning sour on my tongue. I swallowed and whispered, "You weren't there."
Oh, you're right. I suppose I should ask. Were you the one that stabbed him?
My gaze snapped toward him, pain and fury swirling inside me. "It's not funny, Oliver."
Answer the question.
I gritted my teeth. "No, I didn't stab him."
Did you drag him there against his will?
I glared at him. "No." Oliver brushed crumbs off his hands and climbed to his feet.
Then it wasn't your fault.
I shot to my feet too, my fingers curling into fists. "What the hell do you know about it? If I had run away like Elena told me to, we might have stood a chance without Manuel's help."
I'm sure Elena wanted you to think that way.
My eyebrows rose. "What's that supposed to mean?"
Who was it that called to Manuel for help?
When my brow furrowed, Oliver pointed to his forehead.
Telepathically.
"Oh." I paused, remembering something Manuel had said when he'd come to our aid. "I heard your call for help." "It was Elena?" Oliver raised his eyebrows and nodded pointedly.
Exactly.
"Are you saying it's her fault?" Oliver sighed.
No, it's obviously the demon's fault. But Elena's feeling guilty too, and the way she processes her guilt and grief is by lashing out at others. Don't let her convince you this is your fault. Maybe if you'd run away, the Wendigo still would have caught up to you, and Manuel still would have come to help. And I guarantee it, Elena still would have found a way to blame you, because you were the only other person there.
I blinked and crossed my arms over my chest. I shifted weight from one foot to the other as discomfort wriggled through me. That doesn't mean I shouldn't feel guilty.
You're right. Feel the guilt, the grief, the anger. But one thing I've learned in war is that there's a time to process and a time to set it aside. If we let guilt consume us constantly, we would fail in battle every time.
I chewed on my fingernails. "How do you set it aside?" Oliver ran a hand through his honey-colored hair, half his mouth twisted in a grimace.
It helps to remember there are always casualties in war. You can't save everyone. I know that doesn't mean much, but it helps me a bit. I haven't perfected my methods yet, but I know what doesn't work. Letting it take over your brain. Move your attention to something else, something important.
I dropped my arms. "Like hunting a second-tier demon?" Oliver pointed to me and winked.
Exactly.
I smiled. "Thanks, Oliver." My smile faded as I looked at him, at the warmth in his eyes, despite how many times I'd yelled at him. Look, Oliver, I'm sorry about those things I said to you in the cathedral. For every nasty thing I've said to you, really. You didn't deserve any of it. His brow furrowed.
Sure I did. I haven't been very kind to you either.
I shook my head, my eyes closing. Lilith, why is it so hard for me to be honest? A lump rose in my throat. No, I still wasn't being fair to you. The truth is, I wasn't really angry with you. I was angry with everything. I just took it out on you, and I'm sorry. I opened my eyes, but stared at the stones on the ground, unwilling to meet Oliver's gaze.
Well, I appreciate that.
Oliver's voice was tender, quiet. I looked at him then, his face lifted with a soft smile, and I felt some of the tension between us melt away. His eyes roved over my face as if searching for something, and I stared back at him, lost in the yearning behind his green eyes. I felt it too. I swallowed, my throat dry. I looked away and secured the strap of Alba's bag onto my shoulder. We should get going. Lead the way to this apothecary. When I glanced back at Oliver, his eyes tightened. I wasn't sure what he'd expected or looked for in my expression, but apparently I'd failed to show it. He waved his arm, gesturing that I follow him. We walked down the main road along with the last of the refugees. As the sun slowly set, the number of civilians dwindled, and darkness began to cloak the city. I was about to ask Oliver what we could use for light when he announced,
"We're here."
He pointed to a tiny shop sandwiched between several others. The sign hanging from the building was so small and faded, I could barely see it at all. Oliver jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. He shoved his shoulder against the door a few times until it gave way and burst open. An assortment of smells reached my nose, some sweet, some spicy, and some downright unpleasant. I squinted, trying to make out my surroundings in the darkness. Oliver shuffled around nearby, and then a burst of light flooded the room as he lit a lantern. Shelves upon shelves stocked with potions, herbs, and other scented items wrapped around the cramped store. There were so many stocked shelves that we couldn't even pace the limited amount of floor space. Oliver set the grimoire down on a table and flipped through pages. I peered curiously over his shoulder.
"Here we are,"
he said, pointing to the page.
"How to banish a second-tier demon. Lilith, that's a lot of ingredients. We'd better start searching."
Oliver bustled to the nearest set of shelves and raised his hand, touching various bottles and jars as he searched for ingredients. Knowing I wouldn't be much help reading labels in a different language, I stared curiously at the next page in the grimoire. The heading was identical to the previous page, except for the number 3 at the top. How to banish a third-tier demon, no doubt. How to banish El Diablo. I glanced up at Oliver, but he was too immersed in his search to pay me any attention. I leaned closer to the grimoire, squinting at the incoherent letters. The Spanish was hard enough to decode, but it was written in a curly, flowery script that made it even harder. I compared it to the previous page, noting that almost all the ingredients were the same as the second-tier spell, except for one. Sangre del demonio. I frowned. What was sangre? A loud poof echoed from across the room, and a cloud of smoke engulfed Oliver. He coughed several times, and I straightened, alarmed. "What happened?" I asked, waving my hand to clear the smoke. Oliver broke off, coughing again. "Mixed the wrong ingredient. Don't worry.
I've figured it out.
Soft footsteps echoed from outside. My heart stopped. Oliver, someone's coming, I hissed. Hide, Oliver whispered. I found a small space behind one of the shelves. Just before I dived into it, I saw the grimoire lying wide open right by the door. The footsteps drew nearer. Frack, I thought, rushing back to the book just as the door swung open. I slammed the book shut and leaned against the table, obscuring it from view. My eyes lifted to the intruder, and I stiffened in shock. It was Kismet. Chapter 27. Kismet stepped into the shop slowly, her black boots clicking against the floor. Her piercing blue eyes surveyed the room until they fell on me and widened. Her lips parted in surprise, and recognition flickered in her face before her expression shifted to cool and careful apathy, as if she hadn't meant to react when she saw me. I stared at her, my brows furrowing. Does she know me? It's you, she said quietly, pointing at me. Her voice was more high-pitched than I remembered. The one he tortured. I swallowed back the shock of seeing her up close. Her face was like smooth porcelain, her eyes wide and wrinkle-free. Her blonde hair was tied into an elegant bun behind her. Cold indifference masked her face. Her eyes were guarded and careful, empty, void of emotion. So unlike the Kismet I knew. Yes, I said quietly. Hello again, Kismet. She stiffened, her chin lifting. You know my name? Uncertainty flickered in her eyes. She's like me, trying to appear confident but uneasy on the inside. Except for one distinction, Kismet was a criminal, and I wasn't. My eyes cut to the shelves in the back, but Oliver was carefully hidden. As far as Kismet was concerned, I was the only other person here. I clasped my shaking hands behind my back, trying to appear calm and collected. I know a lot about you. Kismet stepped farther into the shop, her eyes sweeping over the contents on the shelves. You do? Again, that air of indifference. But I knew her well. She couldn't hide the interest in her tone. She was intrigued. I know your future, I said carefully. Her eyebrows lifted with interest. Oh, and what will you share with me? Only that you are pursuing the wrong endeavor. You shouldn't be here. Kismet's eyebrows creased over her eyes. You're just trying to get me to leave. You don't know anything about me. She stepped closer to me, and my hands fumbled for the grimoire behind me to keep it obscured from view. I know you crave the outdoors, I said quickly. You're fascinated by the arts of a healer. Winter is your favorite season, and you love spicy food. The color drained from her already pale face, making her skin as white as paper. How do you know all that? Like I said, I know a lot about you. Kismet swallowed audibly. So this endeavor will fail? I don't know everything, but something will go wrong, and you will be taken on a journey far from here, to a place that will not be kind to you. Why am I saying this to her? Kismet's ice blue eyes widened. Can anything be done to stop it? You need to evaluate if this cause is worth it. I'm here to warn you. Make sure this is where your allegiance truly lies before you make choices that are irreversible. It's a little late for that, Kismet whispered. Sorrow and regret tainted her eyes as her gaze dropped to the floor. Whatever dark past she has, it's already happened.
And here she was, practically as young as me. The thought made my throat ache. It's never too late, Kismet. There's always a way. This journey you speak of, will it take me away from him? Fear and hope mingled in her expression. Her eyes lifted to meet mine. Him who? Yes, I said, hoping to sound confident. Whoever she was speaking of was in this time period. If she did follow me to the future, whoever she referred to would probably be left behind. Then I must stay on this path, Kismet said, her eyes hardening with resolve. I can't leave. I must continue with this task. She pushed me aside and approached the shelf next to me, her eyes scanning the ingredients. Panic rose in my throat. If she turned around, she would see the grimoire. A thick gust of wind burst through the shop, whipping loose strands of my hair over my face. My skirt billowed around me, and I squinted against the storm. My hands clutched at the grimoire as the wind flipped its pages. A warm hand found mine and tugged. Oliver. With my free hand, I lifted the grimoire, cradling it against my chest. The wind was so fierce that I could no longer see Kismet, but I heard her shout something. I gripped Oliver's fingers tightly as he pulled me out of the shop. The wind vanished as the door shut behind us, though through the shop window, I saw a flurry of objects flying around, obscuring Kismet from view. Oliver led me down the street, and the whistling wind faded and then died. Oliver pulled me into a narrow alley and pushed me against the wall of a building, his chest pressed against mine, my breath caught in my throat. Oliver grunted quietly, and a heavy thunk sounded just behind him. I glanced around, eyes wide, and found a solid wall of rock pressed against his back, completely concealing us from view. It was as if he had magically grown a huge boulder on his back, covering us like a shield. Realizing his intention, I set the grimoire at my feet. I flattened my back against the wall and pulled him closer until his nose brushed against my hair. Then we waited, our panicked breaths mingling. Frantic footsteps echoed down the street. They drew nearer and then stopped. My heart hammered against my chest. My eyes found Oliver's, and our gazes locked, our expressions equally nervous. I felt his heartbeat against my chest. Kismet's footsteps faded as she hurried down the street. The clicking of her heels grew more and more distant until silence fell. She was gone. I let out a breath. Though we were in the clear, neither of us moved. Oliver's eyes softened as his fingers grasped a loose lock of my hair and tucked it behind my ear. My skin burned from his touch. I swallowed, and my gaze dropped to his collarbone, where his shirt opened to reveal a few alluring chest hairs. All I wanted was to press my fingers into the perfectly sculpted muscles of his neck and shoulders. My gaze floated down his shirt to where I knew those abs and pecs were hiding, just taunting me. Heat rose in my cheeks. Get it together, Desi. My tongue turned to sandpaper, and I closed my eyes, blocking him from view. Oliver wiggled his shoulders, and the rock wall behind him disintegrated into a pile of dust. He exhaled, his breaths heavy, as if he'd just run a mile.
Give me a moment,
he panted, closing his eyes and stepping back. He doubled over, his chest heaving. Are you all right? I placed a hand on his back.
Holding the enchantment like that drained me.
I squeezed his shoulder. Thank you. You saved me. Oliver straightened and looked at me through furrowed brows.
You knew her?
I nodded. She somehow travels to the future and becomes my familiar. Oliver's eyes widened.
What? How?
I shook my head. I don't know. Alba thinks Kismet's connected to me, that when I travel back to the future, she'll find a way, too. But that doesn't make sense, because she's been my familiar my whole life. If she travels back with me, then... I trailed off.
Then it's possible you might return to the wrong time.
Oliver finished in a solemn tone.
To a time before you were born.
I swallowed and nodded. I don't know how this time travel thing works. I obviously had no control when I came here, so who knows if it will happen again? Oliver's lips pressed together in a thin line, but he made no response. Silence pressed in on us from all sides, ominous and eerie. I sighed. Did you get the ingredients you needed?
Yes.
Oliver withdrew a small corked bottle from his pocket. A pearly white liquid sloshed inside.
We just pour this at the feet of the demon and utter the spell.
The same spell as banishing a first-tier demon?
Not quite.
Oliver's face scrunched up in thought.
Something like, "Vile demon of the second estate, with this potion I seal your fate, to suffer banishment to the depths below and forever leave this world we know."
My eyes widened. How do you have that memorized? Oliver looked at me with a wry smile.
In a war against demons, you have to be as prepared as you can be.
He paused.
Speaking of which, do you remember the time travel spell? Without it, we can't cast it.
I crammed my eyes shut, trying to recall the words I'd spoken only days ago, though it felt like longer. Ancient powers, I call on thee, summon thee, to gather winds and take me... No, wait. Carry me... Sorry, let me start again. I cleared my throat, my cheeks burning with embarrassment. Ancient powers, I summon thee, to gather winds and carry me, hasten my journey through time and space, and bring me to my desired place. My eyes opened and I nodded with confidence. Yes, that's it.
You're sure?
More or less. Oliver groaned.
Well, I suppose that'll have to do.
I rubbed my hands together. So, how do we track down a second-tier demon? They probably don't roam around like the first-tier demons.
You're right. We'll have to get a little more creative.
Oliver held up one finger and a small flame appeared like that of a candle. He crouched to the grimoire and flipped through pages until he stopped, squinting at the words. Under his breath, he muttered,
"Powerful magic encircle my charms. Obscure this magic from nearby mortals."
I frowned, and then remembered the spell was in Spanish. Oliver stretched his hand toward the sky, and a jet of flames burst from his hand, firing up like a flare. The trail of flames shot higher and higher until it burst in a circle of fire that spun in the air as a beacon to our location. I swallowed and exhaled a shaky breath. Are you sure about this? Won't this just bring all the demons to us? Oliver shook his head.
They'll send a scout first.
What if the scout is first tier?
My bet is they'll think someone, or something, dangerous cast this spell, and they'll send a powerful demon to investigate. But if they don't, we can just use the scout as leverage to find his superior.
He waved his hand over the grimoire and muttered,
"I call upon the magic in this space. Conceal this in your hiding place."
A large hole in the ground appeared, and Oliver placed the grimoire inside. When he stood, the hole filled and became smooth again, blending in perfectly with the concrete surrounding us. I wrung my hands together and bit my lip nervously. So now we just wait?
Oliver crossed his arms and nodded as he leaned against the brick wall. His gaze was distant, and his jaw tightened. He looks like a fracking model. I stared at his alluring green eyes and the way his shirt stretched over his muscles. My mouth felt dry, and I dropped my gaze. Silence fell between us. As I looked at Oliver again, I frowned. His tight, pinched brows and clenched fists indicated something was bothering him, something he wasn't telling me. I swallowed and glanced around. What does sangre mean? Oliver frowned.
It means blood. Why?
I shrugged, gazing toward the shops across the street. Just a word I came across today. I felt his gaze burning into me, but I avoided it, not wanting to draw more attention to myself. I didn't want him to know I planned to banish El Diablo. He would offer to help, and it would probably get him killed. The wall in front of us rippled. I snatched Oliver's hand, and he straightened and turned to follow my gaze. A figure stepped through the wall, and I jumped as a burst of fire lit up the alley. I gasped and squinted against the blinding light. A figure engulfed in flames stepped into view, arms outstretched as if welcoming us. El Diablo. Chapter 28. El Diablo drew nearer to us, and just behind him stood Kismet, her brows creased with uncertainty and an unreadable expression on her face. A ripple of fear washed over me, followed quickly by anger and adrenaline. I drew my athame and shouted in fury before sprinting toward the fiery demon, ignoring Oliver's protests. El Diablo raised a hand, but I ducked and sliced into his leg. A jet of flame singed the top of my hair, and heat scorched my hand as I clutched the athame. El Diablo hissed in pain, sparks flying from his mouth and burning my skin. His blood dripped from my blade. That was all I needed. "Oliver!" I screamed, dodging another ball of fire. I glanced over my shoulder at Oliver, and he tossed the potion to me. I scrambled to catch it. The bottle fumbled in my fingers, and it smashed to the ground next to me. My heart sank, until I remembered I wanted the bottle to break. An eerie green mist floated into the air, swirling and churning with magic. It mingled with the smoke, creating a sickening gray fume that covered El Diablo like a curtain. My chin lifted in triumph, and I said loudly, "Vile demon of the third estate, with this potion I—" A searing hot pain pushed against my throat, cutting off my words. Thick fingers wrapped around my neck as El Diablo choked me with his fiery hands. The flames licked my skin, piercing through me until my whole body felt like it was on fire. My lungs screamed for release. My shoulders shuddered from my fruitless attempts to breathe. Orange flames danced in my eyes and stung my skin.
Desi!
Pain everywhere. I saw nothing but fire. I felt nothing but agony. Then I blacked out. "Desi, I need you to sit down," Kismet said. I frowned and sank onto the dining room chair. The devastation in Kismet's face made my stomach squirm. "What is it?" "Your mom, she—" Kismet trailed off, her lower lip trembling. "When she went to rescue your dad," she broke off, her face crumpling. And then I knew. "No," I whispered. My stomach dropped to my knees. Tears spilled from Kismet's eyes. "Leverett, he—" She choked on the words. Something shattered within me. "No," I said again,
my voice hollow. Kismet nodded, her lips spread wide as she tried to hold back tears. "I'm sorry, Desi." "No!" I shouted, jumping to my feet. "No, they were hunters. They were trained for this. It was a trap," Kismet said, wiping tears from her cheeks. "He used your father to lure the coven out. Your parents gave their lives to save the coven. They are heroes, Desi." "I don't want them to be heroes," I screamed. "I want them to be here." Chains clinked and rattled, jolting me from my nightmare. Darkness pressed in on me. My stomach churned as my surroundings swayed. Loud metal groaned, and muffled shouts echoed through the walls. My body shifted, and pain exploded in my neck and shoulders. The smell of charred flesh stung my nostrils. I opened my eyes and only saw darkness. The floor tilted underneath me until I was certain I'd fall over. I scrambled, trying to stand, but the clang of metal rang in my ears, and something pulled at my wrists. Something horribly familiar. I squinted at my hands and found each wrist cuffed and attached to a long chain leading to the wall. Instead of being splayed and primed for torture like before, I was crouched on the dirty floor of a dark, stuffy room. Heat swirled around me like I was in a furnace. Chains encircled my ankles as well. I peeled my stiff and sticky curls from my face, grateful my wrist chains weren't connected so I could still move my arms freely.
Desi.
A voice breathed beside me. I turned and found a dark shape huddled against the wall, just a few feet away from me. I couldn't make out his features, but I knew that voice. Oliver. I pulled at my chains. There was just enough slack for me to crawl along the floor toward him. As I drew nearer, I made out his disheveled hair and beaten appearance. Blackened soot was smeared across his cheeks. One of his sleeves had completely ripped off, exposing his cut, which oozed fresh blood. "Where are we?" My voice was barely a croak, and my throat burned with each word I spoke.
"My guess? Aboard one of the warships."
Oliver's tone was grim. In the darkness, I barely made out the tilt of his head as he gazed upward toward the pounding of footsteps.
"The question is, which one?"
My heart clenched, and my eyes darted around frantically. A Spanish or American vessel? And why are we on a ship? Is El Diablo hoping to send us off to some remote island?
"Are you all right?"
Oliver asked, as he wriggled toward me, his voice pained. The clatter of metal indicated he was chained too. I tried to laugh wryly, but my throat protested, and I coughed so deeply I sounded like a chain smoker.
"Lilith,"
Oliver whispered. He was now close enough that the heat from his body warmed my arms.
"He could have killed you."
"He will kill me," I said hoarsely, my throat throbbing. "He'll kill both of us." Oliver said nothing. He knew I was right. Heavy gunfire erupted above us. The ceiling and floor shook, and metal groaned and crashed from the impact. I winced and ducked my head, expecting something heavy to fall on me. A loud thump nearby indicated something had fallen over, but Oliver and I remained untouched. The artillery continued pounding bullets, one after another, until the sound streamed together like one long, raging boom. Oliver froze, cocking his head as if thinking hard.
"Rapid fire,"
he muttered to himself. The stream of gunfire was punctuated by a few louder booms of artillery.
"That sounds like breech-loading rifles."
He exhaled, long and slow.
Damn.
What? I asked, my heart racing.
Our ships have breech-loading rifles,
Oliver said in a low voice.
Those are the ones firing at us.
The ship swayed and rocked from the onslaught of gunfire, and I stumbled into Oliver's arms. His fingers gripped my arms, keeping me in place. More explosions shook the ship. My ears throbbed from the thunderous noise. A loud clang next to us made me jump as something huge and metal fell over from the impact. "We've got to get out of here before this ship sinks," I said through gritted teeth, standing as desperation pulsed through me. I flexed my fingers and tried pushing against the chains, but it was no use. My magic wouldn't work.
It's bewitched iron,
Oliver said in a hollow voice.
It's immune to magic.
I stumbled backward, my stomach roiling, and I felt for the wall behind me to keep me steady. My eyes closed with grief and disappointment from my utter failure. "I was so close," I whispered.
You were incredible, Desi,
Oliver said softly.
but there's only 2 of us. And he's third tier.
I nodded. Tears stung my eyes, and I let them fall, knowing Oliver probably couldn't see them. "I knew it was a long shot," I said. "I knew death was a very real possibility. I'm just sorry I dragged you into this. You don't deserve this."
Desi, I volunteered. I practically forced you to include me.
"Yes, but you have a life here," I said, my pitch rising and sounding more like a squeak from my broken voice. "You have something to live for. You have a home and friends and family. I have nothing, not in this time period. So if my plan failed, I didn't really lose anything. But you?" I shook my head as more tears poured down my face. "You have everything to lose, and I just took it away from you." Oliver was silent. The chains clinked again as his arm slid closer to me. His hand wrapped around mine until our fingers linked, pressing firmly against each other. He squeezed my fingers, and that small motion sent strength and comfort through my body. Heat blossomed in my chest, but it only made the agony of my failure worsen.
Desi, you don't have nothing,
Oliver said.
I think if you'd allow yourself to consider it, you could have made a home here. We care about you.
I snorted. "We?" Oliver hesitated.
I care about you. A lot. More than I've ever cared for any woman before.
My heart stopped. I wanted him to shut up, but continue at the same time. My heart screamed for more, but my brain screamed for silence. Frantic heartbeats burst in my chest.
I feel lucky that I get to spend my last moments with you.
He gently brushed his knuckles against my cheek, his skin soft and soothing. I stared at him. I couldn't make out even the color of his eyes, but I felt them boring into mine. I felt the heat from his gaze, from his body. "Me too," I said quietly. "There's no one like you back home, Oliver. No one. And as much as I hate to admit it, a small part of me didn't want to return, because I'd be without you." Tension swirled in the small space between us. His breath tickled my skin. My body ached for him, yearned for him. The usual protests raging in my head were silenced by the thought of my imminent death. If I can't live in this moment, in the last moments of my life, then when can I? I leaned into him, and his lips opened, capturing mine. Something within me splintered and burst away like a dam being smashed among heavy waves. I felt my armor fade and then vanish, and my chest caved inward on itself, exposing the raw and vulnerable parts still festering from my losses. But I didn't care. This moment filled that hole. Oliver's hot breath mingled with mine. Though the chains pulled at our wrists, our hands still reached for each other, drawing us closer and deepening our kiss. His long fingers pressed into my waist. My hands pulled at his short hair. His lips moved faster, more urgently. Shivers of pleasure rippled through me as my tongue met his. The pain in my throat ached and intensified, but it only ignited my desire, strengthening the fire raging within me. I raised myself up on my knees, and Oliver gripped my waist with both hands. His hands slid lower and lower, and my insides flipped, my heart thumping a mile a minute. My hands slid under his shirt and explored his muscles, tracing the contours of his shoulders and back. A small moan escaped his lips. I trailed kisses along his cheek and jawline and neck. His heavy breaths fueled my fire as it consumed my chest and mind, obscuring all coherent thought. Nothing mattered but this. Me and Oliver, this heat between us, finally fusing together like molten steel. Oliver broke the kiss for a moment, but his lips still brushed along mine so gently it tickled. Our labored breaths were so in sync, I couldn't tell them apart. His hands snaked up my back until they reached my curls, and then he ran his fingers through them. His voice low and husky, he said, "Desiree, The pounding of nearby footsteps jolted us apart, though we kept our arms around each other. I might have been embarrassed to be caught making out with Oliver, but not embracing him. His arms felt warm and secure around me, making me feel braver than I was. My breaths still heavy and frantic, I watched several figures in black cloaks materialize through the rippling wall across from us. A tall flame lit up the small room. I squinted as my eyes adjusted, and I gazed around what appeared to be some kind of storage room. Machinery, large barrels, and stacks of boxes surrounded us, some of them overturned from the attack. My eyes turned to the flame in front of us. It was attached to someone's raised hand. El Diablo. His hood covered his face, but his hands were raised as if in prayer. The fire from his arm cast an orange glow on the other figures, who were all dressed in black cloaks. A few of them were vampires, and I recognized Howard and Kismet. I counted 7 demons, the minimum required to form a coven. I swallowed. What's he planning? Kismet's eyes tightened when she saw me, but her reaction quickly melted into smooth apathy before anyone could notice. I frowned at El Diablo. He was the only demon not showing his face. Then my eyes drifted to the walls and ceiling, all made of polished wood. If his whole body were on fire, the ship would easily burn down. So under that hood, he must have been wearing his human face. He doesn't want anyone to see how he looks as a normal man, I thought. I wondered if it embarrassed him or made him feel weak. Perhaps he couldn't be himself around anyone without feeling doubt and vulnerability. It made me feel strangely sad. El Diablo chuckled as he approached us. He lowered his arm, and his flames warmed my already flushed face.
"I see the chains do nothing to deter your blossoming romance," he said. "It's sweet, in a way. You must be saying your final goodbyes."
I clenched my teeth and rose to my feet along with Oliver. His hand remained wrapped around my waist. "Why are we here?" I demanded. The gravelly crack of my voice made me sound a lot weaker than I'd hoped. El Diablo spread his arms.
"We are aboard the lovely Vizcaya, a Spanish vessel. My intel informs me the Spanish will not last long in this battle. It's only a matter of time before this ship is destroyed, along with its occupants, and any evidence I may leave behind."
I heard the smirk in his tone. I stiffened. Evidence? I remembered the clues left behind from the blood ritual I'd investigated with Oliver, Elena, and Manuel. Was El Diablo going to perform another ritual and hide the evidence with the sinking ship? If Alba's coven couldn't find it, they would never know what had happened here.
"I wanted to inform you that your death will not be in vain. I should be thanking you for presenting such a magnanimous gift. To sacrifice a Timecaster is no small feat. I was hoping to ascend in the next decade or so. But with the power you present, I can achieve this much sooner. Today, in fact."
My blood ran cold as I numbly tried to process his words. Ascending to the 4th tier? Was that even possible?
"And I have you to thank for it, dear Oliver,"
El Diablo said, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction. My heart stopped for a solid beat. Thunder roared in my ears from a nearby explosion. "What are you talking about?" El Diablo laughed, the sound harsh and grating. He pointed a fiery finger at Oliver.
"This man has betrayed you. He works for me."
El Diablo dipped his head into a bow.
"So I thank you, my loyal servant, for finally delivering my prize to me."
Chapter 29. What are you talking about?" I whispered. My gaze cut to Oliver. His jaw clenched, and his eyes remained fixed on the floor. His nostrils flared, and his eyebrows creased as he whispered,
"I'm sorry, Desi."
Time froze. My heart stopped. Betrayal sliced through me, deep and merciless. The cavity inside me opened up again, swallowing my inner peace. The walls in my chest shuddered and fell, and my resolve and certainty crumbled with it. My parents' faces swam in my head, their eyes wide and vacant and lifeless. With my armor gone, the pain from that loss flooded through me like a waterfall of blood and death. I wanted to hunch over and scream. I wanted to collapse and shut out the world. But somehow I remained upright as I stared numbly at Oliver's face. His eyes were closed and his eyebrows pinched together. Agony and devastation pulled his lips downward. His face looked so broken I might have pitied him, if he hadn't just admitted he was working for a demon lord. How long?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Oliver's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His expression crumpled as if pleading with me for a way out. "How long?" I screamed. My fingers shook as they balled into fists.
"Since we rescued the Santeros,"
Oliver muttered. Horror pooled into my stomach. So, when we'd opened up to each other in his mother's flower shop, when the shapeshifter killed Manuel, when Oliver consoled me over Manuel's death, he'd been working for El Diablo. When we'd kissed, the quivering of my fists intensified until I struck Oliver across the cheek so hard he stumbled backward. "You lying bastard!" I shrieked. When Oliver righted himself, I shoved his shoulders and backed him up against the wall. "Desi," I smacked him again. Shock and indignation widened his eyes. His cheek glowed red from my slaps. I waved a shaking finger at him, my lips trembling. "Don't," I growled. "Don't speak to me. You are nothing to me." He flinched, his eyes hurt. His mouth opened and closed again, but he must have realized he couldn't say anything to fix this. He swallowed audibly, his eyes shining with tears, and he nodded. "Get on with it," I said loudly, turning back to El Diablo and his cronies. Perhaps death would bring a sweet release from this raw, gaping hole in my chest. This agonizing, crippling wound, like someone had carved a chunk out of me. It throbbed and festered with such intensity that black spots danced in front of my eyes. "Can't breathe."
Yes, I can see I've prolonged this long enough,
El Diablo said, but the amusement in his voice indicated he was enjoying this display.
Howard.
Howard stepped forward, his lips pressed together as he clutched a large jar of something gray and powdery. His eyes darted to Oliver, his lips pulling down in an apologetic grimace before he crouched over and sprinkled the substance on the ground. He shuffled around us until the powder formed a circle around me and Oliver.
Draw your blades,
El Diablo ordered. The demons behind him withdrew small daggers from their cloaks, all except Kismet. Her eyes were wide as she stared at me, her expression unreadable. "Wait," she said loudly. El Diablo stiffened and slowly turned to face her.
What is it?
"She is too weak. The spell might fail."
What do you propose?
"Let me heal her first. I need to collect some ingredients and make a few poultices, but once she's healed, her body will provide more power." El Diablo was silent as he considered this. "If the spell doesn't work and she dies, you won't get another opportunity," Kismet warned, her tone harsh. El Diablo sighed and waved a fiery hand.
Very well. Gather your ingredients.
"It may take time."
I said very well,
snapped El Diablo. He faced me and Oliver again, and I sensed vulnerability there. Though I couldn't make out El Diablo's expression, I could tell he was angry that we'd seen emotion from him, that he'd revealed something to us he hadn't intended to.
Howard, take me and Kismet to the docks,
El Diablo said quietly.
I must confer with an associate before we perform the ritual.
Howard nodded. The three of them walked toward the wall, which rippled and swallowed them up, leaving only the vampires to leer at us. Shivering, I slowly sank to the floor and crossed my arms over my chest. My stomach quaked with nausea and agony as the ship continued to rock back and forth. I can't bear this. I can't breathe. Just come back and kill me already.
Desi,
Oliver whispered, sitting next to me. I said don't talk to me, I hissed. Please, Oliver begged. Please, let me explain. Explain what? I said, whipping my head toward him so that my curls bounced in my face. How you betrayed me? Betrayed all of us? You let me believe we had something. I trailed off and glanced at the vampires who smirked at me. I shook my head as my throat closed, cutting off my words. Oliver scooted toward me, hands outstretched, but I backed away from him, keeping several feet between us.
I did it for you, Desi, so he would stop hunting you, so he wouldn't drain the blood from your body.
Well, a lot of good that did, I spat, spreading my arms wide. Because I'm here anyway.
Desi.
The wall next to the vampires rippled again, but this time only Kismet stepped through. She hurried forward and crouched in front of us, her arms full of bottles and jars and plants. Her eyes darted to the vampires before fixing on us. "There isn't much time," she whispered, setting the ingredients down on the floor next to us. "Don't speak, don't move, just listen. The vial of orange liquid next to my left foot is a vanishing potion. Throw it to the ground, and you will appear on land. Wait until the coven sheds blood to perform the ritual. I will meet you there." My brows creased in confusion. Why? She seemed to sense my question. "I am not here of my own volition," she whispered, "but I am forced to serve him through a choice I made when I was naive and foolish. Now I am paying for that mistake. But I can still help you." Her blue eyes bore into mine. "You serve a greater purpose, I can tell, and I can't let you die before I find out what it is." My mouth fell open, but I quickly shut it before the vampires could notice. "When I lean in to tend to the wounds on your neck," Kismet said, "reach forward and grab the vanishing potion. He's noticed the vial hanging from your neck. I will convince him that it is a vanishing potion and that you used it to escape." "You don't have to do this," I breathed without moving my lips. "I have to do something," Kismet whispered, her eyes flashing with determination. "I've done enough evil things in my life to damn myself, but it isn't too late for you." She gazed at Oliver, her eyes wide with a deeper meaning. I sensed she was talking about him. Kismet poured a few drops of a lime-green substance on a cloth and drew closer to me before pressing it to my neck. Sharp slices of pain rippled through me, and I hissed, clenching my fists tightly. When the pain faded, I slowly leaned forward and snatched the vial as Kismet's body blocked it from the view of the vampires. "Don't forget," Kismet whispered as she sat back onto her knees. "Smash the vial, take his hand, and you'll appear on land." "The chains?" Oliver muttered. Kismet smiled and lifted a bottle of pearly white liquid. She poured a few drops on the shackles on our wrists and ankles. "They'll shatter when you smash the vial." I touched Kismet's arm and squeezed. My eyes closed briefly, my lips pressed together. She nodded, accepting my gratitude. "I'll see you both soon." She gathered the ingredients in her arms and hurried back to the wall. Howard appeared from the other side and escorted her out. The wall rippled as they both vanished. Emotion rose in my throat. I didn't know what to say. Kismet, before she was my Kismet, was still bailing me out. All this time I'd been afraid to ask what her crime had been. Now I wasn't so sure I needed to be afraid. She was a prisoner to El Diablo's will. If this was the crime she'd been sentenced for, then she was wrongly convicted. And she never once complained about it as my familiar. "Desi," Oliver whispered. I closed my eyes in exasperation. "We shouldn't speak." He sighed but remained silent. A few agonizing minutes passed. Oliver paced the length of the powdery circle, and I rubbed my thumb across the smooth glass vial in my hand. The explosions and gunfire only continued, and with each crash I expected a hole to open up or the ceiling to cave in on us. At last, El Diablo reappeared, followed by Kismet and Howard. My hands shook. Fast, shallow breaths tore through my chest. El Diablo strode closer to us, the flames from his arms burning against my skin. I slid my hand behind my back, nervous he would see I held something.
"It's time," he said in a low voice. "I hope you have made amends."
"Go to hell," I growled. El Diablo chuckled.
"Yes,
You've told me that before. It's still quite amusing.
He retreated to his comrades, and they formed a wide semicircle around us. The demons pulled their black hoods over their faces. El Diablo's voice rang out from the circle of demons.
Draw your blades.
The demons unsheathed their daggers again.
Spill your blood.
The demons slid the blades across their palms. Their blood dripped to the ground and sizzled with a sinister hiss. I raised my hand to the vile necklace at my throat. Let him think I had it the whole time. A thunderous explosion shook the ship so violently that a few demons yelped and fell over. A deep groan of metal indicated something large within the ship had been struck. Seizing my opportunity, I smashed the vial of orange liquid to the floor. Puffs of amber smoke rose and coiled in the air, obscuring the demons from our view. Oliver's hand found mine, and I reluctantly gripped his fingers tightly, hoping to cause him some pain. Boxes tumbled over and barrels rolled, bumping against demons. Something resembling a Civil War cannon wheeled toward us, its barrel pointed straight into my face. I tugged on Oliver's arm, trying to move out of the way, but we were surrounded by wreckage with no way to escape. Suddenly, the restraints from my wrists and legs released, clattering against the floor. My feet lifted in the air, rising with the orange smoke. My stomach dropped from the weightlessness. As the cannon smashed into the wall where we'd been just seconds before.
Stop them!
El Diablo roared. A shuffling of feet bustled below us, but we continued floating upward. I held my breath as the ceiling grew closer and closer. More explosions and crashes surrounded us. The room quivered and the walls groaned. I flinched and squeezed Oliver's hand, my eyes darting frantically around, waiting for cannons and bullets to blast us to bits. We'll never get out in time. Another deafening boom echoed around us, and bars and pipes from the ceiling pounded into the ground. Demons shrieked and dived to avoid the wreckage. Water sprayed from the ceiling and walls. I crammed my eyes shut, preparing to get soaked or crushed by debris, but I didn't feel anything. I glanced down at my body, but saw nothing but orange smoke. My eyes searched for Oliver, but he wasn't there either. We were both completely invisible, though his fingers still felt solid in my hand. Jets of black magic flew in every direction as the demons blindly cast spells around the room. Whether to protect themselves or to stop us, I couldn't tell. But the vanishing draft shielded us until we floated right through the ceiling. A blinding white light burst against my eyes. My body spun, and motion around me made me feel sicker than when I was aboard the ship. I shut my eyes, but the light persisted through my eyelids. A cacophony of gunfire rang in my ears, so loud that I flinched and let go of Oliver's hand to cover my ears. Some kind of electricity snapped when I broke contact with him, and we both tumbled to the ground. I groaned and hissed as I climbed to my feet, the scrapes against my knees throbbing. My eyes adjusted to the bright morning sun, and more gunfire assaulted my ears. We were standing on the wooden beams of a small dock facing the bay. My breath caught in my throat as I easily found Vizcaya, the ship now covered in plumes of dark smoke. Across from it, what I assumed to be the American ship was rapidly firing into the Spanish vessel. It wouldn't be long before Vizcaya was completely obliterated. And maybe, just maybe, El Diablo and his cronies will be taken down with it. The hope was just a small fragment within me, though. I knew as long as Howard was there, he could easily teleport everyone out.
Come on,
Oliver muttered. He tugged on my arm, and I blindly followed, still blinking against the light. He led me away from the docks and the naval battle until we found a narrow street between tall buildings that shielded the bay from view. I recognized the area. We'd escorted refugees not too far from here. Oliver pulled me into a small pub. Darkness surrounded me again, and my eyes welcomed the relief. The musty bar reeked of rum and mildew, and the muffled gunfire continued outside. Breathing heavily, I felt the burns on my neck. They still stung, but it was better than before. Whatever kismet had applied to the injuries had certainly helped. Silence pressed between Oliver and me, broken only by the incessant gunfire outside. "Desi," Oliver said quietly, reaching for my hand. I jerked my hand out of his reach and crossed my arms over my chest. Shaking my head, I whispered, "Don't. I need to find Kismet." I strode toward the door, but Oliver hurried forward, blocking my path.
"Desi, no,"
Oliver said firmly.
"You have to talk to me. I'm not letting you leave until you do."
"Get out of my way," I growled.
"Talk to me."
Fire exploded in my chest, and my nostrils flared. "Fine. You want me to talk? You're a piece of garbage. You're no better than the vermin you claim to hunt in the name of your precious coven." Fury burned in Oliver's eyes, and he clenched his teeth.
"I did it for you."
"A lot of good that did," I spat. "He was about to sacrifice me for a blood ritual."
"I know,"
Oliver said, closing his eyes, his eyebrows pulling together.
"He went back on his word. Once he had my allegiance, he could do whatever he wanted with no repercussions."
"Why in the name of Lilith would you do that?" I yelled. "Why would you give yourself to him like that?" Oliver rubbed a hand over his face and groaned.
"Desi, he was going to kill you. He was going to drink your blood until there was nothing left. Then, when he found out you were a Timecaster, he realized your power would be enough for him to ascend again if he sacrificed you. When you didn't escape with the Santeros, I went back for you, but I found him instead. And he said to spare your life, I would have to work for him."
I shook my head, though remorse pierced my heart at his words. "You shouldn't have done that, Oliver. I could have handled myself."
"Desi, I found you splayed in his torture chamber as he drank your blood. That was just him toying with you. If he'd wanted to kill you, he easily could have."
I crossed my arms. "That was still a stupid move. I was just a stranger to you. Why would you risk your coven like that?"
"He didn't give me a choice, Desi,"
Oliver shouted. "There's always a choice." Oliver slid his fingers through his hair and turned from me, pacing the length of the pub in agitation.
"You don't understand. I thought I could turn on him. Maybe provide secrets for the coven that would help bring him down. And it was my fault you got caught. If I'd just been a man and let you escape first. But no. You took the fall, and I was responsible. I had to do something, Desi."
"Why didn't you just tell me all this?"
"I couldn't,"
Oliver said quietly, his eyes burning with heat and regret.
"I tried, but I couldn't."
"You couldn't?" I gritted my teeth. "At the expense of your coven and my life? You made this bargain and didn't tell anyone. You betrayed all of us." Oliver's cheeks reddened.
"No, Desi, it's not."
"I opened up to you, Oliver. I shared everything with you. I told you about my parents, Jose, my fears. I kissed you. You've proclaimed yourself as an advocate for light magic, protecting your coven, but you're working for a demon lord."
"You think I'm proud of it?"
Oliver said, his eyebrows lowering over wide, angry eyes.
"It makes me sick. I didn't realize the hold he has over me, the things he's capable of forcing me to do."
His lips twisted in distaste, as if he were about to puke. I raised a hand to my forehead, as a flood of agony rose up in my throat, threatening to suffocate me. I swallowed, but it burned and only agitated the ache. My vision swam, and I impatiently blinked until it cleared. Oliver, I just can't look at you right now. It's like I don't even know you anymore.
I'm still the same person,
Oliver yelled.
You knew I was on the council. You knew I supported light and dark magic.
I jabbed a finger at him. No, this is different and you know it. Your mother would be ashamed of you. Oliver's jaw hardened and his enraged eyes drilled into me. His clenched fists shook and his nostrils flared. Fury emanated from his stiff form. Without saying a word, he turned and exited the pub. Light filtered in when the door opened and then disappeared as it slammed shut, plunging me into darkness once more. Chapter 30. A few minutes after Oliver left, Kismet appeared, her black cloak billowing behind her. She glanced around the pub. "Where's Oliver?" I waved a limp hand towards the door. He left. Kismet's wide blue eyes darted to the door and back to me. "What? Where did he go?" I frowned at her. "Why do you care?" "He's bound by blood, just like I am." I cocked my head at her, squinting in confusion. "What does that mean?" "I'm bound to serve my master until the day I die. I am connected to him through blood magic." I shook my head, still confused. "There are two kinds of blood magic," Kismet said in a low voice. "A blood oath, which is a tie to someone else that strengthens both of you equally, and the blood bond, which binds you to someone as their servant." My blood ran cold as I looked at Kismet. Her broken and empty eyes told me which one she used with El Diablo. "Why would you do that?" I whispered. "He promised he could bring my husband back from the dead." I stiffened in shock as a chill raced up my spine. Her husband? Dead? I stared at her blankly. She couldn't be much older than me. Maybe 19 or 20 at the most. I'm so sorry, I whispered, my throat dry. Did it work? I didn't dare to hope, but my parents' faces swam in my head, taunting me, beckoning me. "What do you think?" Kismet asked, her expression darkening. "It did work, but he returned as some kind of possessed revenant, a member of the undead only he could control." Her mouth twisted into a foul grimace. "It was the single most horrifying moment of my life, more terrible than the day I lost him the first time." She blinked, her eyes moist, and my heart ached in sympathy for her. I had no idea. I hated myself for never asking her about her past. She'd carried this weight with her for so many years. Perhaps if I'd offered to listen, it would have lessened her suffering somehow. "What does this have to do with Oliver?" I asked, though dread coiled in my stomach. I already knew the answer. "I recognize the signs," Kismet said, her voice almost a whisper. "He's bound by blood, too. They share a blood bond." My heart dropped to my stomach as I remembered Oliver's words.
I didn't realize the hold he has over me, the things he's capable of forcing me to do.
And he'd done it for me, to save me. Bile rose in my throat, and I hunched over as panicked breaths tore through my chest. "No," I moaned, closing my eyes and shaking my head. "No." "I'm so sorry," Kismet whispered, touching my shoulder. Is there any way to break the blood bond?" I asked as despair settled within my stomach. Only 2 ways. The first is if one member of the bond dies. The second is if one of us engages in blood magic with someone else. I flinched. Binding Oliver to someone else didn't seem much better. But anyone was better than El Diablo, right? Kismet's eyes shone with tears. "Go easy on him," she said. "It's a difficult path he walks. I wouldn't wish it on anyone." "Thank you, Kismet," I said quietly. "I'm indebted to you." I grabbed her and embraced her. She stiffened in my grasp, but then relaxed, her arms wrapping around me. She smelled familiar, but still foreign, like a long-lost childhood memory, tainted by time and distance. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pulled away. "Be careful," she whispered, her face drained of color. "He's summoning me. I have to go." Before I could object, Kismet pulled her dark hood over her face and flew out the door. For a long time, I remained frozen in the pub, my mind an incoherent mess of sludge and pain. After a while, a loud explosion rumbled the ground beneath me, jolting me from my reverie. I burst out of the pub and hurried to the docks, staring wide-eyed at the bay. Vizcaya had exploded. Debris and rubble lingered in the air. The charred remains of the ship floated in the water, a hulking mass of what had once been a grand vessel. Small boats surrounded the wreckage, no doubt filled with the Spanish who had escaped the explosion. Cheers erupted around me along the dock. Nervous, I glanced at the American soldiers whooping and hollering. Though none of them looked at me, I still ducked my head, hoping not to draw their attention. My eyes raked around the docks and surrounding buildings as I searched for Kismet, but she was gone. An icy chill rippled through my body, despite the heat of the summer sun blazing against my body. "He's summoning me," Kismet had said. If El Diablo summoned her, then he probably summoned Oliver too. What would he do to Oliver now that his plan had failed? I looked down the street from where I'd come, but Oliver wasn't there. I clenched and unclenched my fists. Whatever anger or resentment I felt toward Oliver, I couldn't just let him be enslaved by El Diablo. Resolve solidified within my chest, and I sprinted down the street, weaving through American soldiers and peering through windows and alleys. Then I rushed back, darting down the side street and looking inside the pub we'd been in earlier. It was empty. I whirled around in panic, my eyes scanning the soldiers for a glimpse of his familiar blonde hair. "Oliver!" I shrieked. A few soldiers turned to look at me curiously. My heart racing, I ran back toward the main street. A slice of pain seared through my side from my running. I glanced up and down the street again, palms sweaty and desperation cutting through me. He isn't here. I turned back to the pub and then toward the road. I raised my hands to my forehead, conflicted. Which way should I look? I sprinted back to the pub and peered inside the window again, my eyes roving carefully over the dusty bar to ensure I wasn't missing anything. Then I ran farther down the road, pausing at each shop until I noticed movement in one of the windows. Alarm and fear raced through me as I burst inside. Oliver glanced at me, his jaw clenched and his eyes heavy with resignation and despair. The wall next to him rippled. "Oliver!" I screamed, stumbling toward him. A hand reached out from within the wall. Oliver stiffened, his arms quivering in restraint. As if of its own accord, his arm snapped forward and caught Howard's hand from the other side of the wall. "Goodbye, Desi," he whispered, his eyes moist. "No!" I raced toward him as the wall solidified. My shoulder rammed against a solid wood wall, and pain coursed through my arm. I slammed my palms against the wall, but it remained solid and unyielding. I whacked the wall again and again, and screamed in frustration. "Oliver!" Tears prickled the corners of my eyes. I gritted my teeth, determination flowing through me. I swallowed and took a deep, shaky breath. Oliver needed help, and I wasn't enough. I needed to find Alba. I hurried back to the main street, glancing around frantically for something familiar. Then I noticed the courthouse. Adrenaline coursed through me, and I sprinted toward it, weaving through buildings and streets until I found the red door. I plunged through it without preamble, my legs carrying me faster than I'd ever run before. Eerie sounds reached my ears. Hissing, growling, moaning, but I ignored them, only running faster to avoid the demons lurking nearby. I didn't have time to stop. At last, I reached the restaurant and doubled over as breaths tore through my chest. I clutched at a stitch in my side, regretting not making exercise more of a priority in my life. I pushed open the door and wheezed. "Magic above, and powers that be, reveal what has been hidden from me." The chairs and tables righted themselves, but the restaurant was empty. My eyes widened. "No," I whispered in horror. Where was everyone? "Alba!" I shouted, hurrying into the kitchen. It was empty. The weapons were gone, too. Had everyone already evacuated? Footsteps echoed from the storage room. "Thank Lilith," I muttered, hurrying forward. "Alba, I froze as Elena emerged. Her forearm was heavily bandaged as she crossed her arms and scowled at me. My heart stopped. "Where's Alba?" I asked quietly. "The Coven has gone to meet with a member of the American Council," she said, her tone icy. "Well, why aren't you with them?" "Because Oliver went missing. Someone needed to remain behind in case he turned up." She gestured to my ripped clothes and injuries. "What happened to you?" "We were trapped by demons, but we got away," I said quickly, taking a step toward her. "Look, Elena, I know we have our differences, but Oliver's in trouble. He's been captured by El Diablo." Elena's arms fell by her sides, her face wide with shock. "How do you know?" "I saw a demon take him," I said. I trailed off. There was so much Elena didn't know. Could I tell her about Oliver's blood bond? "Come with me," Elena said, her jaw hardening with determination. She turned back into the storage room, and I followed. After shoving a few cots aside, Elena crouched to the ground and reached under a shelf of food storage until she extracted a small box. "Emergency demon hunting kit," she said with a wry smile. She pried it open to reveal a few potion bottles, an athame, and a long wooden stake. "Do you still have your athame?" she asked. "Yes." She took the athame from the box and strapped it to her ankle holster. Then she shoved the potion bottles down her dress, wedged between her breasts. Embarrassed giggles burst through me, and I covered my mouth. Elena smirked. "We ladies must do what we can." She handed the stake to me. I glanced up and down my ripped dress, and finally slid the stake down my dress, between my breasts, like Elena. Though my body wasn't stick-thin like Elena's, my chest left much to be desired, so I had plenty of room. Elena snorted and pressed her lips together. "Very nice." She stood. "Let's go get Oliver." I took her by the arm. "Elena, wait." Elena sighed, her eyes weighed down by grief and resignation. I'm sorry I blamed you for what happened to Manuel. It wasn't your fault. I know you cared about him too. I swallowed as emotion built in my throat. I nodded. Thank you, I whispered. But there's something else you need to know. Elena's brow furrowed. What? I took a deep breath. Oliver made a blood bond with El Diablo. She stared at me, frozen, for a long moment before her eyes widened. Lilith. She exhaled and raised a hand to her forehead. Her face drained of color as she slumped backward to lean against the wall. I just felt like you should know before we go in there. Oliver might be compelled to fight us. Elena's mouth opened and closed, her eyes distant. Then she shook her head and straightened. Determination blazed in her eyes. Well, he's still alive, and as long as he breathes, I'll fight for him. My mouth opened. I had no response. Elena looked at me impatiently. What? We don't have any time to waste. Aren't you curious about how this happened? El Diablo is powerful. I don't have to guess. I know Oliver didn't have a choice. What if he did? I asked quietly. Elena stiffened and searched my expression, her eyes narrowing. Look, Desi, I don't know what you think you know about Oliver, but he's solid as a rock. He would never betray anyone willingly. But he didn't tell anyone, I protested. Don't you think he should have told someone? Alba? Anyone? So we could help him? He's stubborn, Elena said, throwing her hands in the air. All men are. He probably thought he could get himself out of it. But he should have told me, I protested through clenched teeth. Elena crossed her arms over her chest. So, you're saying you've been forthcoming about all your secrets since you arrived here? My mouth clamped shut, my teeth grinding together. I opened up to him. I shared private things with him. He did too, Elena said, her tone softening. My eyes snapped to her. How do you know that? Elena tilted her chin up slightly, her lips pressed together. Because he's shared things with me, personal things. And if he chose to be with you over me, I'm certain he shared them with you too. My throat felt dry, and I dropped my gaze to the floor. I snaked one foot behind the other and muttered, I'm sorry. Spare me your pity, Elena snapped. I've made my peace with it. You can't force someone to love you, but that doesn't mean you stop loving them or give up on them. Whatever secrets he kept from you, that doesn't mean he deserves to die or be sacrificed for some sick ritual. I raised my eyes to meet hers and nodded stiffly. You're right. I knew she was right. So why did betrayal keep wriggling through my gut? Why did I still ache with hurt and longing? The pain and agony rippled through me, coursing through the cavity in my chest like a waterfall, fresh and excruciating. Now, if you get close enough to El Diablo, run that stake into his heart, Elena said. With any luck, we can banish El Diablo and free Oliver from the bond. She eyed me, her brows pinching in concern. Have you done this before? I shook my head. Don't worry, though. I can do this. She touched my forearm. Then let's go rescue Oliver. Chapter 31. Elena scoured the cots until she found the one Oliver slept in. Before I accused her of taking her feelings for him a little too far, she stood with a triumphant smile on her face
and a short blonde hair in her hand. "Oh," I mouthed in realization. "A locator spell." Blood or hair was needed to find a person's location. Elena sat cross-legged on the floor of the kitchen and withdrew a potion bottle from her dress. After pouring the contents of the bottle into a bowl at her feet, she carefully dropped Oliver's hair in as well. The mixture sizzled, and small sparks flew from the bowl. I flinched, but Elena remained calm and collected. Her eyes closed and her face smoothed in a perfect mask of tranquility. She could have been asleep for all I knew. "I call upon the magic of the earth to search and find this soul, guide us and lead the way so that we can see who is lost." A shudder rippled through me, and I drew my arms over my chest. The contents of the bowl glowed blue. The bowl rattled, and I was reminded of when I'd cast the time travel spell and how intensely my cauldron had shaken from the power. I swallowed down my fear as the blue glow faded. A small blue ember floated from the bowl and hovered in the air in front of Elena. Her eyes opened and focused on the ember. She smiled and rose to her feet. As she did so, the ember floated away, drifting toward the door. "Come on," Elena muttered. She hurried after the ember, and I followed. We burst out the door and scanned the street and buildings. "There," Elena pointed. I squinted until I saw the tiny flash of blue, and we rushed after it. It hastened its speed like it knew we weren't far behind. It flew and swirled as if carried by a fierce wind. We ran together in silence, weaving through buildings and down several side streets. Just when I thought this stupid ember was leading us on a wild goose chase, it stopped, hovering midair. I glanced around, my eyes widening in recognition. The pub. The shop where Howard had abducted Oliver. It was all the same place I'd been in earlier, only slightly different. Empty, eerie, and tingling with magic. The place was the same, but it was in the magical realm. "He's underground," I said, looking at Elena with worried eyes. "El Diablo has him in the demon caves." Elena's jaw hardened, and she nodded. Crouching to the ground, she spread her palm along the concrete and closed her eyes, her brow furrowed and her lips pressed together in concentration. The space surrounding her palm glowed blue and then burst apart in fragments of rock and dust. I jumped, eyes wide. Elena was a pusher like me. I didn't know we could do that. Elena stood and opened her eyes. She blinked dizzily and swayed. I held her arm to keep her steady. "You okay?" Elena exhaled through her lips. "Yes, fine. Let's go." I glanced down and found a gaping black hole below us. Demons probably heard that and were waiting for us. But I didn't have a choice. Elena was right. I couldn't just abandon Oliver. Nobody but us knew he was in trouble. We were all he had. I nodded firmly, more to convince myself than her, and sat on the ground. Taking a deep breath, I wriggled my feet through the hole and dropped in. The free fall of nothingness took my breath away. My stomach dropped, and for way too long, I fell into darkness. Then my feet hit the ground. My knees buckled and I toppled over. A dark shape appeared in the hole above me, and I rolled to avoid colliding with Elena. Elena stumbled forward but righted herself as I stood up next to her, still breathless from taking the plunge. Adrenaline pulsed through me, and electricity tingled in my fingertips. My magic was ready. I wiped dust and dirt from my skirt as Elena squinted, no doubt searching for the ember.
Over here, I said, pointing. No, Elena said slowly. It's here. We stared at each other a moment. Then I saw it. A second ember. One led to the left, the other to the right. What does that mean? I demanded. Elena frowned, her brows pinching in confusion. It must mean his blood's been spilt. The spell tracks his blood. Perhaps he lost blood in one place, but he's being held in another. Panic flooded through my throat, and my chest constricted in terror. Oliver's being tortured. So what do we do? I asked, my voice on the edge of hysteria. Elena's worried eyes met mine. We split up. We can't be too far, or the ember wouldn't have led us to go underground. If one of us finds him, shout, okay? I nodded, my stomach quivering. Elena touched my elbow and leaned closer to me. You can do this, she whispered. I nodded again. Be careful. She offered a half smile before turning toward the ember to the right and vanishing into the darkness. I clenched my fingers into fists and steeled my nerves. You can do this, I repeated to myself. I blew air out of my lips and followed the small speck of blue floating patiently in the other direction. My soft footsteps echoed against the cavern walls. Though I treaded lightly, I swore it sounded like it was amplified tenfold, alerting every demon to my presence. I wiggled my fingers to ensure my magic was still ready. The weight of the athame at my ankle and the stiffness of the stake under my dress served as a comforting reminder. I'm armed. I can do this. Low voices echoed ahead of me, and I froze, my heart stuttering against my chest. I sucked in a breath for courage and hurried forward. I rounded a corner and stopped in my tracks. A circle of a familiar powder surrounded Oliver, whose shirt was torn and covered in blood. His lip was puffy and bloody, and he lay on the ground motionless. Lilith, please don't be dead. My eyes scanned the large cavern. Several hooded figures surrounded the circle. Their palms were already cut and dripping blood. No! I screamed, rushing toward Oliver. As soon as my feet crossed over the line of powder, a ripple of magic shuddered through me. I ignored it and placed my hands on Oliver's bare and bloody shoulders. Oliver, I whispered. Oliver, please tell me you're alive. Please wake up. A low, familiar chuckle sounded from the hooded figures.
If you wanted to donate yourself to the cause, all you had to do was ask.
El Diablo. I couldn't tell which one he was, but he was taunting me, goading me. I drew my athame and rose to my feet, gritting my teeth. Too afraid to show your weak human face to me, are you? Silence met my words, but a few of the hooded figures shifted uncomfortably. I smiled and cocked my head. I'm right, aren't I? You are afraid to show your face. That's kind of pathetic. A ripple of black cloth, and then a burst of flame. With his cloak shed, El Diablo stood before me in all his fiery glory. I didn't even flinch. I crossed my arms and narrowed my eyes. You're only proving my point. El Diablo spread his arms wide.
This is my true face. The pitiful human face I wear is a mere disguise. I hide it to protect myself as well as my comrades.
Protect your comrades? I spat. Right. Keep telling yourself that.
You don't get it, do you? As a demon, the only way to earn respect is through fear and power, through bloodshed and warfare.
El Diablo gestured up and down his own flaming body.
As a human, I am nothing. No better than vermin. Demons don't have the luxuries you witches and warlocks enjoy. But it shouldn't be that way. We should be equals.
He pointed to the hooded demons beside him.
These are my people, and I will free them, even if it means damning myself with the blackest magic. Even if it means waging war against light magic, I will rise to power and give demons the recognition they deserve.
I raised my athame. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Then I charged. A wall of magic slammed into me, and I fell backward on my bottom with an ungraceful oof. El Diablo roared with laughter.
Oh, sweet child. Once you cross the circle, you are bound to the ritual, just as he is.
My heart rate accelerated as I glanced around the powdered circle in panic. It doesn't matter. Don't let this stop you. You can do this. I gripped my athame firmly to quell the shaking of my hands. In my other hand, I withdrew the stake from my dress and spread my feet shoulder-width apart, as Oliver had taught me in our training. It only takes one hit, I said loudly. I only need to take down one of you, and your precious coven is down a demon. The ritual will be broken. Cloaks rustled and shifted as the demons fretted over my words. Or I could just push you all with my magic and hope the rock wall behind you provides a nice cushion.
What do you want?
El Diablo said sharply. Let Oliver go, I growled.
Why would I do that?
Because I'm not alone, I said, raising my chin in defiance. In a few minutes, my coven will arrive and slaughter everyone here. Or, if you let us go, you can live another day. El Diablo tisked at me and shook his head.
You're bluffing.
Try me, I shouted, my nostrils flaring in anger.
Desi?
I stiffened as Oliver's weak voice croaked behind me, shattering my resolve and courage. Slowly I turned to face him. He rose up on an elbow, his eyes barely open. His head turned to take in the scene before his incoherent gaze settled on me.
Desi,
he whispered.
Let him do this.
My heart dropped to my stomach. What? No! I'm going to save you, Oliver. Oliver shook his head, his eyes closing and his brow creasing in pain.
Let him do this. He's my father.
My heart stopped. A pile of bricks seemed to sink in my stomach, dragging me down, deeper and deeper into my pit of anguish I'd tried so hard to run from. No, I said, shaking my head in disbelief. I crouched to Oliver's level and forced his battered and bruised face toward me. Don't let him feed you these lies, Oliver.
Oh, they aren't lies,
El Diablo said loudly, his voice gleeful.
Think about it. Haven't you noticed there is something off about him? Something you can't explain?
I swallowed, remembering how Oliver's entire body had burst into flames when the vampires had surrounded us. How he'd easily set my own body on fire, too, though I'd never heard of an elemental who could do that.
Look at the injury on his arm, El Diablo continued. The cut from an athame. It hasn't healed, has it?
My eyes found the bleeding wound on Oliver's arm. I hadn't realized it was the same place the shapeshifter had stabbed him with my athame. I remembered him wearing bandages a few days ago, and how the pain of the injury bothered him when he changed clothes. It had never healed. No, I said again, my voice numb and my head spinning. Oliver's father was El Diablo. Oliver had demon blood flowing inside him.
Yes, El Diablo said loudly. And now you understand why I can't just let him go. To sacrifice the spawn of my blood
is so much more powerful than just sacrificing a simple elemental.
My eyes drifted across the cavern until they settled on El Diablo. His shoulders shook with quiet laughter, triumphant laughter. Rage boiled through me, crumbling the bricks in my stomach and coursing through me. My magic sizzled, and I screamed in fury. With a powerful slash, I flung the athame toward El Diablo, and it embedded into his shoulder. His laughter died, and a howl of rage and anguish pierced the air. I thrust my hands forward, and for the first time in my life, I pulled. Like a mime holding an invisible rope, I pulled until El Diablo stumbled forward, his feet drawn by my power. My arms screamed in protest, but I kept pulling until El Diablo crossed the circle. His flames scorched my body as he straightened. I could practically feel the anger radiating from his body, but I was ready. He lurched forward, but I ducked. He lunged again. I dodged and yanked my athame from his body. He roared in pain. The searing hot hilt burned into my palm, but I held it as the power of my magic carried me, pushing me forward. Kill him. End him. Break the bond, and Oliver will be free. I swung the athame, but El Diablo dodged my strike. Fire seared against my arm as he knocked me backward. Pricks of pain sliced through me as I realized my skirt was on fire. I quickly patted the flames down, but El Diablo was in front of me again. He kicked me to the ground and pressed down on my chest with his foot. Agony tore through me as I struggled to breathe. Shadows pressed in on me, clouding my vision. Something heavy collided with my head, and a brief, overwhelming blackness took over. Yet something kept me conscious. Something brought me back. Clarity returned to my eyes. El Diablo approached Oliver, who had gone limp again. Blackness tried to close in on me, but I blinked, my brain straining to remain coherent. El Diablo drew a long blade and raised it. Oliver made no move to block him. He was going to die, and I wasn't strong enough to stop El Diablo. There was only one thing I could do. Dizzily, I sat up and shook the pain from my head. Raising my hands, I muttered, "Magic within me, strengthen my arms. Move this creature before it does more harm." And instead of pushing, I pulled again. I pulled El Diablo toward me, drawing my hands to my chest so quickly that he slid toward me just as his sword came down. The blade pierced my chest. Blood blossomed along my dress, spreading over my entire body. But something else took over too. An ethereal white light burst like the sun, spreading from the wound in my chest and growing until I saw nothing but white. Something otherworldly carried me until I felt weightless. I felt no pain. I heard nothing. Then something familiar reached my ears. My father's voice.
"It's a trap. You have to get out."
I faded in and out. Oliver's screams pierced my ears and then vanished. The cavern ceiling floated before my eyes, and then I was someplace else. Rain trickled from the midnight sky around me. Cars raced down the street, splashing through puddles on the asphalt. Between two buildings was an alley surrounded by brick walls. Within the alley was a dumpster and 5 figures huddled together. The buildings shook, and inky black magic pooled from within the brick walls. "Peter!" an unfamiliar voice shouted. "He's coming!"
"We'll hold him off,"
my father said.
"Go, get out now. We're right behind you."
A man and 2 women disappeared out of the dark alley, the streetlight casting shadows on them as they ran. Just my parents remained. My mother lay on the ground, her arm curled around a bloody gash in her side. Her voice weak, she said, "It's too late, Peter. I'm too weak. I can't make it." Dad groaned, his eyes swimming with tears. His glasses were askew, and one lens had popped out. A large cut ran along his forehead, and a trickle of blood rolled down his cheek.
"I can't fight him off without you, Jenny. He'll go after them. I can't save them."
Mom grunted and took several labored breaths. Her arms quivered as she pushed herself up and staggered to her feet. "Then we'll do this together, one last time." She leaned against Dad, and they turned as something enormous smashed through the brick wall in front of them, spraying them with rubble. They raised their hands and chanted a spell, but I couldn't make out the words. The vision faded from view. White light consumed me. Pain returned, seizing my body and numbing my limbs. I fell to the ground in a pool of my own blood, El Diablo's sword still jutting out of my chest.
"No!"
Oliver roared, crawling toward me on all fours.
"Desi, stay with me."
El Diablo laughed.
"This isn't exactly what I was expecting, but it'll do just fine for the ritual."
Oliver's hands found mine, groping incoherently as he tried to revive me. But I was still frozen. I couldn't move. I felt nothing but agony rippling through me in sickening waves. Why wouldn't I die already? Wind whipped against my face. Dust and dirt swirled around me, forming a funnel cloud that was all too familiar. Oliver's broken sobs rang in my ears, his warm tears dripping on my collarbone. The wind intensified. Bursts of lightning flashed against my eyes. Next to me, Oliver fell silent. Then he gasped. His hands found me again, and he pulled the necklace from me, snapping the vial off. He smashed it to the ground and shouted, "Ancient powers, I summon thee, to gather winds and carry me, hasten our journey through time and space, and bring us to our desired place." The storm swirled around us. My curls billowed around my motionless face as Oliver's hand clasped my wrist tightly. Lightning flashed and crackled in the cavern. Boulders and rocks fell from the ceiling. El Diablo shouted something incoherent. A scorching hot vice wrapped around my leg. My body jerked forward, the agony amplifying through me. Tears streamed from my eyes, and I screamed. The spell consumed us. Chapter 32. My mother's face swam into view, the wild, untamable curls we shared. Dark, stormy gray eyes, full lips that often pulled into a smile. "Desi," she whispered. "Mom." My voice sounded far away and faint. Where was I? I saw nothing but a blinding white light. Am I dead? Mom smiled.
"No, dear, but you came close."
I stared at her, my eyes wide. I was too afraid to blink, too afraid she'd vanish if I did.
"Self-sacrifice is the strongest form of light magic, Desi," she said,
stroking my hair back with her fingers. I leaned into her touch. "I know that."
"Do you? Because you've resented me for it for a long time."
I didn't answer. I didn't want to argue in this moment I'd longed for since she died. I wasn't sure how I was here, or how long we'd have.
"Do you understand now, Desi?"
My voice cracked. "I do." Mom cocked her head at me, waiting. She knew me too well. "I understand that you sacrificed yourself to save the coven," I croaked. But you didn't care about saving me. Tears streamed down my face, and I pressed my lips together. Mom's eyebrows pinched in sorrow, and her eyes glistened. She swiped a finger across my cheek, catching my tears.
Desi, I never worried about you. I know you to your core. She pressed her palm against my chest. I know you'll become a strong light witch. It may have taken you a little longer to find your drive for it, but I'm so proud that you did.
I would have found it sooner if you'd been here with me, I whispered.
Maybe,
Mom said, tucking my curls behind my ear.
But a lot of people would have died if we hadn't sacrificed ourselves. And I know you wouldn't have wanted that.
I shook my head. No, you're right.
Mom looked behind me.
I followed her gaze, but only saw white nothingness.
You need to go back soon, she said quietly.
No, I protested, grabbing her hand and squeezing, as if I could keep her with me. I don't want to leave you. A hitch in my voice made me sound like a whining 4-year-old. A wobbly smile spread across Mom's lips, and her eyes watered again. She rubbed my hand in hers.
I know, Desi, but it's time for you to go back. You still have work to do.
I closed my eyes as more tears fell down my face.
I know what you're thinking, Mom said, and you can do this without me. You already have.
A knot formed in my throat. I swallowed and nodded.
I love you so much, Desi.
I love you too, I whispered thickly. I buried my face in her shoulder, inhaling her sweet scent so I could memorize it and preserve it forever. Her warm arms encircled me as the white light surrounding us intensified, blinding me and obscuring her from view.
Desi?
I turned my head and Mom's scent faded. No, don't leave me.
Desi, you're awake.
No. Pain exploded around me, stabbing me repeatedly like a blade. The white light diminished until only the darkness behind my eyelids remained, and Mom was gone. Fresh, hot tears leaked out of my eyes, but as they trailed along my cheeks, crippling agony accompanied them. I felt pain everywhere. My face, my legs, my toes, but especially in my chest. With every breath I took, scorching pain seared through my body. My chest shook, and my stomach clenched until I started heaving. A voice beside me said something that I couldn't understand. Her voice was firm and urgent. I vomited. A sickening splash met my ears. I finally opened my eyes and found the contents of my last meal floating in a bowl. The sight made me heave again. Someone withdrew the bowl and held a small green plant in front of my face. I sniffed, and the warm, spicy scent tickled my nose and cleared my foggy brain. For the briefest moment, I forgot about the pain. My eyes focused on the figure beside me. I'd expected Alba, but instead, a woman with dark brown skin and a warm smile greeted me. She wore a long, flowing green dress, and beads and trinkets hung from her neck. She turned and spoke Spanish to someone nearby, though I was too dizzy to focus on the words. Another face loomed into view, but this one was familiar. Sophia, the Santeria priestess. She wore a plain gray dress, and her hair was pulled up in the same colorful turban I'd seen her in before. Beads and trinkets similar to the other woman's hung around Sophia's neck. "Desi, can you hear me?" she asked. Slowly, my head jerked up and down in response. "How do you feel?" A small moan escaped my lips. "Pain," I croaked. Sophia nodded, her eyes serious. You're lucky to be alive, but I need to ensure that you are of sound mind before I perform the healing ritual. I squinted at the woman in the green dress. Who are you? The woman smiled. Me llamo Esperanza. A shock rippled through me. She's mortal. I swallowed and looked at Sophia. Where's Oliver? He's resting in another room, but he's safe. Once you are healed, you can see him. I nodded, closing my eyes. Relax, Desi. My rattled breaths gradually slowed as my mind distanced itself from the pain. Warm and calming scents filled my nose, some sweet and some spicy. Heat swirled around me, lulling me to a peaceful, dreamlike state. Sophia and Esperanza began chanting something, but I wasn't paying attention. Colors and shapes blended in my mind like a kaleidoscope. The pain completely left my body as I focused on the images floating in my mind at the edge of consciousness. I faded in and out. More smells reached my nose. A faint rattling noise sounded nearby. More chanting. Something wet touched my skin, briefly bringing me out of my haze. At some point, I fell asleep. When my eyes opened later, Sophia and Esperanza were gone. The scents remained, but my body was clothed in a long brown dress, and the pain in my chest had reduced to a small ache. I sat up, my head spinning, and stretched my arms. No pain. Incredible, I whispered. My eyes raked around the unfamiliar room. It was a very small space with a bed crammed into a corner. Shelves and tables lined the walls, covered in various ethnic-looking clay statues and pots. Some pots held grainy substances. Others held plants. Several candles were lit on another table. Against the wall hung several African-looking masks that stared at me as if unveiling my darkest secrets. A table stood next to me, covered in black tablecloth upon which rested what looked like a headless chicken. Blood oozed from the stump of its neck, and already the smell of roadkill filled the room. I suppressed a shudder and raised a hand to my collarbone. Something's missing. I shot to my feet. Alarm raced through me. Oliver cast the time travel spell. I lurched forward and threw open the door, looking around. A dark hallway loomed before me, and I realized it must be nighttime. Oliver! I hissed down the hallway. Silence. Then,
Desi?
my heart leapt in my throat. I hurried down the hallway toward the voice until I reached another door. I burst through it, my pulse racing, and found Oliver lying on a bed similar to mine, except he was tied down to the bed with ropes. My mouth fell open, and I rushed to his side. Frack! Oliver! Why did they tie you up? My hands fumbled with the ropes, but his fingers caught mine. I stopped and looked into his eyes, which filled with tears. Purple shadows lined his eyes, and his face looked paler than normal.
Desi, you're alive,
he croaked, offering a wobbly smile. I touched his cheeks as tears pooled and spilled from his eyes. Oliver, what happened to you? Didn't they heal you? He nodded.
The blood bond.
My eyes rounded. Dread dragged my heart down to my stomach. El Diablo? What happened to him?
I cast the time travel spell, and he grabbed your leg. I think he traveled with us.
I stiffened and looked around in a panic, expecting him to appear behind me.
I don't know where he is, though, Oliver said. At some point he let go of you, and we ended up here with the Santeros. I relayed a message to Alba, and
He hesitated, his eyes wide and his brow furrowed.
Desi, we traveled 1 week into the future.
My jaw dropped, and my head reared back in shock. What? How? Oliver shook his head.
I don't know. It must have been a combination of how many people were involved in the spell. All I know is that Elena heard us shouting and came to help, but the 3 of us had already vanished. For a week, she thought we...
He choked and cleared his throat.
She thought we were dead.
I exhaled a huge breath. Thank Lilith Elena's alive. But then I thought of how tormented she must have been thinking we'd died. My chest burned with regret, and I closed my eyes as guilt slithered inside me. Poor Elena. I opened my eyes, my brow furrowed with confusion. But I thought some powerful magic had to pull us in. I glanced around at the mystical Santero's house.
Alba has a few theories. She thinks the spell is volatile and not yet perfected. She also thinks it was only meant to transport 1 person. Because 3 of us traveled, and since I, the caster, did not possess a great amount of power to fuel our travel, we didn't go very far. I'm not as powerful a timecaster as you, Desi. My intent was to bring you somewhere you could be healed, and these Santeros had just completed an initiation ritual. The power from the ritual must have brought us here.
I stared at him open-mouthed. I didn't know what to say.
It's just a theory,
Oliver said quickly. And the war? I asked.
It's over. The Spanish surrendered.
Relief swept through me. Thank Lilith. I was fairly certain from my small understanding of U.S. history that the Spanish had not won this war, but it was still nice to know for sure. It was also nice to know I hadn't changed anything significant by being here. I cleared my throat. So, you've talked to Alba? Oliver nodded.
She and Elena both stopped by.
He tilted his head to the left.
Alba left that for you.
I glanced at the table next to him and found a necklace with a small vial attached. It was identical to the one Oliver had smashed. A small smile formed across my lips, but I shook my head. I don't need it.
Alba said it was just in case you found the opportunity.
I nodded and wrapped the necklace around my throat, uncertain if I would use it even if I did find the opportunity.
Desi, I'm so sorry.
I looked at Oliver. His eyes glistened with tears, and his lips pressed together.
The blood bond,
he started. Shh, I interrupted, pressing my hand against his chest. Kismet told me. I know you had no choice. Oliver shook his head. Tears ran down his cheeks.
I should have fought it, though, he croaked. I shouldn't have made the bargain to begin with. I thought he would kill you if I didn't. I thought he was somehow bound by his promise when we performed the ritual, that he had to stay away from you. I didn't realize he could break his word so easily.
I swallowed, my own eyes burning with tears at the sight of Oliver so torn up. Why didn't you tell me? I whispered.
He made me.
Oliver trailed off, grunting in pain as his arms tensed against some invisible vice.
I was forbidden, he gasped, forced to stay silent, to go about my duties with the coven like everything was normal.
He broke off, panting. Pain stirred in his eyes.
And when we made the bargain, he told me he was my father. I didn't believe him at first, but part of me knew. I knew it was the truth. He threatened to tell the coven if I didn't agree to the bargain. I was stupid and selfish, and I didn't think it through. I'm sorry.
I grasped his hand and ran my thumb along his knuckles. Does Alba know? Oliver nodded. A sheen of sweat glistened along his forehead.
She understands.
I smiled. Of course she does. Oliver stiffened, his fists tightening and his face reddening. Then his body convulsed, thrashing against the restraints. I jumped up and raised my hands, unsure of what to do. What's wrong? Are you in pain? Oliver clenched his teeth and released a strained moan. Then he suddenly relaxed and exhaled, long and slow. What the hell was that? I demanded.
The blood bond. El Diablo. He's calling to me.
From where? I searched the room again, my heart racing as fear pressed in on my chest. Oliver closed his eyes, his eyebrows pulling together. In a strained voice, he said,
I don't know, but it's nowhere close. When he made the blood bond with me in the cave, I could feel his intentions and commands, as if he spoke directly into my mind. Now it's more of a faint whisper.
He paused and inhaled deeply. After a shaky exhale, he opened his eyes.
Alba cast a locator spell, and he isn't on the island. I imagine if my restraints were loosed, I'd be compelled to board a ship and sail to wherever he is. But even with these ropes, I can't ignore it. It's excruciating.
So the solution is to just tie you up and leave you here? I said incredulously.
I can't ask someone to perform blood magic with me,
Oliver said in a broken voice.
It means being tethered to me, basically for the rest of their lives. That's a heavy burden to bear, especially since I'm the son of.
He trailed off and closed his eyes, his face crumpling in agony. My mouth felt dry, but certainty raced through me. I'll do it. Oliver's eyes widened.
What? Desi, you can't.
I sacrificed my life for you, Oliver. I thought I would die. Making a blood oath with you is nothing. Oliver's eyebrows pinched, and he shook his head again.
No.
How do we do this? I asked, searching the room for a knife or something sharp to draw blood with.
Desi, stop,
Oliver shouted, his voice angry.
I can't let you do this.
I laughed. Let me? Oliver, I am making this choice on my own. You can't take that away from me.
Last we spoke, you wanted nothing to do with me,
Oliver said quietly.
And now you want to bind yourself to me? If you do this, our minds will be linked. Our emotions will constantly communicate, and there's no way to shut it off. No way to escape or be alone. What if you decide you're angry with me again? What if you want to sever ties and never see me again? What if one of us wants to get married? This is too permanent, Desi.
I sighed. I was wrong to be so upset with you before. My anger stemmed from something else. Something that wasn't your fault. And if one of us gets married, well, I guess our spouses will have to perform the blood oath with us to remove the one we have. I won't even mention the idea of us marrying each other. My cheeks burned at the thought. It's not as permanent as you think, Oliver. If I can't handle it anymore, I'll find someone else to bind myself to.
For the rest of your life?
Oliver said with raised eyebrows. I clutched his hand and leaned closer to him. I wasn't supposed to have a life, Oliver. You saved me when you cast that spell. If I have to spend a life tethered to someone else, then so be it. It's still a greater gift than I could have asked for. A small part of me had known the minute Kismet told me how to break a blood bond that I would do this for Oliver. No uncertainty, doubts, or fears clouded my determination. I'm going to do this for him. Oliver's mouth opened, his eyes watering again. "It's a small price to pay to give you back your life," I whispered. He shook his head, his brows creasing in sorrow.
Desi,
"If you don't tell me how to do this, I'm just going to cut my palm and start muttering some random spell," I warned. A reluctant laugh bubbled from his lips, and I joined in, relieved to see him smile. His smile faded, and he asked,
what about returning to your time?
I pressed my lips together in thought. I had never felt more at home than I had here in Cuba. I wasn't sure when I'd realized this, but I didn't want to leave. I belonged here. I shook my head. I don't need to. I have nothing waiting for me.
Not even this man who courts other women?
His eyes tightened with jealousy. I smiled as warmth coursed through me. I leaned closer to him and pressed a soft kiss against his mouth. His neck strained as he kissed me back, and his lips trembled. "He doesn't mean anything to me," I whispered, pressing my forehead against his. "But you are everything, Oliver. Please let me do this for you." Oliver's eyes were conflicted, tormented. Slowly he nodded.
There's a knife in the back of my boot. Make a small cut on our palms, and I'll say the spell.
I stood and ran my fingers along his boots until I found a small knife strapped to its heel. I pulled it off and eyed the shiny metal. Taking a deep breath, I drew a line in my palm, and red blood oozed from the cut. I wiped the blade on a rag hanging by the door and brought it to Oliver. I made the tiniest incision in his palm, trying to inflict as little pain as possible. Then I wiped the blade again and returned it to his boot.
"Take my hand,"
Oliver said. We clasped our bleeding hands together. Oliver closed his eyes and said quietly,
"Blood of blood and magic between us, I forge this oath and pledge myself thus. Make my body strong and whole. I seal this covenant with my soul."
His eyes opened and met mine.
"Now you say it."
I cleared my throat and repeated the spell back to him. Our hands glowed blue, and warmth pressed between our palms. Oliver gasped as a white light emanated from his body. His arms stiffened in my grip, and I closed my eyes against the light. As the magic faded, I stared at Oliver. The color returned to his face, and the shadows under his eyes vanished. He panted heavily and looked at me, eyes wide and more lucid than before. "How do you feel?" I asked tentatively. A wide, familiar smile spread across his lips.
"Fantastic. I feel fantastic."
I pulled my hand from his and gaped at my palm. The cut had completely vanished. I don't feel any different," I said, my brow furrowed.
"We'll feel it when we experience intense emotions, or when we're in danger,"
Oliver said.
"It's only an oath, not a bond. So it's mostly for when we're apart or when we're in battle. It's like our hearts and minds share a connection, feeding energy off each other."
He watched me for a long moment, his eyes burning with intensity. My tongue turned to sandpaper, and my stomach dropped to my knees. With flaming cheeks, I looked away, but I bit back a smile.
"So, what will you do now?"
Oliver asked. "I'd like to stay and help the coven. I feel more at home here than I have in a long time." Oliver's eyes were soft and warm as they remained fixed on me.
"I'm glad to hear it, Desi."
He wiggled his shoulders and laughed.
"Now, could you please remove these ropes? I'd like to hold you."
My blush intensified as I untied him. Oliver sat up in the bed and gathered me in his arms. I buried my head in his shoulder, savoring his grass and gunpowder scent, and tightening my arms around his back.
"Thank you, Desi,"
he murmured against my hair. My heart swelled as my entire being filled with peace. My body was grounded here, like the city was a magnet drawing me in. I felt whole, complete, and I knew I was exactly where I needed to be. This has been Twisted by Time, a dark fantasy romance, written by R.L. Perez, narrated by Rebecca Winder. Copyright 2020 by R.L. Perez. Production copyright by R.L. Perez.